played a very good tournament through this entire thing. We said goodbye to them today as well. But when it's any given day in this game, again, with Rad and 100 Thieves, that was completely different Rad. You could forget that team. It's new here today. And that's exactly who's going to be in the lower bracket awaiting the matchup of Navi and TLC. I know it's bright and early. Wake up, grab coffee, whatever you need to do, because it's going to be an absolute banger, and look out for it. It's all starting right here, right now. Take a seat, get ready.
The dusk, the lights gripping tightly, tracking all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time and place we used to, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. And as for our shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. If the chains find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up the fist and smashing through time walls. For the risk splinters again. We are rivals to the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals to the end of time. We will crash, no matter where. We will fight, breaking across time and space. Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yet across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. And now is the only time your heart is mine. Night has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up the fist and smashing through time walls. For the risk splinters again. We are rivals to the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The spark in you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up the fist and smashing through time walls. For the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end and rise up. Your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We're rivals to the end of time.
Oh my, Los Angeles, let me hear one more time for our incredible musical talents to open up today's show. My goodness, did they understand the assignment? Thank y'all so much. I'm so hyped. I remember back in December for the opening theme. To this day, and for that to come to the live stage is just so damn exciting, if I'm being honest. We have an awesome day for you, whether you joined us on day 1 all the way to day 4. Bronze ranked to 1 above all casual. I don't even care if you're just walking around Times Square in Cocoa Beach. There's going to be some surprises. Big time talent on the biggest stage for Rivals. Welcome to the mid-season finals. Last day. Let's hear it, LA. Well, folks, I'm your host, Cozy, and let's go ahead and get this thing started, yeah?
It's time, Los Angeles, California, where stars are born and the impossible becomes possible.
The cookies closing. All the notes are still they believe it's winnable. Navi say we don't need it because of their failure to finish the attack. It's not going to matter.
We will beat you again.
It's like don't think it's going to be nothing on yet.
10 teams, 4 regions. The wait is over. The world is watching. This is Ignite.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. First up, let me just hear a couple of the teams that we have remaining today. Let me hear it if you're going for Team Navi. Okay, we're in America. Somewhat expected. How about Team Liquid Citadel? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right, all right. How about Team Rad, our underdogs in the lower bracket? Let's go, y'all. Listen, this is our 3rd one of these incredible lands, and it just feels like each one gets more exciting, more chaotic, and we're just getting on the birth of something beautiful. Now, if you don't know, you should know, we have an incredible person at Marvel Games who is the executive producer himself, creator of Luna Snow, and wrote that song you just heard. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Danny Coop. I'm so surprised. You Luna head to toe. I'm so surprised. Come join me over here, Danny. Danny.
Good morning, Los Angeles.
Danny, how I have to ask, first of all, can we just talk about that performance for a second? What were your thoughts immediately?
It is fantastic. We have grown so much in terms of stage presence, and today is just the start of the stage presence, and we're going to introduce more music and inject this into the life of all the fans.
Oh, more music, inject it into the life of the fans. Love to hear it. Let me ask this. I mean, for myself, when you look at esports in general, I think Marvel is so perfect for it because anyone can jump in and know exactly who Spider-Man is, even though you only see him for a couple of seconds here, if I'm being honest.
Got enough Spider-Man.
Well, that's what's beautiful about it. Is that something that you saw early on for Marvel and the potential that it had for Marvel Rivals?
Yeah, we saw this potential with the NetEase Games team. That's why we make this game. And we appreciate the community support on this and all your feedback, all your passion, that what makes this happen, right? So if you continue on letting us know this is what you want, we'll make this happen more often for all you guys to gather together, hang out, and be a community and be part of this esports.
Beautifully said. I've got to ask with that, thank you. People love you here. People love you here. Yes. I'm hearing more from that in the team intro. Hey, listen, let me ask this. I mean, we've done now a few events in person together, from Comic-Con to LA. I mean, we've been all over. Yes. It never gets old for me just having people that love this game and Marvel, for that matter, in one room. Comic-Con being one of the craziest of all of that. For you, I mean, it's just a beautiful celebration of everything that Marvel Games and NetEase has put together. Does it ever get old? How are the feelings for yourself?
Well, it never gets old. As you say, we meet new fans that come online and it approaches, letting us know how much they love this game, and which we appreciate it. We have people that come out and say, stop giving Luna Snow many, many costumes. But yeah, she's getting 5 more legendaries just for that.
5 more. Can we make it 6? Let's make it 6. Listen, okay, they want to ask, okay, because I hear all the time. Are you responsible for all the buffs that Luna gets from time to time?
No, man, that's Big Z. Don't bug me on.
Oh, okay, she young. You get called out, she young.
Don't bug me on balancing. It's not me, bro. Yeah.
Listen,
Yeah.
I just want to ask you, anything else you want to say to all the amazing people, the viewers at home, the watch parties across the board?
First off, for viewer at home, we wish you were here with this incredible energy from the crowd. And for the crowd here, welcome to Los Angeles. This is the first Ignite in Los Angeles. Maybe we'll do more here in Los Angeles where you can meet a lot of...
Alrighty, and when is Thanos Dr. Doom coming to the game? Just kidding. Thank you so much, Danny.
All right, thank you. I'll see you guys everywhere here.
Appreciate y'all. Well, y'all, you have heard them all week. You have heard the ultimates in the game, the powerful taunting of enemies, slaying their foes, the incredible talent behind the amazing heroes that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, viewers, for the voice actors of Marvel Rivals. I cannot tell you enough. These people are like family to me at this point, and my goodness, the amount of iconic voice lines. This game has transcended just being a game at this point from the memes and on. I'm first going to come over here to the amazing, actually, I won't even introduce you. How about you introduce yourself here? How are you?
Hi, I'm Brittany Cox, the voice of Angela, and heavens! Balls!
Beautiful. It never gets so. I need that as my ringtone, I'm telling you. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm Erica Lindbeck, and I do the voice of Black Cat. Ooh, good boy, Petey!
I changed my mind. I actually want that as my ringtone. That's getting a little bit better. I love it. How you doing today?
Hey, man. Hi, Jordan Reynolds, the voice of Adam Warlock. And y'all need a res? Born again!
James Mathis III, voice of Black Panther.
Tremble before burst! I saw two strategists just leave the building, funny enough. Oh, man, it just cut viewership by half. Okay, how are you?
Hi, I'm Bill Millsap. I'm the voice of the Punisher. I'm sure you guys have heard this lately. Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh, there's a lot of love and hate. All right, there's a lot. Before I even get, those that love Jeff, make some noise. Okay. On the other side, those that, maybe not the big, okay, who hates Jeff here? Let's just be real here. It's very polarizing. Hi, how you doing today?
John, the Jeff the Land Shark Bailey. And you know what? I haven't had breakfast this morning, and the enemy team looks pretty good. Yummy, yummy,
Good sir. It's not often I look up. I just have to say, this is awesome. How are you?
Very good. Hello, everybody. I'm Eli Mountjoy, the voice of the Winter Soldier.
Armed and dangerous! Again!
Hello, everyone. My name is Alpha Takahashi. I voice Psylocke, and this is Churro Mayo Curry.
Churro Mayo Curry! Ji-Young buff Psylocke again. Well, yeah, I play her. All right, thank you.
Hey, everybody. I am Daniel Marin, the voice of Namor.
Imperious Rex!
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for amazing voice actors. Again, we'll be hearing more from them today. That's just a little bit of a tease. And again, all day, they'll be out there signing incredible, awesome stuff. And if you're here in LA, it's one of the best parts about it. Go see them. They're amazing people. They don't bite. I think John maybe bites a little bit. But other than that, they don't bite. We've got an awesome day. Des, take it away. What do we have in store?
From experience, John definitely bites. Oh, Des, hello. Different. Des, hello. I heard Des, but it is going to be us, at least temporarily. You saw a little bit of a sneak preview of our cast that we'll be jumping on for that first setup. We have so many good games today, but we have had so many good games so far, Audible.
Yeah, I mean, it's been one of the best and most competitive events we've had so far in Marvel Rivals esports history. And taking a look at the playoff bracket, there's no match that I have not had a fun time experiencing. I mean, every single one, banger after banger after banger. But I think the big one for me from that first day here, Shib, got to be that Gen G versus Virtus Pro.
Yeah, that was a ton of fun. I mean, and now we're going into best of fives too. I think a lot of the teams were talking about those best of threes being a little dicey. Now it's going to get into more studying the team that you're going against as we see Na'Vi and Team Liquid Citadel up first. That is quite a match, Detch.
That is going to be a superb match. That is our upper bracket finals. Winner moves on to the grand finals. For Na'Vi, it would be essentially their third grand final in a row, where they were under the org of Rad at mid-season finals last year, where they went and took the whole thing. They were then under the org of Na'Vi for the grand finals last year, where they came second place to Virtus Pro, who are out. Your bugbear has been eliminated. Team Liquid Citadel, though, that is a mix of so many teams who have come so close to the past. We'll be breaking that down more a little bit as time goes on, because obviously that will be our first match. But waiting in the lower part of the bracket, from MRC all the way through to the lower bracket final, Shib, it's Rad.
Yeah, the real David versus Goliath. This team coming all the way from the MRC, pushing all the way to the lower bracket finals here.
In their first lap.
Yeah, it's actually nuts. This team may have the same org behind them, but none of them have been here before.
Shit, Vod, this has been such an incredible series. Their match versus Swamp was so close at times, and yet Rad. It was Swamp's first time on the stage as well when it comes to this event in total, but it's Rad are the ones who came on through, and they have a pretty big history in terms of Na'Vi and Liquid Citadel from earlier on in that tournament. This is our schedule for today. Na'Vi Citadel, as we've already mentioned, we're so excited.
Yeah, best of fives across the board, best of seven to close things out. No advantage. You got to go straight in and showcase your skill and see if you can get the lion's share of that prize pool a bit later on. But I mean, there's so much pride for these teams to compete for, right? Na'Vi are trying to run it back as they used to be the Rad EU roster, but $160,000 for the first place finishers. That's a big chunk of change.
That's a very big chunk of change. Another white. You can see the difference between that and that second place. Second place, it's nothing to sniff at in terms of actual, pride, but doubling the prize pool, Shiv, when you get to that first place, everyone wants that. Who wouldn't?
I do. I'll tell you that much. But also, I mean, I was talking to some of the players. The money means a ton, but it's the title. The title is everything to these teams. They just want to get that under their belt, and then they'll move on from there. But the money definitely doesn't hurt, Bud.
Yeah, no, I think that's a lot of questions that we've had, going into this event. What's going to be the big focus for these teams, especially with Season 9, the new team-ups, everything coming in, all the preparation that they have been leading to at this moment. And now we're down to these final three teams. Na'Vi, I think for Terra specifically, he got denied his win before when he was on 100 Thieves by Na'Vi before. So joined the enemy side and now is looking for his first land victory. Team Liquid Citadel, on their side of things, they have Envy veterans from that team from mid-season last time, and then FlyQuest from Grand Finals. They're looking for their first win, and Rad, of course, the new kids on the block here, looking to make their name known, the dark horses in this competition.
It's also the series of, we'll call it gentle traitoring coming on in, as it's the match where we've had two players who've swapped regions. Polly, who played on Berber Patapim, the original Citadel roster that came to LAN and had so many good performances, but was never able to take it home. And a similar story, Shib, Terra. We talked about it. You talked about how the title is most important to some of these players.
Yes.
Terra literally said on stage, I'm just here to win LAN.
Yeah.
He just wants to win. Nothing else will do.
Yeah, I respect that. I mean, there's so many comparisons between these teams. Energy, and we were talking about Terra. Energy's also in that conversation for one of the best duelists. They've both been running a lot of Bucky, too, in this tournament. Maybe we'll see the mismatch back and forth, or the match back and forth. Vess and Raj, Energy, Terra, Fate, Nero, Cooper, level 1, Crook, Jerky, Speedery, Terra, Energy. There's just so many comparisons between these two teams. I'm just looking to see. I think this is going to set the tone for the day, because there is a chance, I'm not going to say a good chance, maybe a good chance, this is what we see in the grand finals.
We'll break a little bit into a little bit of pre-game analysis before we have our teams coming to the stage here. So we'll start off with you, Shib, here. You just listed off essentially most people's fantasy team in between two teams, but widely considered. A lot of people coming into this tournament were considering this, like you said, to be the grand finals.
Sure.
And that's because these two teams have some of the best players in the world, if not the best players in the world.
Yeah, I mean, that is true, right? There's comparisons to be made across the board. The stat lines for both of them are top-notch across all of the roles. There's really, we talk about sometimes there's a weakness between teams. It's very difficult to find weaknesses in these teams, Vod.
I think the big thing that we need to focus on for this matchup, though, the battle of the duelists, Energy versus Terra. Who is going to be the best in this matchup and in the world, potentially? I know we've seen some great looks from Smashnez in the lower bracket, from Rad as well with Crazy Kitty. Them as a duo, I think, it has overwhelmed a lot of teams. But individual duels, it's got to be Terra versus Energy.
Chip, I had you on a show I do on YouTube recently where I asked you to basically talk when you heard like someone who could be an MVP for the entirety of this stage. You said Polly. Our coworker got Moxie. She basically waited all the way to the end and then yelled at me because I did, out of the players that I had just randomly grabbed, I didn't have Crook or Fate on the team. And that is because Na'Vi's backline is just legendary.
Yeah, I mean, that same argument can be made over for Team Liquid Citadel, but yes, Na'Vi's backline is legendary. We saw Fate yesterday get caught in the backline of the opposition, just hid there. As Adam, the next fight as Adam. I was like, what am I seeing? I saw him in the hotel and I shouted that out. He's like, I don't know why they didn't chase me. I'll just take them all out. I was like, that's the kind of energy that you need to move this deep into the tournament.
And energy is what you need, whether it's the player or the feeling, and just to be able to get this far, especially if you are in that lower bracket. Some of the toughest matches you can go through here are fighting through that upper bracket, losing, and then having to fight for the lower bracket and then the grand finals. You can conceivably play 3 series today if you go down from that upper bracket, VOD.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an endurance run for whoever does fall from this upper bracket. We saw in the grand finals, FlyQuest and members from FlyQuest are now on that Team Liquid Citadel team having to do just that, but couldn't pull it off. So hopefully Team Liquid Citadel, if they do go down against Na'Vi, they will be able to do the same this go around.
We have set the stage in terms of our stakes, but it's time to set it in terms of a literal stage. It's time to meet our team, so let's head down to Cozy to introduce our legends.
Thank you, Tetcher. Y'all, history, if you think about it, is pretty ruthless, right? It doesn't remember who almost won. It doesn't remember the strongest team, per se. Fan favorites is great, but come on. There's only one thing that is cemented, and that is the one team that lifts the trophy. Second place, no. Third place, no. It's one. Are y'all ready, LA, to crown a champion today? Let's go! Now, for the moment you have all been waiting for, this is the matchup. Your top seed from the EMEA, the Kings of Europe, versus the #1 seed of America in the Titans that we know. Let's welcome in our teams, starting from and hailing from the EMEA. It's Na'Vi. Your land historic final boss, best in slot across the board. The Kings have arrived in cowboy fashion. Thanos who? It's Na'Vi. From Trust Me to Raj, level 1, Crook, Fate, Jerky, and Terra. I like the fit today. Before we get to them, though, of course, America, can I hear some noise? LA, make some noise for Team Liquid Citadel. Every great tournament has one team everyone expects to see on Championship Saturday. This was that team, the Dream Team, the USA Avengers, Nero, Cooper, Energy, Speedery, Bess, and Polly. All right, Na'Vi, TLC, Polly, Terra, come with me. Step up here. We've got ourselves two. Can we hear some noise, by the way, right now for these two great teams? Now, if you don't know, Na'Vi has Terra coming on over from America last year. Paulie over from the EMEA. I'm going to go to you, Paulie, first. Look at that Terra over here. All you've heard about Na'Vi. I'm going to give you the floor as you look at this man in the eyes.
Hello. Hello, Terra. How you doing?
He hit him with nervous, Terra said. Terra?
What's up, Paulie? You betrayed your country first. I had to betray mine.
Paulie, is all this overhyped? Is all this just fluff? Is America the best region in the world?
Yes.
Don't put too much heat behind that, all right? The people can't take it behind it. Terra, America, one team region. We've heard it all. The path goes through EMEA. Oh, is this all true? Is this why you left?
I mean, two EU teams, one LAN. So why'd you go to NA? I mean, to help her, of course, but
gonna happen. I'm gonna lift that trophy.
Last words, Tara. TLC is
OTPs.
OTPs. For those at home, one-trick ponies.
Okay, but not enough.
Okay, but not. Listen. We're gonna get this up. You got something? Come on. Give me. What you got?
What, for Navi?
Whatever you want to say.
I mean, I just said, you guys are okay, but it's unfortunately not enough.
Okay, let's hype it up, crowd. Let's go. We'll let the gameplay do the talking. Shake hands. Oh! Hey, some things. He emoted. He ulted just then. All right, folks, give it up for the 2 number 1 seeds right now. That moment's happening. Take it away. Up in the booth, Leg Day and Ryan to bring in the heat.
Thank you so much, Cozy. Team Liquid Citadel may have had one trick thus far, Ryan, but that trick has been winning.
It's been winning for a while. It's been 105 days since Team Liquid Citadel lost the series in the upper bracket of preseason, but it's been 120 days since we saw Na'Vi losing to Heretics in the preseason groups. These teams, 4 heroes have come out in that time since these guys have lost, and one of them has to lose in the upper bracket today in its best of 5.
This matchup is part of the reason why we all came to LAN, to be honest. Everyone has an opinion on EMEA versus the Americas. And honestly, I cannot wait to see who is going to come out of this on top.
It's going to be an exciting one, but to really prep this domination map that we're starting off with, let's throw it to the desk to really set the scene.
As they said beautifully there on the caster desk, domination is how we have described both of these teams so far, and that is
So
where
true.
we start. I love Polly's statement here. He wants to try and do what Terra never could. Ironically, bring a trophy to an American team. But in order to start that, as always, we're in our best of 5s. We start on domination, and we've got some pretty solid stats to start here, Ship.
Yeah, you mentioned domination for these teams, but how about this stat? 26 domination maps in a row here for Team Liquid Citadel. This is just their mode. It showed some weakness on a sub map over the last series, but despite that, still coming out on top VOD.
What's interesting, too, for domination here as well for Na'Vi is that's kind of was their struggle against Team Heretics, right? We saw them be the first team to really take it to task against them with this kind of crazy composition of just speed and dominance, using Jeff and diving into the backline with Captain America and Venom, and they just didn't know what to do against it. That was on Hell's Heaven, but every other map, they have also been just as dominant.
Well, let's talk about the sub-map that we're actually starting over here. As we can see, a little bit of tournament stats so far. It's going to be Krakoa, where we will be bringing this to bear, VOD.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Krakoa specifically, all until this event, Na'Vi 7-0 with 2-0 finishes on the map. Didn't drop a single sub-map until Virtus Pro took one against them yesterday. But we saw the Krakoa map that time, and they look pretty good on it.
Yeah, showed some weakness. Again, I think domination, there are times where you just simply will lose a map, whether it's the alt fight coming through first. I think if you take point first, it typically lends your team to have a better chance of winning that sub map. But that being said, there still is some huge potential for you to come back, maybe a portal play or just some overconfidence, some good neutral fighting to come back and take the map. But despite that, yes, both teams have lost a sub map recently.
The strategy on this map, you talked about losing sub maps. Domination is one of the most interesting game modes we have, which is why it is, well, not why it is, it's just the best mode to start us off here with. But it's so interesting because it's the only game mode where ultimate charge carries over between rounds, which, like you said, sometimes it's worth losing that middle point or even a first point if time is necessary in order to make sure that you get a better advantage as time goes on the point after.
What's so interesting about this map as well, Tetcher, yesterday, Fate did not go down a single time on the Rocket Raccoon. So if I am Team Liquid Citadel, I'm going to be targeting that.
We're preparing to head on into that first map very shortly. I am so excited. This is what we've been waiting for. We expected this to be the grand finals. We get it in that upper bracket finals. This is terrifying, Chip.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about some comps we can expect to see, right?
Yeah.
Both of these teams are willing to run the penny stuff with Ultron. I think Speedery is arguably one of the best Ultrons in the game. Is that going to be a priority target? Are they worrying about the Mag one side? Are they worried about the Gambit one side? What do you think?
I think we're going to see Gambit saves for the most part, or Gambit and Mag saves going back and forth, depending on what the prioritization is there as well. Gambit's really good for that penny composition.
Yeah.
But I also think for the side of Na'Vi, they're going to focus on triple damage boost. Cosmic Guard Amplifier from Rocket Raccoon, that's his ultimate for those who don't know. The Invisible Woman Flame Shield, which is basically makes her shield have 20% damage boost with the team up from Torch that was introduced this season. And also having the Storm just ray of damage boost that's around them, or the circle around her. So that's so much damage to deal with. Punisher as well. We saw the Punisher voice actor earlier. We saw Tara doing a pretty good job on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, and they could also run the Atom too, right? With the team up with Storm, we've seen that sometimes come into play where you do get another damage boost source that way.
And speed boost too.
Yeah, that is also on the table there, Ted.
We've been seeing some incredible Atoms. We've been seeing some incredible Punishers. We've been seeing Storm coming on in, as we've already mentioned. We've also been seeing the rise of the Master of Magnetism in the front line, all the way from Duep on Gen G to Rajaro on Na'Vi to basically everyone who has been playing in this tournament. The Master of Magnetism has been so impactful.
And multiple people, even on TLC. We've seen we've seen Energy on the Mag at one point too. I think they're just kind of floating a dual effort. I can't fill that role for the moment on Triple Vanguard comp.
Yeah, a lot of people, saying Vest the best mag of the game, definitely the best in Americas, but the best in EMEA is Rajaro. We saw them have it first saved every single map. They've only had to play 4 because they had not dropped a single one so far.
I want to get your takes on this. Raj, obviously discussing Vest, obviously discussing on Mag, but do you think Mag, in my personal opinion, I believe Mag is a new prio target of bans. Do you think Mag over one-sided Gambit is the way? Because it has been back and forth this entire tournament.
I think so. I think Mag is the way to victory, to salvation for the mutants and for Na'Vi and Team Liquid Citadel. Hopefully they have picked up that as well.
But the Magneto was right, and I am not too far off on that, because like you said, the Magneto has been so strong. It works well with the Gambit, which we've also seen a couple of teams go for maybe first protects on, but it feels like the Magneto is giving a bit more value. The extra shieldings, the double ups, the extra protection for your team, and of course, Meteor M being used so aggressively this tournament.
We also got to talk about the team up, though. The Chaos Greatsword that comes from Scarlet Witch, the base version. For those who don't know, there's a base and enhanced version. If you have one of the members from your team up on your team, gives you a little bit of extra effects. You don't really need that, though, with this team up. You can just basically target the back line every time with this huge hitbox of the swinging sword. I know as a Vanguard main yourself, Shiv, you probably use that a lot.
Yeah, you're throwing walls at him. I mean, it's kind of nice, but no, I think that's incredibly strong. But we've been seeing a lot of rise of Atom too. It's so tricky because I really don't know what the solution is for the ban phase. I think teams are struggling with that. Yeah. And the crazy thing is, we like to say when we get to midseason that the metas are starting to be figured out, but I think due to having 102 new team ups coming in plus, it really is so difficult to fine tune what the right selection is for your team, and that ultimately makes bans very hard.
You know what's very interesting? We saw Danny Koo with his whole Luna Snow get up. Luna Snow's actually had some prioritization in terms of bans and saves, especially when you're trying to play that Daredevil, give them the Snowflake, and they can be unleashed.
They're doing so much work. The Fate of Both Worlds has been, since Season 0, since the game's release, one of the most impactful ultimates in the game, and Luna has been so effective. She does pretty reasonable damage, which was buffed many seasons ago at this point, but means that they're able to do some pretty good work when their team doesn't need healing. The Idle Aura gives so much healing to their team, even when they're not directly in front of them, and of course, has Icicle Arts for a hit scan ability to make sure that they can even do a little bit of anti-air or some quick snipes if need be, and get piercing healing. Luna has been so impactful, and this patch in particular with the Fox team up and last patch has been huge.
Yeah, I think team ups, I typically like to say that Vanguards get the most impactful team ups, in my opinion, of course, but I do think there are certain strategists, including the Gambit team up with Magneto, which I think is very good at isolating targets, also is essentially like a cloak bubble for your team. But then outside of that, the cleanse from Luna. You mentioned how Luna has been more of a prio. I guarantee you, and I promise you, that is why. No longer worried about things like Groot, even Angela. You find yourself out of those unescapable situations.
Yeah, you can just get out of dodge as quickly as possible and save yourself and your team even. And a lot of setup plays that we've seen from people like Ducky trying to use the Groot ult to take out a single target. They've been cleansed every time by the Luna Snow players. So we're going to see some really high-level strategist gameplay from both of these teams. And I think that's something to look out for, right? Fate versus Nero in specifics to that Adam Warlock you were talking about. But I'm very interested in level 1 Crook versus Cooper.
As am I. This has been pretty high up there with a lot of people's who is the best strategist in the world. These are the considerations. Fate's also in that conversation as well. Nero's been up there quite high as well. But let's be honest, Cooper did so much at the grand finals, Shib, that's what put them in that contention here, and then had an almost flawless stage 1 for the Americas.
Yeah, I think there's some real value into a strategist that can play Loki well. I think that really defines the quote-unquote best strategist because he's such a very different hero and just has so much nuance to the kit in decision-making, know when to pop those crystals.
One thing to note here, the one map that we did see dropped by Team Liquid Citadel, Cooper was getting hard targeted by Rad. And if we see Na'Vi watching those VODs, as they probably are, they have their new coach in Shu and locking in with the backroom staff as they were shouting out from the interviews earlier on. I think this is going to be something that they focus on. Even Rajaro playing that Magneto, using the Chaos Greatsword to target Cooper, he's going to have to make sure he stays alive as long as possible.
We have covered strategists. We've covered vanguards. It's time to talk about duelists in terms of both team-ups and some of these players. We have seen we all expected Elsa to be really good at this event, but Elsa has sort of opened the door, thanks to the team-up, to the rise of the Winter Soldier in so many of these games. That Essence team-up, the Instinct team-up, giving cooldown reduction to the Winter Soldier in these fights means that they are so hard to deal with.
Yeah, because you're constantly getting overhealth too. You just trade so well. So a very, very strong pick as we head into the ban phase 2. But outside, the final thing I want to mention on the duelist front, how about Black Widow?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But also, you know, we got to give a big shout out to the fans who are here too. You see people in the crowd came here bright and early in Los Angeles to get into these matchups. The best one of the day before that grand final, I'd say.
We're also going to talk about the Punisher. We've been seeing so much hype at the start of this tournament around the Penny, Ultron, Adam team-up, and then suddenly Punisher Storm, you talked about it in the little pre-show we did there, comes on in with the Rocket team-up for the extra attack speed, and then the upgraded Rocket team-up for the infinite ammo has been a spawn hold breaker and has even been used on some aggressive defense as one character who literally has not seen play. Mantis just will not be let through.
Forgot about Mantis because she's always mad.
Yeah, there's no reason to let Mantis through in this meta. Triple strategist, which is like 3 of strategist backline, is very strong, and that's why you see the first save for Team Liquid Citadel worked really well for Speedery, and we haven't even talked about the flex duelist for this team. Jerky versus Speedery is going to be a matchup to look out for.
Jerky coming in as originally as a sort of, he was doing a little bit of streaming, he was doing some sort of DPS Jeff way back in the day, got picked up by an Ignite team and started moving over to the Psylocke. And he called himself at one point a Psylocke one trick and really had some top stats at those grand finals, but has massively widened that hero pool in order to move over to that flex duelist role.
You can see TLC here talking about that Penny comp. That is their prio. They're going to keep the Ultron in Penny, making sure that does not get banned out. Na'Vi, however, are ensuring they don't have that res. Goodbye there to Adam Warlock. Likely going to probably save a Storm pick from Na'Vi, I would assume. I think that makes sense because that's what they've been running. I think that's
exactly what they do.
Yeah, Jerky's just so good. Yeah.
But we also see on the other side, Team Liquid Citadel, because the Storm was saved, the Rocket is going to get banned. The BRB beacon is so good. Yes. Causes an amplifier damage. I mean, the survivability we saw from Fate could not be unmatched.
And there's also the fact the Rocket would buff that Punisher if they went for the Storm Punisher together to just get the maximum damage output. One word answer, Shib. Who do you have?
TLC.
American bias for sure, or Vod, do you agree?
I'm going Na'Vi.
Definitely not biased, definitely based. Let's head over to our casters who will definitely not be biased, but will be based. It's Leg Day and Ryan Central.
Thanks, Tetcher. I mean, biased, like we're the Europeans, we do that, but we both live and reside in the US, so I think Fence Sitters is a good position.
Fence Sitters.
And as a neutral, no matter where you are in the world, if this wasn't the matchup that you wanted to see at an international event when this year started, you haven't been paying attention. These are the perfect 2 teams to go into the upper bracket, right?
These are the avatars of EMEA and the Americas. We stand close to the summit, Ryan, but each step upwards will be hard fought for by these teams. And Los Angeles is raring to go to see who will be making it to the grand finals first out of EMEA and the Americas.
Chip said it on desk, 26-0. Team Liquid Citadel don't lose on domination. Na'Vi want to break a few of those streaks themselves, going up against that Ultron Penny composition. A lot of teams are being afraid to even play themselves. Na'Vi need to find an answer, and they're gone with the Storm.
Yeah, Terra not going for the usual Punisher duo for the Storm here. Instead, opting in for the Elsa Bloodstone with that trap to make sure that any forays into the backline are going to be slowed down by the big trap already. Liquid Citadel making forward moves. They've forced out level 1 Crush regeneration domains, but have they overextended? It would appear that Team Liquid Citadel still have plenty of resources as both teams break from the high ground and make a mad dash towards the objective. Polly could be isolated here. Everyone looking towards that Vanguard. They managed to pick up the early frag, and now Team Liquid Citadel have to play from behind.
Yeah, it's just that one player with the setup speedily is just trying to see if he can keep his team going and alive. But Jerky finds that pick onto Cooper, so that's another strategist down into the fray. Liquid looking to back up and give this one up eventually, so Na'Vi take the point first.
Na'Vi said, I want the traitors head first, and the rest will come with time. Now playing from his defensive area, Jerky's going to be able to do so much poke on the entry.
I mean, one of the big sort of weaknesses with Triple Strategist is just making sure that your duelist energy on his own, in this case, is able to do as much damage as possible to get eliminations. But Emma Frost has really started to shine in this meta too, in the hands of Veswa. And Polly, obviously, Penny with that team up with Black Panther is able to just outcharge a lot of damage and make sure that the Ultron setup enhanced.
Our Fate's going to be one of the first ultimates that's going to be available in this fight here. Cooper's already been taken down by the great sword drawn by Rajaro. Oh, the Master of Magnetism was brought up by the desk, and his reign of terror only keeps getting more brutal.
It's the fact that ultimates are just starting to trickle online, and Liquid Citadel are staggering themselves. They can't fully reset because Na'Vi are just not allowing them to.
Terror going to be escorted down here by the Vanguards, almost as the Apex Predators are good to go, but Energy's been matching pace when it comes to generating this.
It's also with Na'Vi, with the Triple Strategist, you know that you don't have a Daredevil or a Black Cat dive in the backline, so Crook and Fate's life has been fairly easy so far, both having their ultimates. The Strategists are set up in play. Liquid Citadel need to make the first move.
60% already gained. Rage of Ultron begins, but now Polly going to be eating so much damage. Fate pulls them in and pushes them out. The invisible boundary was deployed there by Na'Vi to survive the initial onslaught, but now Team Liquid Citadel have to make a decision. With only 5 players, we're going to try and commit to this fight. It would appear that Cooper says yes, Shirk has already been taken down. Energy grabbed that one with the trap. But have one Crook for a second. The reinforcing invisible boundary. Out goes the Gladrock to isolate Rajaro, but there's plenty of healing for him on the other side. And trust me, he's willing to get rid of the pressure. An exchange here of the psionic attempts at charming. And as Terra's found and looks towards the pretty lady, Polly's return to the fray. The reinforcement here, but so too is the Mega Hurricane. It moves through the back lines of Liquid Citadel, but Cooper stands tall against the weather.
Finally, the eliminations coming through. It seems that Liquid Citadel are going to be able to flip the point, but it's at 99% for Na'Vi, willing to sort of give it up. They're not going to go for like a portal play yet. They have that window, a chance to build up ultimate to go for this fight again afterwards.
Lots of ultimates expended, though, from the side of Liquid Citadel. Only Spider time remains. It's not the most impactful of ults, Ryan.
I mean, it's 4 ultimates that got used there. Silent Seduction, Apex Predator, and the Strategist ultimates. Cooper wanted to go, and they were a player down. Polly's found himself like the first elimination against Team Liquid Citadel consistently. And even though Penny is pretty mobile, it's nothing when you got Na'Vi just charging you down with a speed boost of a Jerky on Storm.
Oh, Energy's already been taken down by Terra. And this is going to be a huge opening. Carbon Crusher just going to get Polly out of the way for now. Nero trying to play it safe in the back alongside Cooper. All of the strategists huddle for warmth and safety, and the Spider time will make them all the more hiding in the face of danger. That's going to be one grab with a Carbon Crush for peeling. Unbelievable stuff coming through from the Vanguard of Liquid Citadel. But unfortunately, they've already started running out of time. Energy's had to return, utilizing the Doctor Strange Pentagram of Ferala. But Na'Vi are back in control, and overtime is in their favor.
If I have to go for like triple Vanguards, it's Energy that's the switch, but they're not even given an opportunity to try to fight this one after the other. Team Liquid Citadel just dropping like flies, and Na'Vi strike first blood.
Na'Vi, they're making their way around this Penny Parker composition with ease, Ryan. And the question is now for Team Liquid Citadel, do they pivot?
It just felt like so much of that, they were just struggling to get like an honest fight in the end. Players were just taken off one at a time, and in those cases, Team Liquid Citadel are experienced enough. Okay, we lost the play, we need to disengage. And Na'Vi's like, you're not going anywhere, Sunshine. Like, we're just going to sort of follow and hunt you down. That pressure is just endless. And Speedily's just not been given that space in the sky of the Ultron. This was the whole composition. You've gone for the Protect on the Ultron first and then the Penny. Moving away from that feels like you're just moving away from the draft, the game plan. So it has to be something in the server when it comes to the position. That's the most open part of the map, to be fair. Now it gets a little bit more enclosed with stuff like the Cradle. You've got underground that you can play around. But so far, it doesn't look like there's going to be many changes in the composition other than Energy going over towards Bucky.
Look over at level 1 Crook, 11k healing already. Was our mid-season finals MVP last year for their Loki play. And Loki is back in vogue.
As a reminder, Liquid Citadel have spent the whole year dominating on domination, looking incredibly strong when it comes to the meta adjustments, but Na'Vi had the heartbreak of grand finals. Second place. They don't want to lose here. They have a title to hold on to for mid-season.
A trophy cabinet for EMEA, but they're hoping to expand. For Rage of Ultron's going to be a great opening here, but look at this. Rajro has their bubble burst. Unbelievable amounts of damage pouring out of speedily, and it would appear that Rajro was unprepared for how quickly that Meteor Ren would be overwhelmed by Ultron's power.
Just hasn't really amounted to much. You might want to use it in tandem with something else, but Invisible Boundaries could be used from level 1. Croak trying to get control of the point, but Jerky shot out of the sky from Polly.
They got too aggressive, couldn't get inside of the Invisible Boundary, and Cooper now sees the opening to bring everyone forward. Raging Royal Flush, and the knockbacks here. They are going to be attempted to be shut down by Trust Me, but the damage is too great, and Team Liquid Citadel use their resources perfectly.
And take control of the point first on the second point of Cradle. But Na'Vi, it was just really the dedication of that Invisible Boundary, the mischief managed, I suppose, for Loki as the copy came through, but everything else just trying to build up as much as they possibly could. Liquid Citadel now with this composition having a better time to maybe hold on to the objective, and staggering out Jerky means they have a bit more time to work with.
Yeah, Jerky's getting continuously grounded by these tainted voltages. Energy's sitting at full instinct as well, meaning that it barely has a cooldown. A good parry for Barnacook coming in from Rajaro to at least not feed over more frags.
You've already built up the Invisible Boundary, but getting Cooper to another Royal Flush as quick as possible would be nice. You don't want to get too close, though, in the end with some of these engagements. A Mega Hurricane is on the horizon, and the forecast for the first time in a while, I guess, for LA could be stormy.
Terra unnoted, cooking. Oh, Energy escapes, utilizing the Kraken impact to try and get out of there, and Terra's already been taken down. Veswar got them in a corner. Fate doesn't want to invest here with the Invisible Boundary, but still is going to try and use the shutdown. Veswar's role is going to be matched here by Nero, so plenty of feeling for both of our teams, but it's far away from the objective, and as this happens, Team Liquid Citadel are accruing percentage.
Look at Polly, he's sort of on his own little fight there, trying to go in for the flanks, but it's still a stall out. Trust Me gets taken out with all of the ultimates traded in the end. It was good holds from Team Liquid Citadel, certainly the strategist, the Raid of Ultron in hand. Don't think they need it. They're pushing Na'Vi all the way back to their spawns.
Yeah, Joker's having so much trouble here going up against the Winter Soldier. Great counter for those flyers, and Na'Vi going to have to try and find a way to get value out of Omega Hurricane.
I mean, I think it was the Sign of Seduction that came out of Trust Me first, but it was a good Invisible Boundary from Nero, just put on exactly where the Emma Frost was. If people pulled into it, they were going to survive, but Rage of Ultron now dedicated.
Yeah, Rage of Ultron already used. Means it's not going to be able to be used to get rid of all of Jerky's over health, but Jerky's just going to disengage, move towards the portal. It's flipping of the map here from Na'Vi. The Energy's already lying in wait. Gets Jerky once again. This was there with the follow-up Spider Time declared, and it's feeling like a good time right now for Liquid Citadel. Na'Vi try and pile into the Invisible Boundary, but Terra's not going to be able to make it. Level 1 Cook's already falling incredibly low. Jerky only just started respawning, and now you've got to ask, is it time to TP back, or do you give this one up and go over to the last map of Krakoa as the frag feed begins to fill with red? But blood starts pumping in the audience. Los Angeles' hometown heroes have come back.
Na'Vi, give it up. Don't try and go for a portal. There wasn't really a good opportunity in order to do it. But the fact that Team Liquid Citadel win that and they have a Royal Flush just in the back pocket ready to go for Cooper is a really good sign for them. Clearly, it shows how much prevalence goes into these first engagements and taking the point first. And with triple strategists, getting any eliminations when people can get set up in position. Certainly, Polly, I think he was eliminated once. Once we did actually see Team Liquid Citadel taking Cradle, it's just hard for Na'Vi to find the picks. And Jerky's, the storm looked a little bit more subtle, I suppose. It was a light sleet on the roads, I suppose, but no changes for composition so far at the very least.
So I think we've been on the worst map for Penny and the best map for Penny on Krakoa, and now the mid map for Penny. Question is, will Polly be able to once again make these shenanigans work? You can see they've selected the Black Panther team up here as well, which gives them a lot of fragging power on those off angles and survivability off the Vibranium shield.
I mean, when it comes to Polly, you sort of know if it's Captain America, but the mechanics are incredibly set. It's where these first engagements are going to exactly come from in the end. It seems that the plan for the Team Liquid Citadel is to flank all the way around to the objective, take this little high ground, basically set up stall with as much of the Penny utility as you can.
Yeah, just creating this safety net for your backline as well. So of course those cyber webs do heal and speed boost. Any of your allies could find themselves on top of them. And Cooper, that's the Raging Royal Flush here, which could be everything that TLC need for their first fight.
And they've already sort of bullied off a lot of space, actually set up a very aggressive hold, just a bit of a fortress now for Na'Vi to break, and the Royal Flush is going to send them right into the back line of Na'Vi.
The persistence go time, and Energy's inclined to agree, but does disengage. They get shut down by Jerky. Revenge is found onto a primary counter, but Rajaro can't get anything off the back of the Meteor M, and now maybe a little bit touch too far forward. Team Liquid Citadel are cut in two, and Veswar can't receive any healing, so Na'Vi once again have battened down the hatches and found their opening.
And that was Liquid taking the point first, right? They only got to single digits of 8%. It's going to be matched now. But Liquid Citadel, they had the Royal Flush, you got energy bringing up the bracket impact as the regeneration domains using those Loki clones to go up. So the fact that Jerky was able to get that pick was key to making sure that Na'Vi could turn that fight. Not off of an ultimate, just off one of the best flex players in the world.
His flexibility has been such a key towards Na'Vi's success recently. Veswar wants to open. Speedless going to make sure that anyone who's grabbed by this ultimate is going to be blasted down too sweet by the Rage of Ultron, but Fate answers both of those with a singular, and Poly's found on the off angle again. This is the same problem that they had on the Quiet Council Zone, but traded out for Rajaro, who overextended a touch, was pulled in by Nero. Great flex play around the outside, and Energy's looking for their opening. Spots Terra, might be calling up an Apex Predator to come in from the other side. Still level 1 Crook, feels the pressure, knows that it's time to use the invisible boundary, but Team Liquid Citadel aren't really committed to this.
Yeah, they just have to hold on to the point. So the copies come over. Na'Vi now have a window where no strategist ultimates are going to be able to keep people going, but if they need to clear stuff out, the Omega Hurricane's going to be the thing to blow on through.
Try and wait for a Nero here. Over focused fire into the wall and down for Drain. Trust me and Jerky combine to get rid of a strategist ultimate, but still Team Liquid Citadel have plenty of talent on the field as level 1 Crook falls on down and Terror begins to work around the margins. Na'Vi are in control, but Team Liquid Citadel threatening a flip here. You've got to get on top of energy, get rid of the primary threat. Trust me's already been taken down. Rotters turn on one side and a Monster Piercer on the other. Just a quick flip away there from Terror. Can get healed up inside of a spawn room as well as the reinforcement came through from Jerky. And you can see that Penny is stuck up on the outside of that portal, making it so perilous to try and disembark.
Liquid have been winning this fight for the last 30 seconds, but Na'Vi have just had a toe on the objective. Now more ultimates have to be dedicated in order to try to flip it, but it's just at 95%. It means that Na'Vi don't have the portal for a potential final fight, but finally Team Liquid Citadel actually get off the point. The right focuses as well. The dive that went in onto level 1 Crook, but it's the fact that Na'Vi go, okay, we're losing this fight. We need to spread out, isolate one step at a time, just keep the stall going. But now they need to find an opening.
Energy needs to be the hero for the Americas here. Has the most impactful ultimate, the Kraken impact to try and keep Na'Vi at bay. On the other side, Rajaro ready to take to the skies with the Meteor M.
Poly, Spider Sweepers would be a great way to just make it hard for Na'Vi to set up with these ultimates to go in for the fight. It's going to be the silent seduction from Veswar to start. Meteor M to counter.
Spider Sweeper begins. Rajaro takes to the sky once. Poly will find Poly. And Cooper's taken down on the other side. Energy thinks it's winnable. One reset into the next level 1 Crook has another clone set up until the doppelgangers will provide more for Energy. But all they can do is flee away into the loving arms of Speedily. They need the healing they need for Drone. Na'Vi flip the point in their favor. Veswar's trying his best to keep it contested, but Terra's right there going up against his former region saying, nah, mate, I left for a reason. Terra brings them in with the Apex Predator. Nero has an invisible boundary and will have to step there by themselves, but Fate shuts it down, and Na'Vi take the map off Liquid Citadel.
The domination runs end 26-1 for the top team from Americas. Na'Vi sweating a little bit in some of those areas, but it was the fact that Poly went for the portal play, immediately stepped out. Glortrox sweeped him straight past off of the objective, and an MVP from the Magneto, the one-sided Magneto, that Na'Vi wanted to put that pressure on with Rajaro, and he was an underrated performance of Grand Finals. Obviously, the MVP going over to Sparker with VP's win there, but showing that that front line is ready and waiting to take the crown and keep the crown for mid-season finals.
Looking at our stats here, Jerky walking away with the most final blows, most of them being on that Storm. The great focus fire from Trust Me and Jerky to dive into Nero's invisible boundary in the midst of those fights as well. Use the Carbon Crush, use the Omega Hurricane, kick them into the wall. Too much burst damage to sustain through a singular strategist. It was fantastic target focus and shows just why Na'Vi are probably the favorite team here.
Especially with that kind of performance, Team Liquid Citadel going for what a lot of people are talking about, like scrims. It's pretty much prevalent. It has been. We've talked about that now because the majority of teams were scrimming, sat in the audience. So this has been their lives when it comes to like trying to make this composition work, see if there's any counters to it. And the answer for Storm is a pretty good one when it comes to some of the convoy and convergence maps that we have to go to now. There hasn't been many instances that Team Liquid Citadel have been on the back foot and had a map to choose from, But now they can't go to domination. It is a best of 5. We'll have to see that a little bit later on potentially. But you're looking at the likes of Central Park. You're looking at potential Yggdrasil like they picked up against Rad, or Spider Islands like they've done against Swamp. You have to go for something a little bit different, but Na'Vi is very clearly studied on their opponent in this one.
Yeah, Yggdrasil definitely seems like it might be the pick here, as it is a specialist map of Team Liquid. So there is a stopgap. Of course, this is going to be a longer series, a best of 5, Ryan, and so there's plenty of time to work your specialties and try and find your edges of the primary opponent.
I think you have to sort of look at the draft as well. You see with the highlights just what kind of characters were banned out in the end. The Team Liquid Citadel didn't have access to the Magneto. It's been a common protect. Even in that case, like, it was a one-sided gambit in favor of Team Liquid Citadel. Now they were sort of forced away. They managed to get the Loki, they stopped the Rocket. They just tried to take as much potency out of the triple strategist. And even with the likes of Invis and Gambit alongside an Ultron, it just didn't feel like it was enough. Now they were finding all the eliminations they needed, even when Team Liquid Citadel had control of the objective itself. Those moments, it's really hard to find a pick, and now they were doing it.
Look at our stats page there. It was a very low casualty game. All of our players playing their disengages very well, but often that meant the point was seeded in Convoy. Yggdrasil Path, as predicted, is going to be the stopgap measure here for Team Liquid Citadel to try and bring themselves back in.
It's a 4-win, 0 losses. So even though the game mode, I suppose, of Convoy, there's been a couple of drops for Team Liquid. None have really come in recently, right? You're looking at like pre-season. It was Jolly that they lost against Rad for the mid-season finals, like first preliminary game. But everything else is just a little bit like, in fact, looking at it, it pretty much is. Convoy is fairly good at them. Only dropping like Spider Islands to Swamp twice, but in the last 3 attempts, the Swamp have tried to pick that map against them. It's gone Liquid's way.
Did you say how many times Team Liquid Citadel have dropped to domination? I'm pretty sure they were like 24-0.
26-0. There's 26-1 now.
Oh.
But you have to, like, you know, honeymoon periods can last quite a while, but it's always about like, okay, they have to lose a domination at some point soon, right? Yes. Right? Like, it feels like one of those kind of moments. But I think it's just that, like, for Na'Vi, they've got so much, like, drive. Even if you were looking at, like, Na'Vi during the playoffs, they were playing on boot camp, and you got one of the minds that leads this team of Trust Me, one of the main vanguards, in between maps where, you know, Fate's on his phone, playing with, like, a koala plushie or whatever the hell it was. Trust Me's, like, in aim trainers, and he's coming up with, like, tools on making sure that he knows the cooldown of a lot of abilities. And certainly with all of the team-ups, he's the most, like, studied, but he's making sure that his mechanics are up to speed. Usually sort of known for the Deadpool Vanguard, right? But there hasn't been many opportunities for that. You have to imagine, we also saw him be one of the first to really bring out the penny before the team-up changes came in. Stage 1 playoffs, there were little bits of it, and certainly going on to, like, Convoy maps like this, I would imagine that now they have to put a bit more stock in the penny themselves in comparison to what we saw in Domination.
Yeah, Domination can be a very movement-intensive game mode, which can force Penny to struggle a little bit. We saw what Polly was often caught while trying to find those off angles for the Penny to elucidate that pressure from. But on Convoy, where your defenses can be a lot more static, you can get a lot more value out of that. And you've got to wonder how legit the coach or one of the coaches of Team Liquid Citadel is going to modulate the draft heading into map number 2 to try and get rid of some of the big forces that were powerful on the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, legit RC and Gator, I think, have been with the team from the very beginning, but the black suited player, or coach even, of Shu, he only just joined for stage 1.
Yeah, he's a newbie.
And like, yeah, he was at TSM, which didn't go well, so he came back into the region for EMEA. And sort of looking at it now, it's like he is more the mediator, as one of the main complaints, I suppose, for Na'Vi was like the internal struggle. Certainly with Terra coming on, everybody had an opinion on the team on how to play it. Shez's job is to basically mediate and make sure that everybody comes onto the same page. And that's exactly what Na'Vi have been able to do on Domination. There's the plan there. And going off the draft, Team Liquid Citadel still going for the Ultron first protect. The worry, I suppose, is if you go for the Penny protect, you sort of lock in that composition. And we saw Speedily playing amazingly on the likes of Storm against Rad. He won't have that freedom to actually play that sort of flex duelist role if he's stuck on Ultron Jail.
That's true. And Ultron Jail definitely does seem to be beckoning. Mantis and Loki ceded away to both teams. Question is, do Na'Vi want to make a play for one-sided Magneto here as well? They've already protected it to make sure that Rajro has the Chaos Greatsword in his back pocket, but they can also try and ban away that Penny, admittedly. Of how many times Polly went down, far more than any of the rest of the team, maybe Penny is something that they kind of want to beckon Liquid Citadel into playing.
The Storm Protect is a good one. Rocket's been banned out. You know, triple strategists, again, Adam goes up higher in the rankings, as does Loki when you have these game modes. with a Penny Protect. So this is like the game plan for Team Liquid Citadel, maybe across the whole series, maybe across the rest of today. The Penny Protect means that something else needs to be banned out. So it is the one-sided Magneto again, pretty much looking exactly the same as the last draft, just the order a little bit different. Team Liquid Citadel sticking to their guns.
I mean, it's a great ban against Team Liquid Citadel. Like, we've been talking to the Americas talent. Like, Cozy's like, oh, this is the best mag in the world. And admittedly, maybe he is.
We just don't get to see it, which is also like the handy part of it. Like, Veswer unfairly made this Team Liquid Citadel team better. We were talking about it yesterday, of just like they were pretty dominant during preseason, and then they suddenly add in another player, and it's just like fair trade routes. They seem to come in like this should not be allowed. Stop building up on this.
Na'Vi going to be defending first. Defending with the damage, which is certainly an interesting layup. We often see the triple-triple here with 3 strategists and 3 vanguards, but I haven't really seen much defensive Storm thus far.
I mean, it's probably expecting that composition to come out. Some hero switch-ups for Liquid Citadels. Speedily is going to be on the Black Cat to begin with, but mostly probably to just perch on top of the window to see exactly what's going to be out on the defense. But I would imagine he'd see the Storm and go, okay, we need to go for something else. Energy actually switching over from the Punisher. He's going to actually like go over towards the Bucky, hoping to catch some pigeons out of the sky, as you've probably seen the Storm on the other side now, but Speedily back on the Ultron.
Yep, back on the Ultron. Has good air-to-air combat. The Encephalo Ray is hit scan and can deliver some serious damage.
Already a lot of respect sort of given up in the end, but the composition almost looking pretty much identical, but Fate having access to the Gambit this time. Trust me, he's the first to go down and might want to switch over towards the Strange to force out more fights this early, because right now it's uncontested. This first checkpoint, which can almost hold for like 2 minutes in itself, that first corner, gone.
But a bit of a trust me is called the disengage heroes. I don't want to move over to the Strange just yet, and instead we'll just manually recontest with the remainder of the team. But Team Liquid Citadel doing a good job here of just controlling all the space, and this lets Polly get set up too.
That's the problem, right, with the Penny. It's like, okay, you want to give us this space? Now retaking it is going to be a lot harder, certainly this early on when there's no ults.
Yeah, getting through here with no ult is going to be so difficult. Both the Vanguards just being kicked into the wall continuously, and it's so hard to deliver the healing. In fact, as to be the invisible boundary, Radro still goes down through all of that, and Na'Vi are going to have to try and do this on demand with Fate already falling low, stunned on the outside. Speedly's there with the finisher, and Team Liquid Citadel look like they are absolutely back. They weren't defeated on the first map. They were simply enraged.
Are they going to go for the portal to try to contest this, or is it similar to Rad? Like, they might be able to just get there in the end, because Na'Vi yet again managed to stall out for a good amount of time, even looking to win the fight. Jerky found Cooper.
Cooper was found, and Rajaro's coming back as well. Has the Gamma team up, uses it to blast away Veswer. And you know what? The Team Liquid Citadel are also in for a penny, in for a pound on this one. Energy looking to TP back, but might decide to just give it away, and this could be a generational fumble.
I mean, it was also just a good read from Na'Vi. So many teams might panic to go for the Strange ultimate now. Glartrox is going to be used to get anybody else fighting for Citadel as they dedicate for the Strange portal themselves.
Attempted cleanse comes on through. Speedly's doing so much damage right now, and Polly's activated their team up. What can Rajaro do against all of these assembled Ultron drones empowered by Cooper? Na'Vi finally taken off the point.
Fantastic read for Liquid Citadel. Na'Vi sort of played the timings perfectly with being able to stall it with the Strange. But seeing exactly how Na'Vi want to adjust as we have the Razor listening to see how this defense is going to hold on second.
Possible to push past this chocolate as well. I think we will. We're ahead.
Breaking mine's gone.
Use 1v1.
Yeah, keep walking there. Keep walking. Take this. Help her. I use anything.
Keep walking. Going back. Good squad. Walk over. Walk. Pull.
I use team up. Jackie, then I can get
Take it. I hit. Energy one.
It's lost.
Energy on the comms, but it's all energy on the field right now, looking absolutely brutal on the Bucketh and Barnes.
Like that happens to us as well. Energy won. He wasn't. He was full health, so it happens even on the bigger stages like this. But now they try to go in for the aggressive walk, as we heard, with the Royal Flush and then the Omega Hurricane. The Liquid Citadel disengage, go in for the fight themselves, and set up poised nicely with a Kraken impact on the way for Energy.
Energy's going fishing. Won't find anything this time. The Sonic Aegis drafted up by Trust Me to block that one out, and a big pull in. They want Energy so bad. They know where the carry is. And you can see that Raja are just doing their best to avoid the Carbon Crush. Team Liquid Citadel have kind of been penned into the corner here. They've got plenty of cover to work with. What they don't have is control of the objective.
A Meteor M could certainly fall into that hallway and find quite a lot in the end as Terra's fighting up against his old region, seeing if he can find the connections, but find himself right in the middle of an invisible boundary.
Rajaro looking to try and get the dunk once. Polly finds Polly and then draws out the great sword. The disengage from Liquid Citadel is going to be rather fast here as they know that they've lost position on this point. They're going to have to try and cook this engagement again.
It's the same idea, though. Liquid Citadel pull them back, stretch out Navi's defense. They go in for the aggressive play. Rage of Ultron Royal Flush to combo. It forces out Crook with the invisible boundary to just hold on to this corner.
Good from Lights on the other side. Energy, do you dare try and commit to this one? Unfortunately, not really able to get any Kraken impact debuffs, and so won't be finding any resets, even though Terra fell down on the other side of the one. Crook also going to be equally unlucky. Up comes the Psionic Grab, and so too does Veswa rise above Rajaro.
There was so much focus that went in onto stopping Energy, so much damage. That's why he paused with that Kraken's impact. And even so, trust me, put a perfect little shield down for Emma Frost to stop those debuffs going in, to stop any resets coming through. But Liquid Citadel having enough about them, push to the second checkpoint with 3.5 minutes left to get to third.
That's twice now for Liquid Citadel. Done a sort of bait and switch with the Gambit boosted Ultron ultimate. Now Fate going to try and find some space here for Na'Vi. Admittedly, Team Liquid Citadel haven't really committed to this, and so all Na'Vi are going to get off the back of their Gambit is space.
This is what Liquid Citadel have been so good at, though. Every time Na'Vi use something aggressively, they just walk back, and then they come in with a counterattack. This time, a Psionic Seduction, it forces out the Omega Hurricane that's trying to pull apart Team Liquid Citadel. But this is front to back, forwards and backwards from this attacking side.
Omega Hurricane can't get that much. Potential stuns coming through, but trust me, is mostly avoided. And a missed Carbon Crush from Veswa means that they're going to have to play a little bit more cowed for now. Pulled on in very deep by the Invisible Woman. Veswa just gets blown up. Spinning kick into the wall. The burst is too much to comprehend. And Na'Vi will be able to continue holding this doorway.
Jerky with a team up from 4 means that it's pretty much hit scan shots from Jerky and Terra. And now it's just slim pickings. There's no ultimates to build on the side of Terra. Apex Predators more about the positioning, but Liquid Citadel forced all the way back. Composition staying roughly the same, but you have to sort of find some way to actually push from this. A minute wasted of the 3.5 that was given to Liquid Citadel on third.
Jerky playing pretty reserved right now. As you said, the hit scan shots do mean that they do have to get very close. Here comes Speedly, moving in first with the Rage of Ultron, going to be answered by level 1 Crook. This means that Nero's going to have a slightly later ultimate inside of these cylinders. Na'Vi are going to be at a disadvantage, and Polly's going to make sure that the space is very much in their favor by using the Spider Sweeper. Out comes the Glartrox. Goodbye to Cooper, but Energy still believes it to be winnable. Came up with a Kraken impact. Terra's falling low, trying to hide away for now, stopping themselves from getting reset upon them. While Energy will find their man, they will not find their reset.
And it was off the back of Liquid Citadel dedicating that Spider Sweeper. Polly's the last to go down, just with that extra little bit of sustain whilst he goes for the ult. But immediately it was just Polly uses the ultimate, trust me, just runs over and Carbon crushes him, CCs, and from that point on, Team Liquid Citadel looking very split on this attack. Another minute wasted, 90 seconds left to go.
Raging Royal Flush, good to go. And Team Liquid Citadel certainly are ready to rage already. Rajaro's gone on down. Fate tried to rescue them from a briny grave, but Team Liquid Citadel finding everything they want here. Fate goes in deep. Fine, I'll do it myself. And while Polly may well fall, the rest of that Na'Vi have been victimized by Liquid Citadel.
Finally get stuff moving. You're not stuck pretty much just shy of your own spawn. Pushing third can be really hard here. Energy wants to try to close up and push the distance exactly halfway to having the ultimate, and with the team up with Elsa, has some instinct to bring down some of the cooldowns and a drone for measure.
Omega Hurricane good to go, and no defensive prowess to work with, but that's a huge pull onto Terra. Follow-up's not there. Omega Hurricane threatens to make landfall. You can't really disengage from it due to the Gambit team up, but all of the focus fire gets rid of Jerky. 1 for 1, the trades are uneven thus far, but it seems like Na'Vi have all the ground and pound that they need right now to keep this one going. Down the narrow corridor, it's easy control for Trust Me, and so Team Liquid Citadel are forced to give up the space and go back to a drawing board.
You can look at Rajaro again over on the Magneto, the Bulwarks, just really enhancing that team up for Fate on the Gambit, but Liquid Citadel forcing themselves forward with the Psionic Seduction, Rage of Ultron in hand as overtime is about to loom, and one at a time Na'Vi is starting to drop. One final fight.
They're always baiting so perfectly. Spilly's going to wish that maybe they got rid of those 2 escaping members of Na'Vi.
Seeing if there's a chance here, Rage of Ultron might just be peppered on the door. How do you even get out if you're Na'Vi? You're just pretty much locked in house arrest.
Oh yeah, this is not looking very easy. Level 1 Crook instantly gets evaporated, disintegrated, disappear, they screamed. And Liquid Citadel said, you're right, actually. And we're very keen to see that happen. Rajaro can't make it to the cart, and Team Liquid Citadel stake their claim on Yggdrasil Path.
Consistently pushing themselves forward. 0 seconds remaining, but a push all the way to the end. You're certainly going to take that if you're Team Liquid Citadel. And now you might be able to actually find something more with the triple strategist. You're losing out on some of the bigger elements with stuff like, you know, the rocket. Loki was banned out early. It's consistently taken out there in these positions. Makes you a little bit hopeful, I suppose, if you're Team Liquid Citadel, to just find the gaps in order to make this triple strategist hold. But no be right backs, no counter revivals means that you don't really have many errors allowed to keep those fights going on first.
In TLC, it seems like most of their success have been off the back of some very, very smart disengagement baits. And then having a means to damage boost to try and turn the tides on an overextending player who really wants to find those staggers, whether it be speedily using the Ultron drones on everybody, using their team up with the Penny, and then turning that into a big damage boost for everybody who remains on the field, or a Gambit ultimate from Cooper to make sure that you could outspeed anyone who tries to flee in reverse. The baits have been so strong, and Na'Vi have fallen for them multiple times.
On the subject of Liquid Citadel's defense, the last 3 games that they've played on it, and it's 4-0 for them, the last 3 wins were full holds. So it's one of these areas where, like, this first defense is usually where Team Liquid Citadel look the strongest, but they have less of the tools to make it happen.
Well, the Storm maybe a little bit stronger on the offense here, where you can continually take your turns with the Lightning Aura being amplified. The weather control is going to be a very important thing to look at here. Energy already took a bunch of damage, but it would appear that Veswa's been able to dodge away.
Been one of the few best of 5 series with like the least hero switches. Everybody's pretty much been playing the same copy and paste template. The Liquid Citadel, this was their whole game plan. They have to try and make it work on one of the strongest maps to make it work.
Oh, the Spider-Man Nest just makes it so hard to try and live here. Jerky's going to be doing more damage through the inflamed Guardian shield given over by Johnny Storm, but without Terra, Na'Vi a little bit toothless on the attack right now.
And see how much pressure has been created from Liquid Citadel. Polly finds himself a nice pick onto Fate. We even heard from the listening, like the call-outs for the team up, and that's going to be the one, the main one for Polly over on the Penny. Basically makes us bullets hit scan, cleans people up, has it in hand, but not quite needing to use it just yet, as right now Liquid are holding.
Nasty collection of vines you can see on your screen right there. If anyone steps too far in, they are sure to be blown to smithereens, Ryan.
So Na'Vi's just trying to churn up and build these ultimates a lot faster, and with triple strategists being on the defense, it does mean that that healing is sort of spreading out the ultimates, but it has allowed Cooper to go for the Royal Flush first.
To replace the off angle, could get the anti-heal as well. Just going to have a quick cleanse onto themselves and disengage inside of level 1 Crook's play here. But now Fate is going to find their opening. 13% away, it's not going to be with Terra though. Na'Vi have already lost so much, they cannot commit to this one. Team Liquid Citadel have aggression in their hearts and they refuse to yield.
It's just the 2 strategist ultimates, the third one's just built up, but that's the beauty of the Ultron. The rage of Ultron Ultimate is you can just pepper it pretty much on anything to give yourself an advantage. It was the invisible boundary used in the end for level 1 Crook to keep that fight going. And it's a bit weird seeing level 1 Crook over on the Invis and then Fate on the Gambit. Usually it's the other way around, but these are the 2 most flexible players in the world.
Incredibly flexible, and Na'Vi now have all the tools they need to try and stop this one. The question is, what can Team Liquid Citadel do to kite out this Gambit ultimate? Here we go, Omega Hurricane boosted up and also going to be going into the invisible boundary. The damage from Jerky could be overwhelming, but Nero's more than happy to try and deal with this one. Trust me, he's already fallen on down. Na'Vi have used almost all of their resources, and yet they find nothing but pain and suffering at the hands of Liquid Citadel. Terra can't even get out of dodge, and neither can his teammates. Na'Vi are stumped.
And a pristine composition working as intended for Team Liquid Citadel. Cooper finding himself the first blood in that fight, and he's one of the strategists with the most final hits per 10 minutes. He is just absolutely scrappy, not afraid to get involved in these engagements, and Energy wants to try to add to his numbers.
No grab fan right there. The Glartrox in return is going to try and control Energy, but there's no follow-up, and so it's an easy disengage. Veswa activates the bait, moves around the outside, but the Vanguards from Na'Vi strike on back, and Cooper has been slain. Speedley's down as well. All the healing is going to have to come from Nero, but he's just one man. He's trying to keep everybody up. The disengagement, just move over to the card to keep it stalled.
And Energy, because everybody's gone down the Sip tab, and they can get the right player over on the Strange to go for the portal play. Don't think anybody's going to really have the chance to go and sort of close it down, but they're going to scout it out in RV. Pretty much final fight potentially on this objective. Energy jumping in, ready to set the team up for another hold.
They have the time, they have the space, but Rajro is already closing down the gaps. And trust me, isolated here, overextended, the healing couldn't come their way. And now how do you get these Vanguards away from the objective? Trust me is not there to strike fear far into their hearts, and Jerky seems to just be lunch buffet for Team Liquid Citadel. Speedily still going to hang out with the Rage of Ultron, ready to go.
Somebody have to actually swap to be able to try to touch, because now there's 15 seconds left, and this distance, Liquid Citadel up in the sky, Speedily can actually see everybody, knows exactly when it's coming in. The Rage of Ultron's coming down.
And now forcing out that invisible boundary away from the cart. Cooper knows that it's just a moment of time that the Team Liquid Citadel need. Terra's already been taken down and no one's there to touch! Even with the Raging Royal Flush, it was just a celebratory flash of the cards. Team Liquid Citadel even us up.
Whilst domination streak has ended for Team Liquid Citadel, it's 5-0 in Yggdrasil. It really is their home ground. Might want to rely on it a little bit later on if they can get either into the grand finals of BO7 or in the losers bracket if they lose here. But tying us up in this best of 5, it shows that Team Liquid still have hands in these cases, and Na'Vi not quite having the answers this time when it comes to the draft to stop that Penny Ultron composition. Absolutely blow them out on the defense.
Yeah, now we've got to wonder, like, is it time to put a ban towards that Penny? It felt like Na'Vi, they had an answer. They had the answer on domination, but domination's not Penny's greatest type. It's too mobile. When you're in this static first point hold on Yggdrasil path, where Penny can just stay still, be in her fortress, be in the Citadel, that's where she's at her strongest.
It does mean as well that the likes of Na'Vi have convergence to choose a map from, so there's a couple of options, but I want to hear what the desk have to think of not only of what we've seen so far, but what we're about to see for map 3.
The 1 in 26 and 1. And yet, we have more ones as our series sits all tied up. A very interesting point brought up by our casters here, Shib. We're seeing a little bit of some interesting protections and bans, but Vulnerable, I'll ask you first here. We're seeing the Penny being prioritized a lot by Polly, but also the Storm is making an appearance here.
What's so interesting about that Penny that you mentioned here, Tetcher, is that Team Liquid Citadel weren't hiding their strategies about that. They played against YWL on stream for Vespa, and they were still able to showcase how strong it was. So now seeing it here on LAN from Polly, and they've been unleashed. The second save from it, very effective.
Yeah, I think Paulie, he was funny. He was mentioning, I want to work on this hero. I'll tell you what, Paulie gets it now on Penny. Even playing Penny on attack, commanding space. You and I were talking, bud. You just see Paulie take and own, essentially like reverse spawn switching with it on the attack and constantly allowing his team to play way up in space. Super well done.
Polly has been a player who has basically legendarily become that almost target to ban character. Whether it was Captain America now or Penny Parker appearing here, do you both think it is time to maybe see Penny Parker taken away from him?
I think it needs to be because of how effective it is. But we also got to talk about the rest of the team here, right? Energy MVP so far, popping up every single map. 12 finals in that last one, and 12 in the first one, too.
We got to talk about the characters that are really enabling that ship. We're seeing Elsa, Widow, Bucky as like these huge priorities, and Energy is kind of goated on all of them.
Yeah. And so is Terra, I would argue. But no, it's really cool to see. I mean, the question I've been curious about is when does Widow come into play? And what I'm noticing now is I think it has to be map specific. And outside of that, the Bucky and Elsa have just been the priority. But we got to see some very strong Bucky Elsa play here. That being said, Jerky, though, on the Storm, I think TLC's doing a pretty decent job managing that. What do you think, bud?
Yeah, I mean, Jerky on map 1 was the most slays that we saw out of any player. It was 10 finals compared to Terra's 7. We actually had 9 from Energy on that map. But actually, the ban line changed a little bit towards the end for this Convoy map. Adam was more of a prioritization for the ban instead of the Gambit. They let that through for Fate because they know how lethal he is on it.
Adam has been a very instrumental character throughout a lot of these series, in particular on Convoy maps, where we did also see it a little bit on Domination. But when you are trying to stop your opponents from pushing on, you need to make sure that there's someone on the objective. And if you have no one alive, no one's on the objective. Adam fixes that problem. Looking at some of these statistics, Fate, we already mentioned it, staying very safe in the backline. Only went down 6 times, but look at Cooper and Nero. Only went down 4 times, and Nero only went down 1 time on the backline that game.
And the major call out too, if you're talking about Cooper, 7 finals on the Gambit there. One of the strongest backline players in the game, but then going in and playing aggro, those 4, only getting KO'd 4 times while still being that aggressive is a testament to some high skill.
This is the first map this entire event that Na'Vi have dropped. So we saw, some struggles before from Team Liquid Citadel against Rad on the Hall of Dajalia Convergence map, but This is the first time Na'Vi have bled, and now they're going to get angry, rage out like the Hulk, and see what they can do from here.
What can they do from here? We, of course, know that they have to go to Convergence next. They've already played Convoy. They've already played Domination. And we'll be heading to Shibuya. Shibuya. What you got for me?
It's a very, you know what, in this map particularly, I think we're going to see some very bunkered up comp. But the weird thing is, triple's fine here. And I think this is all right for TLC. I'm not saying this is necessarily a strength for them, but this is the map pick here from Na'Vi, obviously. But I don't think it is a major advantage in their book.
Yeah, I think they've been figuring out a strat to use here, right? I think this is the first time we've seen Shin Shibuya all events, at least from Na'Vi as well. This is also their first counter pick too, because as we mentioned before, they haven't dropped the map. So nobody really knows what their game plan is going to be when it comes to a loss and bouncing back from that. So I'm assuming we're going to see some Daredevil in some capacity, especially because of how strong Dive is on this map as well. Luna Snow might be a priority too for that Snowflake.
It's the map that was brought back in 2026. It was a very stressful map to push. It has a huge choke point on that first objective, which a lot of teams will literally open up with Portal to wrap around, making it Strange massively jumps up in priority. But when the bans are already this choked up, it's very hard to deal with. We also see high priorities on Punisher for defense back in Season 0, and even Flyers can sometimes control the air around that first choke point.
Speaking of Flyers, we've had the Battle of the Flyers so far, right? In the first bans, and also for our Flex Duelists, we have the Ultron typically going one-sided for Team Liquid Citadel, and then on the other end, it has been the Storm coming through. But the Magneto, I don't know if it's been as effective as it typically has been in recent history.
Yeah, I'm noticing that as well. I mean, it's crazy here because Team Liquid Citadel are getting like the exact same layout they got last time.
Yeah.
Curious if Na'Vi just feels more comfortable on this map. But granted, Yggdrasil is just such a TLC map, so this now going in Na'Vi's favor could change the tone.
Guys, we gave them the penny again. What are we doing? I mean, Polly is so good on it, especially at the first point here. You could set up some good traps as well, but I feel like maybe with the more open areas, you could teleport in towards the back area as well. That might be a game plan for Na'Vi.
We're going to get a mag, yeah.
They will not have the full triple setup, though, with that Adam Warlock, Ultron, and Penny. They only have 2 of those key Infinity Stones for that hyper defensive comp here, but it is going to be 2 that team up very well with, of course, Ultron gaining that team up from Penny, allowing him to drone the entire team.
I think the rocket save here is crucial, right? It's been banned every time before now as well, and I feel like that was a huge comfort pick for Fate. Didn't go down a single time on Krakoa against VP, and the Storm ban, because it's not saved, they might have a different composition in line here.
I want to get your takes. Who do you think wins the ban phase here? I got to go TLC.
I think it's kind of 50-50 a little bit, but I'm headed towards TLC as well.
I think Storm's been so instrumental for breaking these penny comps. Taking it away could be key. So I think it might be TLC. Let's see what our casters think as we're going to head back over to take us into map number 3.
Thank you, guys. We've never seen Na'Vi play Shin Shibuya, so of course they want to bring it out now. A little bit of the change, I suppose, as Gambit only in a handful of times has been completely amiss from the draft phase. Probably one of the strongest elements in the meta. I think the crown goes to Mantis at this point when you're banning her out this much. But it allows Fate to also be on the Rocket. They wanted to protect that, which means that the Storm wasn't protected, which means that that option that Na'Vi wanted to go for against like the Ultron Penny composition, not on the field.
Yeah, it's a secret weapon or 2 potentially here from Na'Vi. One of the underrated aspects of this Ultron Penny composition as well is that, well, just going back to your regular ranked matches, Penny does make it very difficult for any of those melee duelists to exist for a long time, be it the Black Cat or the Daredevil, and that saves so much from the ban phase that you'd usually have to consider about Jerky.
Get to see our first little bit of Black Widow for the day, at the very least, as Terra is looking to be going out open on it. Na'Vi sticking to this like 2-2-2. Triple strategists continuing as the composition for Team Liquid Citadel looking almost identical to how it's looked so far today.
America's love triple strategists, you know how it is. Terra at this range is going to be able to put down a huge amount of damage. But remember, the Poly's also going to be affording passive healing onto Vezwa here as well via those spiderwebs.
It's now a case of just holding on to this objective, seeing the oldest 2 maps in the game played one after the other. You just saw Shibuya. You're not going to see the Royal Palace at all, as it's not in the circuit. But right now, Liquid Citadel just trying to adjust where Navi's coming in through the terrain to make sure that this choke doesn't get too pescuous. but they're sort of in and out trying to get into position because they're taking a lot of this poke damage in the neutral.
Oh, that's a big pull in, but Jerky gets aggressive, goes in for a Trooper's Fist of his own. Now Vespa going to try and run him down. Indeed, the extra bounce back from Cooper's team up was absolutely imperative there, but this is what you get when Fate has the rocket. The Battle Recall Beacon returns Jerky to the fray.
I mean, when the drafts and the compositions look similar, you have to look at the macro a bit more, and the positioning of these Vanguards of both sides are going to be key. Vespa in the perfect position to just keep Trust Me and Rasharo pretty much on the back foot. Even with the one-sided mag, there's only so much damage they can take.
All right, level 1 Croc has put up the Gambit. Ultimate's going to drive all of Na'Vi forward. They've already found energy there. Jerky managing to win out against their counterpart, and Vespa's fallen as well. Team Liquid Citadel already contemplating the re-engage off the back of a Strange.
Yeah, but it's going to be a little bit late in the day. Perhaps his energies don't want to sort of switch over. Somebody needs to try to come in and touch, and it's sort of forced out from Polly. He gets eliminated. There's now just every single player that can get on as the portal is going to allow a re-engage, but everybody else is dropping.
Eyes on Cooper, though, 86% of the way towards a Raging Royal Flush. Trust Me goes down, but it's instantly brought back yet again by the Battle Recall Beacon, going in one after the other. Polly is back already, and the tenacity of Dr. Strange is not enough to try and make this one work. Now Cooper sees an opening, dragging everybody forward. Terra wants to be the primary target here, and Cooper's giving themselves a damage boost. Jerky going to be the next one to fall. Vespa sets up the shield and begins to charm all those who dare show themselves to the White Queen. Rajaro is tempted by the pretty lady. The same here for Terra, who peeked a touch too long, stared into the sun, and had their eyes burned out by Vespa.
Clever boy Vespa using the jump pad to make the Sonic Seduction be a siren song from the skies. Pulls the Vanguards in, and Na'Vi forced to reset. The portal play was looking a little bit dicey, but these kind of moments Liquid Citadel are living for on stage.
Na'Vi now have their engager, though. They still have the Cosmic Gun Amplifier and save 5 ultimates overall.
You just don't have the Royal Flush, so you're going to take those trades in the end, but you're going to also have to take the hard route to actually get through onto the point. This forward hold with a minute left on the clock means it's a gauntlet for Na'Vi to even touch the point. Never mind take it.
Jerky's going to be looking for an opening here. The Barna Cook is one of the primary win conditions here for Na'Vi, but Speedily going to be getting aggressive once Fate real bad and Energy's there to finish it. Oh, what a body block there from Polly. But the invisible boundary has to be raised nonetheless, as Trust Me has also joined in on this one. A couple of charms. Terror on the outside is grabbed so many, but it would appear that Gladrox has been slain by those who remain uncontrolled. Stuck on the outside. Spider Sweeper activated. So much extra damage coming through, but the extra health that Polly's gained allows them to survive. And Team Liquid Citadel, they are all about the defense.
And Jerky was just trying to get that final hit in onto Polly, but when he has a drone on him and all of the other strategists turn to face him, Energy now is looking to see if he can get the tag in and set the Glowtrox up to scoop up all of Na'Vi with little time remaining.
And give a quick 3D peek. He's been known! Oh, all your secrets belong to Terra. And now Rajaro can roll on forward. Team Liquid Citadel back off. They're going to wait for as long as possible to get energy back as easily as they can. Big moves moving through from Jerky. There's the reset. Even more on the docket. They want to go after Vespa, looking for a cleanse. But all you can find is Polly and Na'Vi have finally broken down these hallowed walls.
I know we're in the City of Angels, but we're seeing a lot of characters take to the sky that don't usually. First, it was the Emma Frost with the jump pad, and then Jerky just parkouring his way across the streets of Shin Shibuya. Now Na'Vi actually able to at least get off of this first point on the attacking side. It's not going to be a full hold for Team Liquid Citadel, but this is the common area where things end on this defense. It's not often you see a team that pushes them beyond this. Maybe Swamp Gaming, or yeah, we lost at Cases, but that's been about it.
F1 Croc and Cooper now drawn even when it comes to the Raging Royal Flush. Vespa is going to be isolated on the bottom. It's going to be taking a bunch of damage. You can see the team up choose to try and force Vespa out of that, but Cooper's going to be active as well. Energy's fallen on down, went too far in. Anti-heal from Cooper getting active, but actually fleeing away. A Bayou Bash as for fear of Na'Vi is struck into the heart of Liquid Citadel, but still they're keeping this point contested. Vespa and Polly sacrificed their life force for it, and Cooper's forced to do the same, a twirl of a baton, but it's far from a party.
It was just that split. It felt like they went in on the Royal Flush. It was traded, watching it over from Cooper's perspective. You see everybody else just drop onto the low ground. Na'Vi is a full wrecking force. Take the split fight. Seeing if they can sort of take as much space up on this high ground, be back set up behind this corner, and because there's no Daredevil, there's no Black Cat, it means it's a pretty good perch position. It has to be Polly that actually has to clear up the space.
Rajaro doesn't have the Meteor Ram in time to try and deal with Speedly's damage. A perfect timing from the Flex Duelist as Terra's brought on back by the Resurrection. Vest was overextended. Extra damage from Fate. What is Energy ulting, bro? What is my boy seeing? Sub in green Energy right now because the Liquid Citadel need a hero and they don't have any ultimates. Nero was the closest and has gone down too early. Terra gets Ollie off the back of their own glass rocks, and Energy has to try and get involved himself. It's skeet shooting for Terra, and now they turn on a dime towards the back line of Team Liquid Citadel, who have been swept through on second.
This is a fight that clearly Team Liquid Citadel don't want to take, but Energy switching over towards the Bucky. Maybe got a bit too clever, I think, with the Apex Predator. Yep, you're coming around this corner. Nope, no, you're not. We'll see you on the main point. And Na'Vi will see them in the second area, the second checkpoint of Shin Shibuya. A full push would be crazy considering this is one of the hard maps to finish in the end. But having the ultimates that they have in hand means that Liquid Citadel might have more to deal with.
Citadel, built from the ground up, brick by boring brick, to be absolute masters of defense. The buildings seemingly in favor of Team Liquid Citadel right now, as Rajro finds many of their sword bashes taken to the wrong side. The heels of this one, they were eaten away. Rajro looks for a victim, is going to settle for two. Cooper and Energy are down, and Polly's going to be the next to join them. All Nero can do is move over onto a point, and Speedly's there as well, but Na'Vi get ever more distance.
They're going to push, they're going to be confident, and they can rely on Crook having in his back pocket a grand old card of that Royal Flush to maybe set this one to bed on the attacking side of Na'Vi. Liquid Citadel pretty much pushed onto the back foot, hoping to get a Royal Flush on early for Cooper. But right now, they just need to find some space and open it up because Na'Vi have the bottlenecks.
Timing here for Na'Vi. They've got a slight advantage when it comes to a Raging Royal Flush. Can they find an early opening? Energy's not going to be receiving Cooper's buffs. Another one, Crook's getting involved himself as well. Only a single frag towards the back as Jerky wants to play it safe. As we're taking so much damage. Terra's there on the side. Polly can't move forward. Needs to set up a defensive bastion instead. But right now, it's all hands on deck for Team Liquid Citadel. They do not have the biomass to make this one work. The range of Ultron, so much healing, but they just don't have the strength. They just don't have the weight, and they just don't have the players. Na'Vi, bring it home.
It's the first time we've seen Na'Vi on this map all year. First time we've obviously picked it, and immediately they're pushing on one of the oldest and hardest maps. It took a bit of a rest out of the main pool of maps that we've seen in Ignite. It came back earlier this year. Na'Vi choosing a perfect opportunity to bring it out. And seeing the final hits that are coming in, Terra's now starting to show up massively. But trust me, every time there's like a key pick, it's always him that's involved. He's leading the team from the front, and everybody's on the same wavelength. You've got to say for Jerky as well, looking to go for the Ultron himself, as it isn't going to be one-sided. And now, well, it's just going to be even the chance to go for the penny themselves. So if Na'Vi actually want to go for that composition, it is free and open to them. It's just you sort of expected them to just have an answer to it, but no, they're going, you've got a nice idea there, son. We're gonna sort of put our EMEA spin on it.
Yeah, that's a nice idea. It would be a shame if somebody took it.
Well, it's also for Jerky, is like the first time we've seen him sort of play the strategist, being sort of called a triple strategist merchant, right? He is a flex player, but he went for a lot of playing Mantis. Not only has he been able to sort of show up from the duelists, but he's had performances that have rivaled what Terra's been able to put out.
Jerky's always been the linchpin of this team. Well, it has been Terra who's exploding, trust me, doing the leading. Everyone else just being reliably skilled in their defined roles. Jerky's always been the one that it's fell upon. We're going to play Mantis. You need to play Mantis. We're going to... Oh, the stadium did not like that one.
And look at Trust Me's face. Not even a smile as he gets a 2K with the penny setup. But if there's anybody that wants to go for these early plays, it's going to be them. Liquid Citadel, we already taken a player down, but let's listen how they want to try to poise for this attack.
I think we should have walking in. You can't just
You can just damage him for a minute.
They try to take this top.
Invisible?
Yeah, we need to take top from Elsa.
Take top.
I don't care. Here, go,
Grab in here.
Come back. 2, 1.
Back low.
Those mines, by the way, are on that left door. Like on that left door.
Don't walk.
I'm breaking mines. Mines are gone.
Take a turn. Yeah, damage a turn. Ready. 3, 2, 1.
That was the Razor live listen in. Those breaking lines might be breaking ankles now as Na'Vi are put under the pressure on the objective.
Turn taken, but it might be time to turn back here for Team Liquid Citadel as Na'Vi are going to take theirs off the back of Rajro's drawn greatsword. Still would appear that Team Liquid Citadel have been able to earn themselves some space here, taking down the mine. Speedly has to be cautious of the ground above him to make sure they aren't flanked upon too easily. A lot of damage taken here by the Penny Parker. You can see the anti-heal was put over there onto Rajro. It seems like there's going to be enough pressure taken away, though, as Terra finds energy in the neutral.
Had to back out again. Liquid might be sort of getting a taste of their own medicine here as Veswa is taken out on the exit. There's still 2 minutes left, plenty of time, and it seems calm in the comms from the Razor listing that we just had for Team Liquid Citadel. But Na'Vi know that this composition is very good. We get to see them try it out themselves, and so far, it's working.
Cool, calm, and collected for Liquid Citadel. And so we're going to go for a new approach, going for an early teleport. With 2 minutes on the clock here, it doesn't mean we're not going to have an emergency one towards the end, Ryan.
This was the OG map to go for the early portal plays. It's a little bit later in the day, but it's not right at the end, so it's somewhere in the middle ground. Liquid Citadel needs to be careful as it's not going to be available in OT if they get full held here on Shibuya.
Fully stacked ultimates, a bunch of our teams speedily making moves towards the back line, but the invisible boundary is drawn up to try and stop it. Still an overlay here from Na'Vi. Could be a brutal mistake. A rescue from Cooper on the other side. There's extra healing to go on through, but Fate's already been taken down, and so can't bring out their own ultimate later. The Spider Sweeper starts to begin, but trust me, just being taken away from the point by the constant knockback of the Gambit team up. And Cooper's still alive and kicking, throwing out the cards when they're needed the most. Na'Vi are going to start the TP on back. Fate's given up a charge towards a Raging Royal Flush to allow for yet another defense. Energy looming above with the Glass Rocks in the back pocket, ready to send out that Avatar.
And Fate's the one switching over to the Stranger. It means the Jerky has to immediately switch on over. He's going to Gambit.
Oh, Terra didn't get much with the Glass Rocks, but a bit of energy didn't get anything either. Both the Glass Rocks is not going to be getting too much in the way of value, and Rajwell also can't find too much with the Meteor M. An overextension there from Trust Me as they were pulled in by the temptation of a frag to turn this one around. And the ancestry charge just turns Doctor Strange into roadkill, a slaughter, a splatter of what was once a wizard.
Liquid Citadel get things moving, but they have to finish the map. They want to keep themselves in this choice of Na'Vi. That so far, played up the strategy. They're going to keep Trust Me over on the Penny. And Jerky switching on to various different characters now onto a 2-2-2 setup again. Never mind, there goes to Penny. Gambit's back in the hands of level 1 Crook. And that old default composition, I suppose, for Na'Vi is back in their hands. And Liquid Citadel still on what they've been on so far this best of 5.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Veswar switch here after their next felling. Going up against this many guns on the thing is not a fun experience, but it's another clobbering time to try and open up the next fight. Polly has to stay away from that window. Can't afford to get grabbed by Jerky. Would appear they aren't even going to go for Barnett Cook there, knowing that Team Liquid Citadel are too disciplined to pull those old tricks.
There goes Veswa trying to go in and go push past. The clobbering time is only going to hit Rajaro, and then somehow he's still alive. The sustain is there. It's built up level 1 Crook, a Royal Flush, and Na'Vi hold.
Now Team Liquid Citadel, they're going to do their old bait and switch, disengage as fast as they can. Polly's going to be the primary target. Does Jerky want to go even further with this is the question. With Polly going down, it might not be the best economic moment to make it work, and Terra can't find the exit.
Kraken's impact in hand. Things have calmed down a little bit more in the end, but Veswa, after using clobbering time, has had a good opportunity to go and reset over to the Emma Frost. Means that a lot more damage is going through, but for Na'Vi, they're not really going to bank and build up any more ultimates. Really want another Royal Flush if you can help it, but right now everybody else is pretty much topped up.
Speedily can make the move with the Rage of Ultron. We know how quickly he finds those off angles off the back of his shift, and the damage was on themselves as well. Here we go, Speedily looks for the angle, but it sounds about the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier around the back. Energy was looking for some of the Glass Rocks. All they find is Terror, and they find themselves a little Elsa diff in the midst of all of this. Na'Vi counter-strike, the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier was enough, and Team Liquid Citadel put in so many resources for nothing.
It's energy going again for this flank play with the Apex Predator, but the whole building fell down on top of him. The terrain was not in his favor, and the pressure might be falling onto Liquid Citadel a little bit more as Na'Vi. 1 minute left to try to defend. They're in a perfect position to be set up. No strategist ultimates for now, but some big ones used up from Liquid Citadel. They don't have much.
Rajro not going to have to answer the Rage of Ultron now with the Meteor Ramble. Look at this, a very aggressive usage of the invisible boundary. Can you try and shut down Nero, who hides away for now? Energy just going to be the primary target. Rajro stayed inside of the invisible boundary for too long. They could not have the heals delivered, and this is the opening that Citadel were waiting for.
It's who blinks first there. Rajaro wanted to try to use the invisible boundary to disguise where the Meteor M was coming in on, but it just makes him an easy target for Speedery to actually blow him straight up the sky. Spider Sweeper for Polly might be the thing to springboard to get onto this second checkpoint. But all through that, Liquid Citadel holding on, and Veswa's almost got another clobber in time.
Apex Predator, they're just going to settle for Veswa, and Veswa might be enough for Spider Sweep from the other side. Nero and Energy have already gone down, and guess who's in the corridors? It's Trust Me, the captain, squishing Liquid Citadel.
And this map choice is looking good. Veswa has to go in for the portal play, so that clobbering time is not going to be much use here. But now it's just a case of being able to try to touch. You've at least forced overtime, but narrowly you've lost energy in the process.
It's a high cost to pay, but it's one that had to be paid. Veswa moving forward now. He's so good on the Doctor Strange, but will it be enough here? Going up against the Kraken Impact, taken low, looking for a reset. The focus fire's solid, and now Jerky lies in wait and slams down to the ground. And Avenging Icarus fights for terra firma and fights for a grand finals. They're nearly at the match point. The Liquid Citadel are crumbling away, and Na'Vi go up to match point 2-1.
They saved one of the best maps to last for them. Really giving Team Liquid Citadel a taste of how Shin Shibuya works for EMEA. We saw a good amount of it in preseason, but for stage one, for literally everybody, nobody wanted to touch it. Nobody wanted to fight for it. And it's another top performance from the Vanguards. Every win that we've seen from Na'Vi has either been Trust Me or Rajaro. This time, pretty sure it's the team captain himself that gets this one.
The team captain standing tall, leading well, and it would appear that they managed to work a counter strat in towards how often we saw Team Liquid Citadel win fights off the back of masterful baiting as they disengaged from the Gambit ultimates. This time it would appear that now they're a little bit more cowed, they're a little bit more subdued with how they were chasing after those one fights to make sure that it couldn't be turned against them, even in a 4 versus 6 scenario.
And it was just the coordination of like, okay, we're making this Penny Ultron work ourselves. It was available. It's something that Liquid Citadel was so focused on what we need that they weren't looking too much outside of the obvious culprits of who you're taking out. It does mean that like Na'Vi had the chance to mirror exactly what Team Liquid Citadel was setting up for the most part. Main difference, I think, being is like a one-sided Magneto versus like the Rocket as well that was protected. Fate was able to do quite a lot on it in the end. Veerbacks mean that any few eliminations that came in against Na'Vi were quickly put in. But as a setup, like match point so far, one more map in favor of Na'Vi, and they find themselves in another grand finals of an international event, making it free for free. But it also means that the map pool opens up again. Domination, Convergence, and Convoy all available to choose for Team Liquid Citadel. You'd imagine Domination to be an open one, right? Because it's been good for them up until that series up against Na'Vi. But you've got the likes of Spider Islands, which has looked good for them. So them play it against Swamp. Swamp picked it, didn't quite work in the end. Even the likes of like Central Park is a potential option. The thing that worries me, though, is that Krakoa was the choice of Team Liquid Citadel when they had Domination open again, and they can't go for that. We've already seen it. We already saw how rough it went for the top team of the Americas.
26-1 is an astonishing record, Ryan. But when the 1 is the most recent, it does start to shed doubt on where to go. But we know Team Liquid Citadel are a phenomenal team that likely have a bunch of maps they've been playing in scrims. Maybe they'll go to like an old classic of Penny Parker. It seems that Penny Parker is their chosen strategy for this tournament, and that means maybe like a Central Park or Spider Islands, as you said. Those are both great Penny maps. Symbolic Surface could also be on the docket as well.
Pretty much everything that we haven't seen so far is available and open, other than Thebes. Yeah, we're not getting that just yet. That would be crazy to see in a game like this. But I think one thing to sort of realistically know is there was the change. If you go to Domination, you did ban out Storm right at the end there. It was protected for the second map, and it was left open, which was probably one of the things that made Team Liquid Citadel's life a lot harder on Domination. Maybe that becomes a little bit more prevalent. But now they feel like the draft has been essentially the same. They have an idea and a plan that they're sticking to, and so far it's working. For Liquid Citadel, it's just those minor adjustments coming in. Like I mentioned, Trust Me, getting the MVP of that one, Rajaro was going to be able to get it in the first map. And that's right, it's been all the Vanguards, which is sort of what is expected when you have sort of 4 of the best frontliners in the world. And I'm saying that because 3 of them are from Europe.
Well, I think we can all just soak in these stats. Look how much damage Level 1 Crook is doing, by the way, on the Gambit. Like, Cooper and Gambit, both incredibly aggressive. Or rather, Cooper and Crook are both incredibly aggressive on the Gambit, and that's what allows Cooper to be able to build up these Raging Royal flushes, essentially with parity with Level 1 Crook, even while having the healing resources that you could turn into ultimates sapped away by having an Ultra.
Oh, Midtown. Ooh. It's a good map, like we're seeing a lot of this. And it's one of the maps that we see a little bit more of the chaos happen, but it always tends to give cinema, I suppose, in like long series when Midtown's thrown in the middle of it. We've seen the likes of Blade, Iron Fist used in previous tournaments. even for the likes of Swamp Gaming, for Deus, who's unfortunately sort of sat in the rafters with the VIP area just watching to see exactly how these two teams are actually going to face on land. Like, there's been a lot of like scrimming across the Atlantic, not trying to give too much in your own region away. And you have to imagine that Na'Vi and Team Liquid Citadel, up until they saw that they were going to potentially face each other in mid-season finals, were probably sort of trading secrets, trading scrims, seeing exactly what the answers are going to be. But here, I'd imagine that the onus is a little bit more on Team Liquid Citadel to actually find some difference makers, because it has been effectively the same draft, the same game plan. There has to be an adjustment somewhere that might find the opening.
Spirits are high in an RV camp, but where else could we go but Midtown, Ryan? After all, for a big Marvel event, what would it be without a few gratifying shots of New York being destroyed?
It'd be nice to see a little bit of Jeff, as we have the voice actor here.
Oh, true.
This
is a terrible Jeff map, though.
Yeah, well, when we had the team up with Storm.
Oh, that's true.
Jeff Nadeau, but I think I also, like, Frostmountain got a touch. He's one of, like, the sort of main Storm players. He was like, the Storms are using the wrong team up. They're using the form one. You have to hold it still. I can't read that.
I think I said show them some TLC. Sorry, Ryan's got glasses.
Tender loving care, and I have tender loving cataracts as well, so it makes it even harder to read. But, like, you know, because he said it on, I think we're sort of waiting to just get the teams in place. A couple of Na'Vi players disappearing. Probably just need the little boys' room, potentially, just because this is looking to be a long day for them.
I hope everyone has fun. You know what? Me too. Based sign. 10 out of 10, no notes.
But speaking of Jeff, to bring it back to most important character, I would say, like, Cozy there, like, you either love or you hate Jeff, right? 50-50. I think most people love Jeff as a character. Jeff players, however, they can go playing Traffic on the 405. It's these kind of moments, again, like all of the voice actors, a good portion of them are very much here. Armed and Dangerous is going to be heard again and again and again. You're also going to hear that again and again from the other room, as he is here.
Yeah, Elias here.
I think there's even going to be some desk appearances as well from some of the voice actors, which is terrifying. I like the silent voice actors. Hello, nice to be here. Voice like, it made me jump.
Well, you got to intimidate some Oni, you know? Like, it's a very important part to have the fierceness within them. And yeah, we're very thankful to Marvel, to all of our voice actors, to the venue staff here who've been incredibly accommodating. The venue just looks absolutely fantastic. And thankful to you, our audience here in Los Angeles, California, to coming out and seeing the best that Marvel Rivals has to offer in terms of players.
I think that's the main one. Like, we had the event mid-season finals in China last year. We had grand finals at DreamHack Atlanta, sort of like amongst that event. Here, it's our own separate thing. And I kind of like that, right? Like, we have our own little space that is just for, like, the esports scene, but there's also a collection, a celebration of the game with the performance early. I believe there's another one later on as well. So really pretty much all of the flags and banners are out for Marvel Rivals to celebrate what's just been like 18 months. Not really the best like anniversary sort of thing to go off of, but more stuff to come in the future. Even with the winner of this, you've got the Hood joining the game next week. So straight back to the drawing board, and probably the next character after that by the time that stage 2 happens, if I can read a calendar, which I'm pretty sure I can.
Yeah, like the Hood seems like probably is going to be like a gun-based Vanguard. And for last time we got one of those, Vanguard Deadpool, it's shifted up the meta considerably. And we got to remember that he's also going to anchor a team up with Jubilee as well, which might drag Jubilee into the meta with constant access to that hit scan healing.
And Magic, when we have Kingsman on a team that's actually qualified for stage 2 as a sub.
John name drop today, aren't you?
I mean, we can go from there. Who else have we not mentioned? I haven't spoken about J3.
Yeah, what about J3? He's handsome.
I mean, usually it's the ball telepathy that sort of we can talk to each other that
usually
way.
just talk to each other over distances.
Pretty much. I have him on mute for the most time, like in comms, but like it's common. But like lots of people watch Party, and even some of the other talent that isn't here as well. Like Pacific, you know, Dan is having a meltdown from watching the Gen G games, but there's also just these moments, I suppose, of like the whole region, whether you're like involved in esports scene a lot, whether you're just sort of one of the main content creators. This is the day to be watching. If you're new to the esports scene, this is the day to sort of pick on up. And as a reminder, the champions of preseason and stage 1 for EMEA be Na'Vi, and the like over the Atlantic for Americas is Team Liquid Citadel, who are currently a map down in this best of 5. One more, and they end up in the losers bracket against a very hungry Rad that want to slay some more giants.
I mean, Rad have just been on such a tear down there. I would not want to be in that losers bracket. It looks absolutely terrifying to go up against as we're about to get settled into our draft for what could be the last map of our winners finals, Ryan.
And it's been almost 4 months since either of these teams have lost a series. And like I said, in that amount of time, we have had Black Cat, we have had the likes of Devil Dinosaur, Cyclops, Jubilee being added. And in that time, Na'Vi and Team Liquid Citadel have dropped a couple of rounds, a couple of maps, but never a complete series. They're sort of looking exactly the same so far, but Na'Vi have put a little bit more pressure over on getting the Adam out early, with the one-sided mag potentially still being open, but maybe a little bit later on.
Okay, Mirror Draw coming through. Question is here, are Team Liquid Citadel once again going to protect Polly's penny?
I think one of the things to highlight too so far is like the map choices that have come in. Both teams on their map choices have finished the map.
Ooh, that's a ban. Interesting.
Seeing it come in a little bit later, but yeah, Emma Frost, it's really good on this map. It sort of takes away some of the triple Vanguard setups that you can have, certainly on the defense, as Team Liquid Citadel are attacking first. They want to make sure that they don't get full held on what could be their saving grace. They're also going to actually be able to get a hold of the Magneto, which means that Navi's final ban, you'd have to imagine, would be Penny Parker.
Oh, they might get rid of a Gambit here to try and nerf Cooper, maybe a Storm that's been hovered here, and Storm going away. This is interesting. Admittedly, this is probably one of the better maps to have Emma be taken away from you, because trust me, is likely going to move everyone to a group, which has been a mainstay of Midtown since its inception.
So looking at this, again, no Mantis available for either of the sides, and when you get onto these certain game modes, Loki and Adam become a little bit more of a prevalent focus to just stop copies, to stop Be Right Backs being a plenty, but that is still available and still protected for Na'Vi in the end. Pretty much has been the same drafts other than that small change, just to make sure that some of that frontline power, certainly that was coming from Trust Me or Rish Arrows, both were able to play the Emma Frost, not going to have it in hand.
For those of you uninitiated to the deep lore of esports, Na'Vi, Natus Vincere, Latin. It means born to win, and they are currently one map from doing so. Los Angeles, do you think the Liquid Citadel can defy being born to win? That's everything, sir.
I'm trying to work out, like, does that mean you think that Na'Vi are going to win?
Yeah, I think that means that they think that Team Liquid Citadel are going to go to a fifth map. That wasn't the best constructed sentence I've ever made, but...
No, I think that's more me being stupid, but certainly one thing to say is that these two teams are smart and well-versed in what each other want to try to play up in the end. But it's the triple strategist again for Team Liquid Citadel on the attack with the fully Ultron. And Trust Me has taken energy out again instantly.
The oldest trick in the book, baby. Still works. That one's going on Reddit.
It's a great way to start. Trust Me has tried to pull out as much penny as possible in the early days. Little did we know how much of a prevalent focus of the meta it is going to be. But it means that Magneto's available on Vesua, so a bit more balance to try to fight this as they try to push on the attack.
Trust me, going to hold strong here. And first point of Midtown is always the most contentious. And Rajaro going down already off the back of an excellent force physics from Nero. This is the kind of agency you want to see from a top-tier strategist. Terra needs to find an opening on the other side. Is playing aggressively because they know that without Rajaro, there needs to be some kind of retribution given. Trust Me's already fallen down as well, and so Na'Vi just have to feed onto the car.
Energy finds himself free. Things start to churn on forward. So Na'Vi do have a little bit of a window to not have to go for a pot play this early, sort of sprint in. Check up as much as they possibly can with this setup, but immediately that distance is closed down for Team Liquid Citadel.
A wide cyberweb snare shuts down energy midway through their bionic hook, and Na'Vi are happy to just slowly walk back here rather than expending their portal early.
Speedily just taking pot shots at fate as much as possible. Still not built up that Rage of Ultron, which in early patches we might have seen 2 of them by now, but it's a little bit slower later in the day. Invisible Boundary is going to be in first for Nero.
Nero gets aggressive, and Trust Me's fallen down. Level 1 Croc and Fate are still so far away from their own ultimates. They can't rescue Trust Me and Rajaro, and this could be ruinous as Terra tries to turn this one around. The Glassrock scratch on Turkey's got 2 final blows, but Level 1 Crook's fallen on down. And now only with the healing of the Ultron, surely it's going to be untenable. Fate with the last shot, Saloon, and Rajaro is too late. Instantly gets out of the portal and moves away.
Jara jumping in like, haha, I'm here, haha, I'm leaving, I'm gone. Get out here, try and reset is the first point, and the portal used up in the end. Yeah, Jerky showing that even on a strategist, he could still play as a duelist in areas, but Liquid Citadel choosing this map. It's basically been trading out like on these maps. If you have a game plan, whoever's picking it has the real advantage, and Liquid Citadel finishing on Yggdrasil all the way. Want to do the same here on Midtown.
All right, often we see easy second points after that first point has been taken against the 3-3 compositions. But with Terra being that backstop, maybe it's openable. Speedily moves out from their cover, looking to try and finish this one off. Rosaro gets it done again, baby! Energy, both crushed under the might of a master of magnetism.
And speedily thought he was being coy, sitting around the corner, waiting for the invisible boundary and just getting the end of what was the royal flush from Cooper. But Rajaro only has one thing to do with that Meteor M, and it's just slam down the Ultron into the ground, mixing with the shrapnel. And now Navi holding the map, the payload in a strong position. It's hard to retake from here, but Liquid Citadel having to push through with 2 Vanguard ults.
And now it's Vespa's turn. Finally has the mag in hand. They told me he was the best mag in the world, but he's going to be doing it without energy. And now Vespa's isolated, down to only 100 HP, tries to turn around with a Meteor Ram, grabbing level 1 crook. It's a masterful maneuver from Vespa as he turns on the next one of the mag cannons firing on all cylinders. Welcome back, Master of Magnetism once again.
So much focus goes on Vespa being one of the best Magnetos in the world. He hasn't had the chance to really play it so far, but Navi left it open. It was protected in the end. More of that focus coming through and more of the push goes on as Jerky is last to be taken out as Navi didn't want to take the fight.
He's just disgusting. And now moving through this doorway into all of these mines and all of the pain. Great play from Navi. They're going to root around the right-hand side instead to avoid Volley's setup.
Oh, he's been spotted though. Apex Predator wants to find the lineup and is able to at least grab a few from Terra, but invisible boundary forced out.
Yeah, but Nero's invisible boundary was too far back. Polly was dragged out of it now, but Navi have to play inside the confines that Nero has set up. It's almost done, and Polly's returned via the battle recall beacon. A self-shield to try and save themselves from Energy, who can't find anything off the bionic hook. Looking towards the high ground, Jerky's just hovering up there, waiting to bring out the next damage boost, but Speedley's made sure that everyone on their team is absolutely hot to trot with extra damage here. Terra's been revived, but Energy's taken down Fate on the other side, of Rajro just needs to try and hold the line now as Vespa begins to chip at the old block. The sword has been drawn, it sinks into the flesh of Navi. Liquid Citadel continue their roll.
Polly, the Spider Sweeper, was just chipping away at the damage, chipping away at whatever resources Navi had available to fight in that one. But Liquid Citadel, they're making so much use out of the rocket. The battle recall beaten for both sides has kept those fights going in the end. But it means that Liquid Citadel, if they're pushed, they're in a player disadvantage, 5 versus 6. They're still not afraid to go for some of the big ultimate dedications, knowing that a player's going to be back very soon. And with these compositions, nobody's playing flanks to try to clear it up.
Energy playing smart, just getting extra push on the car, already having ult, not willing to feed the stretches on. Speedley's getting active once again. Extra damage boost over onto level 1 crook. Will there be any fuel here for the invisible woman? Terra just gets it done in midair. A nice bounce of a living bullet. Now it's Vespa's turn to try and turn this one around. Jerky might be the primary victim. Indeed, he will be. So much damage has been done. And Energy has said, don't you dare forget about me, mate, because I'm still here. I'm still kicking.
It's just a trade-off. Speedway's using these Rage of Ultrons. It's forcing out the Meteor M for Rajaro, but because it's not matched with the mirror compositions now, it means that Vespa has a bit more freedom to go for eliminations, to go for picks to force this back, and now they pretty much sent all the way back to these spawn doors. Very little to work with ultimates. Jerky very close to Kraken's impact. And trust me now, Strangling Prison's it's thrown out. It's managed to catch a few, but not enough.
It's 3 in there. Trust me, though, doesn't have the backup to make it work. Nero just plays on the outside, brings up the invisible boundary and plays it safe. Jerky's been returned, yes, but trust me, can't even make it to the car. They're so close to the goal because we aren't amplifies the last chance, and Jerky might be the one to make it work. Yet another reset, yet another res. Nero can't go anywhere. Their roll is slowed on the other side, but Jerky just has to settle for zoning. Instead, moves over onto Vespa, getting rid of the Magneto, walled away from the remainder of the team.
Clever from Navi. You've got the Strangling Prison and Kraken's impact combination potentially to come in, but having the group use his ultimate first, it forces the invisible boundary on the other side, which means that Jerky has a bit more freedom to just go for the picks. And even with 3 strategists, it's not enough to keep those members of Team Liquid Citadel alive. Terra's now the one sat with an Apex Predator, seeing if he can sort of sneak around, but with many traps, making sure that Team Liquid Citadel can't take any of this high ground to put this pressure and make these off angles a little bit more troublesome on the defense.
Pretty Pig's going to be everything. Fake goes down to a mine from Polly. Unbelievable stuff. That must have been a crazy flank, but Terra's found one as well. Both of the Rocket Raccoons are pulled down. Speedley's on the other side as well. Perma-slowed is Polly, who all they can do is Spider sweep away from the action. Energy and Vespa just go for a quick reset, and Polly just tries to rescue Nero, who has brutally been staggered.
He was so close to finding the pick up to Krug that is forced to use that invisible boundary. Fate getting eliminated. He's not able to use his own be right back, so he was going to be out for a good portion of time. And watching it from Polly's perspective, it's like, I must go, my people need me. And Anime runs his way back to his team, but gets picked off late in the day. 30 seconds left for Team Liquid Citadel to try and finish Midtown.
His people may need him, but who are his people? Rajro looks for a victim. is going to settle for a little bit of extra damage on Polly, but that's just going to be converted to support. Oh, what is that? A solo ultimate onto NRG, and the pocket isn't quite there, but the resurrection will be on the other side. Level 1 Crook's been found in the back. Team Liquid Citadel using absolutely everything. It's now or never. It's all or nothing. It's a beautiful shield from Rajaro to stop Veswa from fighting their man, but Energy's getting reset after reset. You can't bully me because I just turned it around with a fat Uno reverse. Yet another for Energy. Yet another brick for the Citadel.
Rock in a hard place, and Na'Vi found themselves between it, have their own Kraken's impact, and Terra's gone to Blade.
Terra trying to get away, coming in with the Blade. Extra staying power off the back of the Soul, siphoning of the Bloodline Awakening. No resets here because we can't amplify. Fire once again is taken down in record time inside of the invisible boundary. Nero's giving out so much HP, and Rajaro just can't help but deal with it. Jerky looks on from afar, and Team Liquid Citadel sweep it through. Unbelievable offense.
No time left, but I think you're still going to take it. Every time we've seen these maps coming from Team Liquid Citadel, they've pushed it all the distance. And that was Na'Vi making the first move, right? The Strangler Prison to try to isolate Energy. And this is why Magneto's become such a prevalent, like, first or second protector in the case of Team Liquid Citadel. Those bulwarks, those shields, saving from death sentences, it feels like either from the Strangler Prison that went on against Energy, or Veswa trying to get the slam dunk on with Rajaro saying, nope, not this time.
Na'Vi, though, this is where the last ban is concerning. They got rid of that storm, which would have been most useful in breaking the spawn hold, but Team Liquid Citadel didn't even need it. They broke that first hold so quickly, right? And that means that now you can have the Gambit in so many of these compositions as well, if you want, on Team Liquid Citadel.
The elimination's very much leading towards Liquid Citadel. Final hits for Energy, 16. But I want to highlight Nero, 22-1. In that Yggdrasil map that they did win earlier, Nero only died once. And it's looking the same here. Like, he's just incredibly good at staying alive and making sure that that main strategist is able to output that healing. Gives a little bit more freedom for Cooper to get aggressive if the Gambit's available, which it is. He wants to go for the rocket, obviously, on the defense, to just make sure that you have the recall beacon. And Na'Vi knows the kind of compositions that are coming into place. And Jerky having the Storm wasn't available for Liquid Citadel on their attack. It's been working against the Penny Ultron.
Yeah, that's been very useful against the Penny Ultron, usually used in tandem with the Punisher. We're not seeing it this time.
It's just going to be Terra actually seeing if we can get a little bit more involved. Already some big cooldowns used in the end. The damage boost is going to put everybody on Na'Vi in a poised position to force back Liquid Citadel. But Bulwarks used up from Rajaro just from all of this trash damage just for on their way on the defense.
Oh, another couple of mines take out Fate. Ollie's been very good with placing those, and Na'Vi are already back to the drawing board.
And it's also like Fate, right? It's Rocket. He's got really good mobility to get out of those situations, but it's Fate going down twice. Like we sort of mentioned, it's the same sort of role for Nero. Can't be losing out on one of those players, but at the very least it means that the recall beacon's not going to be used upon the attack, but the attack hasn't really gone anywhere.
And she has so much staying power as well, using that Sonic team up from the Emma. The clone won't go away until you destroy it. Polly places themselves in front of this point. Harris got such a safe position. Jerky's moved over onto the Wolverine. Veswa's grabbed on in a perfect force physics. Nero is just being absolutely sublime. The champion that America's needed on the Invisible Woman.
It's just having the extra little bit of appeal to work with. We saw so much Wolverine in play yesterday, seen FMCL play it a little bit days, and obviously Crazy Kitty. Just to find picks, because with these compositions, eliminations are hard to come by.
Okay, Gambit never folds, declares Crook, but Speedly is going to be thinking in the other direction. Polly goes down, but Polly comes back. It's a side call that's continued to roll for Team Liquid Citadel. Well, Nero finally gets found, and Terra says, I am done here. I will clear the path by hook or by level 1 Crook.
Actually able to get things going, but Ultimate's dedicated pretty hard there. Rolling Thunder, Kraken's impact. Energy actually going for a very early portal play, so we might not have that much time to wait for Na'Vi. They want to try and clear up that distance, but might need to run right back to the point. Energy's taking this fight.
Last stand ready to go already. Jerky has used their team up, and now we're going to try and run down Polly. Extra means to try and follow them through as they move over towards the side. Polly's down, and next up's going to be the big old wizard. You can see the key that came on through the triage good from Team Liquid Citadel. Their comms are so clean. Herves was in the middle of all these players. Could you possibly try and escape? Energy looks above it as Rajaro crushes down onto Cooper. Pest control has arrived, and he's a finished mounted.
It all starts with like Jerky there, the portal play up on the high ground. Immediately coming out is Veswa with a Sonic Seduction to just dive onto their opponents. And Jerky, he just dives back. to wait and see if he can get a little bit of that extra help and setup. But Veswa now leaping in on Angela to see if he can stall.
Oh my goodness, so much HP is already gone, but Polly's managed to make it over onto the point. Veswa gets resurrected. Polly is so deep, has used the slider sweep of the additional HP, but Jerky just says, oh, that just means more damage for me, bro. Now they can just play this slow.
The Wolverine is absolutely earning top dollar here for Na'Vi. Veer back means Rajaro. He was the only elimination against him, but he's going to be back to the fray very quickly as Liquid Citadel are trying to sustain themselves.
Veswa grabbed, great counter pull coming through from the side of Nero, going down to bring out the axes of Icors. Level 1 Crook says it's now or never, and so it's time to raise the royal stakes, time to raise the royal flush. You'll look towards the Angela, but Speedley's fallen down on the other side. Level 1 Crook of Shades of Thanos. Fine, I'll do it myself. And Terra's going to be the last one to come on through with a triple KO. The casualties mount. The stagger is brutal. And Na'Vi go to second.
Every time we highlight Terra being in these winning moments for Na'Vi, there's always a little bit of a flash with the way that he plays. The highlight reel just keeps adding on to our import from the Americas to EMEA. But that was also the Royal Flush dedicated from Crook, and there was no answer for Team Liquid Citadel at this point. The fight is still going on.
Another jump pack for Jerky. Another task for Nero. He hasn't missed one of these yet, but can you save now? Just trying to disengage. The Rage of Ultron moves on forward. They're going from the low ground here, which isn't ideal for Speedley's survivability. Jerky looking for the grab. A great parry coming through from Veswa. And they're expending the jump pack as well, so the next one won't be quite so brutal, but Speedley's up too far, and Terra's ready to punish them. Not going to get reset upon here after Energy brought in their own Kraken impact. Can Veswa escape? No! The cart's in the way. So too are the rest of Na'Vi. The body blocks are strong, but so too is the contest. The cart won't be moving, but the bodies pile up.
And with all of the stuff happening in that fight, the chaos, Crook is 80% to having another Royal Flush. He's just so involved in these engagements. Yarn Amplifier as well to just add a bit more damage boost to Jerky. Poised, Speedily is going to move over to the Black Cat to see if he can shut down stuff and dive the back line.
Last stand from Jerky. It's double bubbled. Great stuff from Veswa. Quick grab. That's going to be the regenerative healing factor. Needs to get back to a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Extra damage. Veswa waiting for a victim. Is going to settle for Messiah, but the rest of Na'Vi is still on in here. Rajro goes himself, trying to follow after the strategist. He wants Cooper so bad. He gets him too. Veswa's gone down, and now it's just down to the Dregs to try and make something work, but they don't have the hope and they don't have the prowess. Na'Vi move to last.
And Liquid Citadel were trying to just set up in that fight speedily on the Black Cat, went for the flank, and Crook was like, hello, son, I am sending you back to spawn. I'll see you again in about 30 seconds' time. Energy's going for another portal play, forcing the fights. It's like watching Swamp Gaming all over again.
Well, in these narrow corridors, that's where Team Liquid Citadel want to be with their double shield. The first grab goes away. Jerky still goes on in, does the extra damage, gets isolated temporarily, grabbed on the other side. There's nowhere to go. What beautiful control of the Wolverine. They tugged on the leash, and indeed they dragged him down. Rajro with the self-bubble looks towards Cooper, wants to find that backliner, and trust me, he's going to start to cook. It would appear that Terra's willing to join them. There's too many cooks in the kitchen, but each of them has a Michelin star when it comes to cooking the Americas.
One after the other, these ultimates being swung in from Na'Vi. The haymakers are slapping Team Liquid around, but somehow Liquid Citadel, the spawns have flipped. They're playing towards the attacking side, and Cooper gets caught out from Terra. That is just pot luck with these grabs.
It's a good stall of time, though, and they force so many resources out from Na'Vi. 3 ultimates expended in that fight alone.
You got last stands, like Crook hasn't built up the Royal Flush in the same pace that he was able to before, but trust me, moving away from the Strange, the Groot even wanted to go up against Team Liquid Citadel, that they didn't have the cleanse in there from the Gambit. Now going on to the Thing to really make this a battle in the streets of New York.
This is the final defensive bastion for the Citadel. Every brick blessed by the blood of martyrs, hard earned and hard fought for. Jerky looking for a victim. All they can find is a CC immune Emma Frost right now as they slash away, and Fate tries to rescue them with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. The extra damage from Veswa means that they move through the Cosmic Yarn rather quickly, but can the healing be delivered? It would appear that Nero, Cooper, and Speedly can combine to make that work, but now in isolation once again, and Veswa doubles down. They didn't have the second bit of pocketing. Terra's starting to make a move. A Kraken impact slows down Terra, and Energy's in on the chase with Rotter Stern, ducking into the corner, picking up a health pack. There will be no resets this day, and they've run out of energy in midair. Can he hit it? You better believe that he can! Unbelievable stuff from Rajaro!
Speedily is just being in the back pocket of Magneto Rasharo, but it goes on. Clobbering time comes through from Trust Me, but it's interrupted. He's not able to get too much. BTRM's not going to match for Vespa, but he's on the point to try and stall this. 20 seconds left for Liquid Citadel to stop this going on.
Prepare for the glass rocks. The Apex Predator is on the fields of EU that it was born, raised and bred. A taste for blood, and he's going to be eating well. This is going to be additional rounds, surely, as Nero's going to be the last drag of defense. Team Liquid Citadel have to do this one again.
Liquid Citadel having to go first. It's only a 7-second difference, but it means that we've seen it plenty of times. No matter what region you're from, Midtown overtimes can bring cinematic masterpieces. And now for Na'Vi, defending first again. Rajaro has been obscene, but Trust Me, having 27 final hits. Even in the moments of Jerky has been absolutely feasting and farming on the likes of Wolverine. Terra wants to be the winner, the leader, the MVP, the poster child of Marvel Rivals esports, and he's doing it against the best team from his own region.
Long told have been the tales, Ryan, of Terra being the best player in the world, but never did he have a proper crown. A missed mid-season, a missed championship with 100 Thieves as well. They couldn't find the accolades they deserve, but now they are right on the edge of it.
And on the other side, you've got Polly that was brought in from Citadel's rebuild from an EMEA team to a America's superstar with the help of Liquid and a couple of players from the old Envy and FlyQuest. He's been pretty much stuck on the same character. It's been the whole game plan for Team Liquid Citadel. It doesn't quite work here. They've got another best of 5 and potentially another best of 7 to follow to see if they can work it out.
If anyone was going to stop Na'Vi, it was always going to be this team, Team Liquid Citadel. #1 in the Americas. Do they know about Jerky's approach? A quick grab, and Polly, all they can do is watch as they have so little control.
Na'Vi are reading it so well. They know all of the tricks of the trade. Rajaro just planted himself firmly onto the point itself. Means that pretty much half of the time that was allocated is going to be used up from Liquid Citadel. They need to find ways to work if there's any push through. And Polly moving away from the penny for the first time onto the thing.
Speedily, that means that no more Ultron can't get the team up, not worth playing. Instead moves over onto the Wolverine. He's going to take matters into his own hands. Agency aplenty for the Wolverine. Jerky just going to patrol along the high ground. Speedly's been seen on the approach, has already popped their team up. Misses the leap though. Rajro with the parry on the self bubble.
A window of time, deep breaths for Liquid Citadel as 45 meters is not going to be enough, and energy going down. The beer back means it's going to be used up early. Ultimate's about to come online as Jerky's trying to get involved and trying to get a pick.
Terra's almost got the Apex Predator already, just doing so much damage in all of these battles, but trust me, he's going to be the first one there with the Strangling Prison. Looking towards the back, they want Nero real bad, but for now, Team Liquid Citadel are holding strong, but they've lost Nero in the back. Rajaro's getting it done. It's always Rajaro, man. Trust me, he's there to add to it. The clobbering time is real. Two duelists put on the floor as Polly says, never mind, my adopted region. I'll keep you safe. I'll keep you here. I'll keep the dream alive. But fate puts it into his own hands, and this little raccoon that could knocks out the monster that is Ben Grimm. Speedily's next on up, takes one away. Vespa's arrived on the Venom, but fate's brought out the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and Rajro's already teleported back. And it's even next to go. Nero brought up the play, but there's nothing to be done. They're not on the cart, Ryan.
45 meters, pretty much a 20-minute trip in New York if you're sort of taxiing around. Might not be enough in the end for Na'Vi. The line was drawn for them, and it's just a little bit extra. A push through, and you find yourself in that grand finals, a best of 7 later. And Team Liquid Citadel sent through the absolute gauntlet that is going to be rad, that is hungry for a revenge matchup in a full blossomed BO5, and then potentially a matchup against these guys again later on. Terra is 60-9, which is more than double the eliminations of anybody, like the main player being Energy on the other side. He is involved.
So to raise the walls, draw up the drawbridge. They're called Citadel for a reason. Odysseus and Agamemnon stand at the gates of Troy. The Citadel must stand.
And for Na'Vi, it's a very similar call of just push on through, break their ranks, as Liquid Citadel are going to be screaming hold. 1 minute and 7 seconds. It's doable, but there has to be some big moments. Rajaro's been involved in near enough all of the main notes of this Midtown. Let's see if there's going to be any Broadway performances from Liquid.
Or will it be a funeral dirge for America's last hope? Looking towards the sky, Rajaro just down on the ground. The nitty-gritty, always stuck in where he's supposed to be. Polly's just taking so much poke to begin with. That's just going to build a first strategist ult. Coming around the back, the Wolverine's already made a play, but parry is solid, and it would appear that Team Liquid Citadel are just going to be able to deal with this one, as Trust Me is overextended.
It's 8 meters already. That's going to be the difference. This is fine margins. 45 seconds to hold. Na'Vi have got the bodies onto the objective, and Liquid Citadel reserved patient play.
Terra almost taken down by the arrayed fire of Team Liquid Citadel, but they can't disengage. They have no more mulligans. They have no more meters to give. Polly's been taken down by Terra, instantly revived by the BRB. The battle recall beacon means the battle keeps on going. Out comes the extra damage reduction from Jerky, but the vulnerability that Polly gave is too much to try and bear right now. A wrap around the outside. Now we try and control the map.
Holding on as overtime is about to hit, but Energy's found that first pick up to Jerky that's been consistently involved, and Nero's built up an invisible boundary. Rolling Royal Foot's going to be used.
Everything on the table right now. Trust Me goes through the club, but Energy's parried it with a self-bubble right now. Veswa getting involved. The Apex Predator around the outside. All the heals are basically gone for the Team Liquid Citadel. And I ask you, Americas, are these your kings? Are these your gods? Because Nasus and Chere are born to win, and they remember who they are!
The super team takes a loss in an upper bracket final again, but on the biggest stage against the biggest squad. Like we mentioned, Terra, the panache at the end, always in these moments. But MVPs aplenty. Jerky finally unleashed as the real flex, with the X Factor right at the end of it. But the front line of Rajaro and Trust Me standing tall against the Citadel.
What an unbelievable story for Na'Vi. Twice in a row, perhaps this team could claim the mid-season championship.
But for the first time through the upper bracket itself, they're used to doing it when it was Rad at the mid-season finals. It was through the Royal Road that Rad are taking in the losers bracket, and it was down there when they were knocked down by Virtus Pro at the grand finals. But here, they have a window, they have a chance and a bit of time to hold on here and see exactly if it's going to be an EMEA matchup or whether that rematch that we just saw here is going to be a full best of 7 against Team Liquid.
The grand finals are waiting. The trophy is waiting. And now for Team Liquid Citadel, if they want to be the ones to hoist that trophy at the end of the day, they need to play 3 series in a row. They need to go and defeat Rad, come back and have revenge against Na'Vi in a best of 7, Ryan.
5 maps and then 7. And I mean, there's been a lot of these like long days, but Rad have been pretty much at the center of all of them. So they're going to be a little bit cold in comparison to some of the games that we've seen being sat up watching these games and just sort of letting the vibes take them in the server. Because even like Dennis, their coach, was saying, they've been playing above and beyond what he's ever seen from these guys, even when they were unsigned. You got the unsigned players that finally got a roster of Rad coming up against this super team of Team Liquid Citadel that had an idea on how to play this, didn't quite work. But I really want to see what Na'Vi have to say as we go over to the stage to hear what they want to go through.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the 3rd time in the core team making it to the grand finals, give it up for Na'Vi and Terra for the first grand finals of his career. Terra, I've been watching you now for a very long time, all the way back into the early days. How does it feel, first of all, making your first grand finals?
I mean, this is phenomenal. I think I'm one of the players that put in the most work, and I put in way more work because I originally, when I came to Na'Vi, I said I wasn't going to take the responsibility that I had on Thieves, which was do most of the stuff. But now the whole team has put their trust into me in the ban phase, and I'm back to how I was before, into actually max passion into the game.
Like Thanos, inevitable. I mean, it's going to happen either way. And tell me, because I'm watching, and it looks like you are about to drop the map on y'all's push, and then you just lock in. And I've seen this, I've watched this, I've casted this over and over. It's Terra the Terrifying. What is going through your head in these emotions and during this time to just lock in and be Terra?
I mean, you have to kind of read the situation. We talked about swaps and stuff like that, but it didn't happen. So we can't, when we're going down with 10 seconds on the clock, you kind of have to make a hero play and see what the win con is. And that was, they're going to have a rocket all coming up. So I just continue to mark the rocket, and I solo ulted him. That just won us the whole game because that's what we needed.
Awesome. And I got to ask, listen, there's a lot of personality on your team. This is a new team for you. Obviously, we've seen some great up and down stories through it. Walk me through the team, the journey, you going over there. I know the crowd wants to hear it.
I mean, it was a rocky journey. It's been a rocky journey the whole time. Every team, this team especially, goes through ups and downs, hardships and fellowships. But every time we know all we want to do is win. All we want to do is lift that trophy.
And beautifully said again, viewers around the world here in LA, give it up for Terra and Navi. We'll be seeing them again. They will return for the grand finals. Big congratulations, Des. Break it down. Wow, congrats.
Third in a row for Navi, but first in a row for Terra. A lot of firsts today. We have the 1 in 26-1, and now the first grand finals for Terra. And boy, howdy, do they deserve it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think through what brought them there. So I was looking at the bans and locks, but to be honest, you've just got to say Terra with 33 finals might be the most I have actually ever seen here in the pro scene of Marvel Rivals. Ignite's just been, that was just disgusting. Terra ending 66-9 for everyone to understand. Yeah, so my personal opinion, they love the mag. They love the rocket. Let's try to maybe ban that if I was TLC. Maybe that would have helped you get another map.
I mean, it's so interesting to talk about that too, right? First map, 7 finals. Second map, 4 finals from Terra. And it felt like they were just struggling to find the momentum for this team. But as you talked about, the lock-in was huge from them. But Rajaro also doing a great job. Trust me, the flexibility as a Vanguard, going from the Groot to even the Penny Mirror that we saw on Shin Shibuya, and then eventually locking in on the Emma initially for that first domination map win. I just love the look of this team, but I got to give a big shout out, of course, to Jerky, the Flex God. Wolverine, that's the best wolf we've seen the entire event. Where's this been?
There is an argument. Crazy Kitty will be yelling at you from the audience here, but the fact is, Jerky's in the grand final, and Crazy Kitty isn't yet. But Navi, their draft chip, it almost feels like it's completely figured out.
Yeah, it's so consistent. I mean, it's Mag, Loki, Adam, Mantis, and then the one-time Storm. But I'll throw a flyer on that. Outside of that, it is Mag, Loki, Adam, Mantis, nothing else, ever. And then they lock Storm, Mag, and Rocket. It is the same exact story every time. I think you might have to disrupt it, whereas TLC, they had Mantis, Gambit, Ultron, Rocket, Loki, Adam, Storm, Emma. They were trying to figure out the solution. They didn't need to change a thing on the side of Navi.
But whereas on the side of TLC, they're not out yet. Team Liquid Citadel go down to that lower bracket. And we can talk about their draft a little bit as well. But we did see Polly off that Penny later on in those drafts, in those games.
Yeah, just kind of realizing that the Penny wasn't getting as much value as they would like, as you could even see in the highlights here with Jerky just marking them the entire time. I felt like that was the answer that was missing for Navi, someone to deal with Polly. The Storm was the answer against Virtus Pro, who had been practiced with more of a passive Penny player, while Polly's anything but passive.
Oh, yeah. There is still a journey for both these teams, the grand finals. It is now time for Navi to sit down and have a little break, or they said they're working hardest. They might just go straight back to grinding, straight back to scrimming at this point, just to try and make sure that they are warmed up. For Team Liquid Citadel, they now have to go for a rematch. Rad waits for them in that lower bracket, but the fact is, Team Liquid Citadel, they just had such a good series versus Navi. Are you a little worried for Radship?
Yeah, I think TLC looked really good into Rad, so I would expect to see that again. But then again, the way this tournament's been going, who knows? Rad is just on a generational run, just a storied org at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Rad, we've seen the highs and lows from them as well, right? Did really good in the preseason, had some struggles during stage 1, especially with dive not being as prevalent in those playoffs, and a lower performance than they would like at the start, and then they were able to go through that lower bracket. And it seems the lower bracket is their domain.
Just the org Rad in general, not even just this. That's so true. We'll tell we once again, we've told the story multiple times. Last year at midseason finals, this Navi roster was under the Rad organization with a couple changes to the roster in terms of the duelist pool, but they came through the lower bracket and the play-ins in order to make it to the lower bracket finals and then that grand finals and MRC in order to qualify for the grand finals, and then won those grand finals. And now the second Rad has an opportunity to do it, but standing in their way are the team that have done it before. Navi sit in the grand finals, Team Liquid Citadel in the lower bracket for the last hope for the Americas ship.
I mean, looking at these stat lines here, we talked about 66 and 9 there for Terra, 33 finals. And one of the things I thought was interesting that you brought up, Energy went down 20 times and had 19 finals. So actually fell more than the 19 finals. There was some very good and precise targeting from Terra. Will be the MVP of this match.
So much of that is due to, like you said, Terra. While Energy had some incredible trades, and we even sort of get the best of Terra so many times, we already mentioned it, 35 for some of those final hits. They went 33 and 9 at one point. It's just dominant, VOD.
What I've noticed too throughout this event is it feels like it's not just a solo duelist that has to be relied upon for the wins. It has to be both the flex duelist and the main duelist as well. Terra had to rely on Jerky a couple times when we saw him on the Elsa and Jerky on the Bucky. Then we saw the swaps happen for the Wolverine. He locked in the Bucky himself, and that synergy from this duo seemed to be a little bit stronger than what we saw from Team Liquid Citadel, where Speedery was kind of just stuck in that triple strategist role.
But now they have to see if they adjust it. Ship, you mentioned you might want to see TLC maybe widen out those drafting sides. Do you think that's going to be instrumental against Rad?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to see more of that dive stuff come in against Rad. And I think it's matched back. Well, the funny thing is, it was matched back prior by Speedery, who was running the cap back. And then eventually it actually led to them banning out the cap because they didn't think they were going to win that back and forth. So curious to see if they've learned from that and just going to skip right past that part back to where they're finding success. But I do want to see some variance in their builds. It seems like they're just running this Ultron comp so consistently. And maybe it works against this comp, but if you're going to make it to that grand final, you need to find something else.
I think a big problem that we saw even with Virtus Pro is they tried to push the Penny composition too far. And we saw that again here with Team Liquid Citadel, focusing so much on that triple strat, just playing Penny every single map. And when it gets down to the wires, you got to be flexible enough to adapt. And we didn't quite see that, unfortunately, for Team Liquid Citadel. So it was a tough go of it for them. But hey, they can still bounce back in the lowers. And Rad would be a perfect warm-up if they do get that win to move on against Na'Vi.
But here's the important question. We're talking as if it's coming down to that lower bracket. We're talking about how much they can really do against each other. But can either of them do anything against this Na'Vi?
It's a loaded question. I feel like it's tough because like Rad historically has struggled against this Na'Vi roster. They've done decent on some of the domination maps, but as we've seen throughout stage 1, they've only dropped to Team Heretics and Virtus Pro. Rad has not gotten a win against Na'Vi, so I think maybe with the momentum there's potential, but if any team has the best chance, I think it's Team Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree with that, but I do think it's any given day with these teams, too.
Yeah.
I think it's all about who shows up in that moment. TLC looked pretty good there. They struggled, obviously, towards the end, and I feel like they just lost momentum. But that being said, it's just still a rock, paper, scissors, I feel like, with these teams.
What about you said that Rad have never taken a series versus Na'Vi, but they also have never been on a LAN stage before.
That's
They've
true.
never made it out of a LAN play-in stage before. They've never made it all the way to a lower bracket finals on LAN before. This is an event of firsts for so many of these teams, and it could be that redemption one for Rad, but Liquid Citadel really are sitting in their way, and it's high tension, it's high stress, it's high pressure. I'm a little worried for all of these teams with Na'Vi sitting just looming over them, preparing, and now they get to study the survival match for these teams. So what we're going to do is we're going to head to a break. And when we come back, it will be 1, survival, and 2, ascension. Who will meet Na'Vi in the grand finals? Will it be Rad or will it be Liquid Citadel? We will find out after this.
This was inevitable.
There is only one path to peace, the Avengers' extinction.
Avengers, assemble!
Widow style.
Friday, lock and load.
This is for Pietro!
More matches, more rewards. Earn exclusive rewards throughout the mid-season finals via Twitch drops, in-game missions, and in-game predictions.
Electrifying match that we saw yesterday with them. Do you expect more of the same?
I think Rad would have learned a lot watching that series as well. You think about the preparation they would have been able to have whilst they were off stage. I think they're going to come in hot here. Rad, they are the giant killers at the moment. They've been able to take down VP. They take down Swamp Gaming. Maybe TLC could be next.
Yeah, it's the Cinderella story versus that ticking clock. That is what we think. TLC trying to go to that grand finals. But to break it all down, we're going to be heading on over to the desk to see what's in store.
Thank you so much, Cozy. We have a new faces here with Leg Day and Ryan. It's an all EMEA crew, but we all live in America. So I think it's kind of apt that we're the ones to break this all down. Ryan, I mean, we saw, you guys saw firsthand how things went with Team Liquid Citadel, but Rad, they have been the underdogs before, and they're here yet again.
They're really enjoying slaying some giants, I think, this event. And I think when it comes to Team Liquid Citadel, two massive organizations merging together, that is pretty much the biggest giant, the biggest bounty that you could claim here. And it's a $500,000 prize pool. 300K of it is today, so it is like making sure that you get the main share of that. Rads feel good about this overall. They're not even really scrimming at the moment. They're just sort of letting the vibes take them on the stage.
Well, looking ahead to this matchup, Team Liquid Citadel, it's rough because they're going to have to play the majority of the matches today if they move through here Leg Day at 3 in a row. Coming off of that loss against Na'Vi, now into Rad, how do they lock back in?
How do they lock back in? Well, they just have to show how much they want it, Potable. That's the only thing they can do. They are looking at a potential 16-map day today after already getting 4 out of the way. This could go to 5, and then the finals could go to 7. But if they want to walk away with a lion's share of $500,000, they have to want it that much. They need absolutely no inch of tiredness to take over.
Well, we talked about the matchup we saw before between Rad and Team Liquid Citadel in the earlier bracket stages, and now seeing it again, you know, domination. They were 26-0 before we saw Na'Vi take them down on this very map. What can Rad learn from that matchup we just saw and make sure that they come out strong at this time, Ryan?
Rad can learn to win on this map because it hasn't been a good one for them. Like, it's pretty much been 3 losses in a row to VP and Team Liquid Citadel early at this event, but even like VP in the playoffs when they were down Lugia. Sure, like we have just seen Na'Vi be able to beat Team Liquid Citadel on this very map only a couple of hours ago, but it was a different style. I think the biggest thing for me is if Rad wants to sort of copy the ideas that Na'Vi were running to try and beat Ultron Penny, whether they'd even let it go through draft kind of thing, or realistically, whether they feel good enough to actually take it on head on.
And the question is, like, are they going to look at what Na'Vi did and think, oh, it's been solved, we can copy that composition? Or are they thinking, okay, maybe Na'Vi didn't solve it. Maybe Na'Vi were just mechanically better and able to outplay on the day. So for here, there's going to be a lot of onus on Coach Dennis to not only have his own plan, but to have really factored in the information that's been garnered from Na'Vi's previous victory.
And that's the big thing, right? Preparation is key. And we saw how well it worked against Swamp Gaming, another America's team in the lower bracket last time for Rad, who had all the preparation that they needed. Going into this one, we need a bit of a replication for that. But who are the keys to victory here, Ryan, from this Rad roster?
Mash, for sure. Like, I think his ability on Gambit has looked solid. Sure, there's a couple of mushy Mash ultimates, I think, with some of the Royal Flushes. But I think the way that he's able to build it up, how aggressive he is, him going toe-to-toe with Cooper, if there is that kind of Gambit head-to-head, is one to watch because both of them can throw hands as and when they need to. They're not just your typical like backline strategists. I'm going to heal everybody. I'm a pacifist. I don't like fighting. Both of these guys will start fighting on stage if you ask them to, I swear, like clobbering time for both of them. But it's like whether Rad can match up head-to-head. And honestly, I think for Team Liquid Citadel, I don't know if you like agree like that. It's just like, how phased are you actually after you've lost this series? Were you sort of expected to? Do you have the temperament to be able to bounce back straight away?
Losing's a new thing for this team, so
That's
I'm not
true.
sure how good they are at taking it in stride.
I mean, we've seen them lose in an upper bracket final before against Swamp Gaming, and they were able to come back and win in the preseason. So Team Liquid Citadel, it's been a while. They'll have to brush off the history books and figure out exactly how they came back that time. But the big thing here for me is just locking in, right? You can't look too far back into the past about that series against Na'Vi. You got to focus on the one that you have here and now. And going right back to you, like on this one, I mean, who do we really need to step up big for this Team Liquid Citadel team to get those spirits back up?
Well, like, Energy's had a great series thus far, but they get a touch out competed by Jerky and Terra. But honestly, what I want to see is Vespa give him the tools to be the hyper carry that he's supposed to be on this team. We saw the switch over towards the Magneto Protect coming through from Liquid Citadel, but do they need to put that earlier in their draft? Otherwise, it's going to be threatened by Rad and...
What?
Oh boy.
Yeah, people are, for those viewers at home, you are currently seeing Rad actually first ban out Ultron, so the Mantis, for the first time this event, is open to play if Team Liquid Citadel want to protect it.
Dennis is cooking so hard. Dennis is cooking so hot. What is this?
He's cooking without the pan. The stove's not even on.
he's just got raw pasta on the stove.
Using the Los Angeles heat probably to cook some eggs or something of that sort. But yeah, there's going to be the Mantis first protect for the first time ever in the mid-season finals. And this is uncharted territory, but for Team Liquid Citadel here, like this is a win con for them. They love triple strat.
I mean, yeah, they are triple strat merchants. We found that out during the last series. And Mantis can exist in that triple strat. And you've got the Adam as well. So you're looking at potentially a lot of resurrection power too. But honestly, when's the last time that Liquid Citadel would have scrimmed with a Mantis?
Probably forever ago.
That's the key one, right? Because it's been so much of the game plan for Team Liquid Citadel, even though it wasn't necessarily working. They're going for the Mantis and the Adam. So if you were sort of seeing the limits put onto Team Liquid Citadel's triple strategist composition, they're wide open with both Mantis and Adam available. Loki had to be banned out early, and with Black Cat also being banned out, Crazy Kitty's been hit. They want to try and protect the Daredevil so they have something to work with.
The Luna Snow banned so that they don't have the Snowflake for the Daredevil there as well. Before we head to the casters here, I need a quick prediction. One word from each of you, starting with Leg Day.
Rad. Ballsy.
Team Liquid Citadel don't usually lose on domination, but you never know. It could be 2 for 2.
Can it be second time the charm here for Rad Esports, the lower bracket hopefuls, or will America's last hope take it forward to victory into the grand finals? Take it away, casters.
Thank you so much. I mean, 25-1 in domination. It is the MRC team versus the Dream team. I mean, a loss like this, Gaskin, it would be in comparison of college basketball, like the 16 seed to the 1. It's insanity. And what is even more insane is we get our first Mantis.
It is David versus Goliath, but they've already taken down 2 giants. And yes, let's address the elephant in the room. We're going to see Mantis in pro play here in LA for the first time all tournament. And I said this on day 1. Someone should just give it to another team and see what they do with it. They're going to be under-practiced. It's underutilized. Are they going to be able to take full effect of what seems to be the best hero in the game right now because it's been banned out completely all tournament long?
And with Ultron gone, Speeder going to have to rise up to the call. Again, huge matchup, Speeder versus Kid. We have Coop versus Smash, Smash versus Energy. Look out, here we go. One of these teams finding their way, and it all starts here at the Hellfire Gala. as we see the top end of the map.
We could look back at Rad just being an absolute genius when it comes to this lock and ban phase, or we could be laughing in our boots, depending on what happens here.
Absolutely love the smash pick here on Widow right away to go ahead and try to get a little bit more of that front-to-back poke game. Energy's going to have a big assignment there. Either way, the damage boost is going to equip him for everything he needs. Nero finds the first hit there. You can tell they're playing Angry Crazy Kitty the first out.
Crazy Kitty always a good person to take out. It just protects your backline, and now it's going to be a 6 versus 5 in this next engagement, and they should and will take control of this first point as Rad just back away. But Energy finds Smash, and that is always the best pick as well.
The good old cloak and stagger, right? I mean, with that, you have such great ult charge as well, fueling that fire. I mean, look at this. We're already halfway through these ults as 12% is climbing. Energy is going to be on that hunt constantly to rise up to the call. Speedery, look for him to be close to fuel up all that damage.
Curious to see how TLC reacts to dropping to the lower bracket here, and Energy in particular. He was unbelievable in that upper final, and now a chance to try and prove himself once more and regain that chance to go back into it in the grand final.
Look at Best using these walls to help the team climb up to the top, get that high ground. That's so important. As we know, Mash is going to go in and get the Q down and give the momentum to Rad. Can they take use of it now? It's Crazy Kitty's going to try to dive for the lawyer, even though blind is lethal. But Speedery going to be the first to find the laugh on Duck.
And his Mantis doesn't look so bad so far. Smash, though, has been such an important part on that Widow. Magneto will pop the Meteor M. Smash gets the follow-up as well. And now TLC, they drop off, but they have got a trade.
Yeah, great trade there. Cooper using that ult to keep them alive as much as possible. Crazy Kitty is going to be that it factor. Lugia getting a piece of the neutral as well, but Nero with the cocoon comes back, finds Lugia, and just like that, it's looking like TLC is holding strong. Vertigo going to go ahead and throw up the invisible boundary up in the air, going for the three-pointer, slams down, finds Crazy Kitty.
Crazy Kitty done, eliminated off the server temporarily. Nero has Karmic Revival as well. Bear in mind, they are not going to need to use it so far. 70% now for TLC. Remember, these two teams did play here on Krakoa to start their series in the upper bracket. It was TLC who won this one quite comfortably against Rad.
Why they're the dream team, we've only seen them really lose twice, right? So what do they play like when they lose? Well, we're getting a little bit of a picture here for sure. A lot of ults and Qs are going to be ready. Look out for the group hug from Best. Energy also having that Glartrox. They're set up for success on the offense. Nero going to have the defense at the point again. There's the Glartrox. Does it come out? It's trying to find, but it's blind. Comes up empty.
Comes out empty, doesn't find anything, but it is still zoning. You're going to have to see something from the Widow here. Maybe you can pull off something special. Goes for the no-scope. Somehow, some way, gets the KO onto Energy, but elsewhere, Citadel are still finding KOs in their favor.
Absolutely disgusting. We're seeing Smash really evolve as a player on the Widow. Ducky critical by 2. That's going to be 3 for Crazy Kitty. 99% is on the ticker, but it's going to be Rad that is looking to turn the point their way.
Rad will just be able to turn this, you would think, unless there's some insane stall and a portal, but I think Liquid Citadel will be happy to walk this one in. They've got all the time in the world. It's 99-0. Finally, Rad take control, but it required a lot of effort to do so. A lot of ultimates were used as well.
Yeah, they took a big gamble there on the Mantis, and right now it's not looking like it's paying off. Either way, we're going to see how much the Liquid have to use to try to get this point back and make it theirs. We've seen plenty of 99% flips. It will be another here as Rad coming up empty outside of Mash here for the Q department.
I mean, Energy is dangerous enough. You give him a damage boost, and suddenly you're going up against essentially 2 players on that Elsa. And now Liquid Citadel are going to have that Karmic Revival going into this next engagement as well. Rad are building up this Raging Royal Flush, though. If they want to be aggressive, they could. But I'm sure they're well aware of that Karmic Revival being in their hands.
Yeah, we often talk about Rad being very aggressive, but also patient at the same time, not using anything that is not required to win the fight. 38%. This thing is climbing quickly as Best is keeping guys on the front line. There's a great ult, going to try to get the connection. Finds one, but Donkey gets a trade on Best. Tree on tree violence as Polly will trade as well. Point again coming up. This could be a tough fight for Rad to win as Air is bringing the ball back for the Marvel Zombies.
That's the thing, so much misused there by Rad. Karmic Revival now is going to bring back everyone from TLC. They should comfortably regain this point, and we're looking over towards Smash. Get that portal down, but hopefully you can take a full 6v6 fight here. You've got to be careful.
Yeah, but when you lose Smash, you lose a big part of that DPS, right? So with that, it's going to be Smash getting the pick early on Nero. That's a massive one at that. Polly, once again, this is the big sign. The first on the team to sign on the Dream Team. Can he come up big? Goes to the waterfall. How? Oh, Smash with the Speedery.
Smash taking down Speedery. Energy replies, but Cooper's gone down as well. And Rad are somehow keeping this in their favor. But Liquid are throwing everything at them to try and contest here. The Glartrox comes out from Energy, and he just is a one-man army right now.
Everybody wants a piece of the pie. Energy now hunting out without the Q. Gonna find Lugia in the back. Time is ticking down. Slowly, that overtime is dwindling. The hope once again is fading for Rad to get this first zone. Ducky, last hope. Time's gone. It's going to Liquid Citadel.
So our first glimpse of a Mantis didn't look so bad, if I'm completely honest. They looked very comfortable having the Mantis on their side, and as I said, it just gave them such an advantage with that damage boost onto both Speedy, of course, playing the Mantis, but over towards Energy, who looked different class.
Yeah, never mind like a Grandmaster rank or a Tier 2 team when you give Mantis. Energy, one of the best players in the world in the duelist department and accuracy. That is definitely a decision that was made. But either way, going to have to go ahead and make the bed with it. 8 finals for Energy, 6 for Pauly. I need to see Pauly have the game of his life. Again, first sign to this team to get it together. This is where the anchor is.
And Pauly has just often been that hero player that everyone tries to target time and time again, but now playing something a little bit more kind of there in the meta. You're playing on Magneto, you're not playing on Cap. It's a very different play style, but Pauly has really found his own in this tournament. And for Energy, he does pick up 8 final hits in the end. And if it wasn't for Terra being a part of this tournament, by the way, Energy for me would be the best player, hands down, that we've seen so far. But Terra, we saw what we just saw in the upper bracket final.
It was back and forth, right? And I feel like if that match was played 5 more times, could have had different results. Either way, those 3 final hits for Nero are massive ones at that. Able to either hit and start off the fight 6v5 or cleaned up some of the finish. Now, as the gates are opening, what do you see here in the old department that's going to tell the story early?
Only one to kick us off, of course, on the side of Liquid Citadel. But Crazy Kitty is building up that Let the Devil Out to start us off as well. And even though Kitty went down early in that initial phase, all we need to see is an early pick from Crazy Kitty, and it will change things so much in their favor.
Yeah, you know, Crazy Kitty is that snowball, if you will. Smash is the one that pushes it down the hill. If Smash is able to go ahead and give the room for Crazy Kitty to work, that's when Rad becomes dangerous. But this front line is what has gotten them to this point as well. We need to see them lock in as Energy taking a little bit of the off, and we're going to come back to the team. And as these teams clash shortly, we're seeing who's patient. Crazy Kitty wins.
It's been so long, I forgot what Mantis Soul sounds like. At this point, we'll have to get the voice actor in the room, as now Rad are going to be able to push up with Crazy Kitty and to Let the Devil Out. But are you able to connect with anything here? Speedery is the one who gets the opener onto Smash.
That is what we expect to see. Once again, the 2 DPS duelists get it done. Energy and Speedery find 2 to open it up. Again, domination, 25-1. The only one coming from the team that just beat him and sit them down here. They're playing angry.
They look angry. They look like they want to get that chance once more in the upper bracket and take them down in the grand finals. But now they have the point. Rad need a way to try and break through here. They do have the Raging Royal Flush.
Yeah, Nash really has to press Q. If you're ult track, it's time to go, but we're going to see how they choose to take this front. Again, having high ground is the advantage for this point, and oftentimes, Kitty is playing with fire there. To get out of here as Vest goes down, and there's the Gambit ult. Crazy finds one.
Sometimes you feel a little bit slow as a group can't get into the invisible boundary, but energy is still there. That's the important factor here for TLC. They try and delay to see if anyone can rejoin them, but Crazy Kitty and Lugia will tag team here to get 2 on their side, and they should be able to gain this point.
What a great response. Ooh, in return, 2 going down quickly, and it's Lugia going to get 2 in return to make sure they get the last laugh. Rad stopping at 39%. Great fight.
Great fight indeed. I do think the Vest was a little bit out of position. Sometimes that happens, though, as a group, because you're trying to isolate someone else. And in the end, was just a little bit too far away from that invisible boundary. We now start to look at all these ults here for Rad. They are building them up. They have everything you could want defensively here with whatever TLC throw at them.
I was going to say, they made great use of that Mash ult, right? Really, in return, they only had to expense Cooper, so Liquid Citadel has plenty in their armory as well. We're going to wait for this Q shortly. They had a great sword, going to find value, and it's Vest once again getting picked out early. Now, Pauly going to struggle, being the only on the front line. We're going to go get 2 once again to open up this fight. It's legendary, you could say.
Army Revival does come out, though, but Speedery, he'll also get brought back, so Liquid Citadel have their second chance to try to regain this point. But Rad are holding strong at the moment. The damage output insane, and Smash is one of the key reasons.
Golden God trying to bring the team back. Pauly going up once again, has hit 1. Will he hit another slam dunk? Can he find it? Oh my, through it all! It's Mass, the connection. Speedery finds another as well. This is going to give TLC that advantage on the momentum.
Meteor versus Meteor, they both connect, which is good to see. We've had some wandering ones, but now you will see the Strangling Prison just eliminates any possibility of escaping. Vest will convert onto Crazy Kitty, and TLC now bullying Rad back away from this point.
Gotta let the Vest out. We have to see what this man can do. We've seen him on this stage and in this position before, back at FlyQuest last year. He's hungry. He wants it. Finds that crude ult and more energy. Gonna go ahead and get the Glartrox out. Off it is Mash and more. And it's 73%, though. Pretty good sustained effort if you're Rad.
Yeah, TLC were noticing there was too much percentage going up, even though they were winning the fight, so they did kind of throw everything at them there. The Glartrox came out just as a finisher here to ensure they were able to capture that point and start putting percentage on their side. And now we're basically in the neutral position again, aside from Speedery having Mantis.
And the two ults that Rad used to win the first point, right? Mash and Crazy Kitty coming up any moment here. Now they will have the Soul Resurgence. Again, almost forgot the name of that ult. We have seen Mantis in forever. Vertigo finding Paulie early. It's one of these front lines each time falling down as Devil's let out. Crazy Kitty is the Devil himself on the hero, trying to find that value and pick. Gonna have to get out of there before he finds anything. It's blind hit. The batons are twirling, nothing out of it.
Nothing out of it just yet. Speedery's able to hold on. Smash has fallen, and again, it is Speedery finding these KOs time and time again for them. Vesper's going to convert one as well, and Rad are going to have to just back away a little bit, resist the urge to push up on, because they need all 6 of them here, otherwise they're losing this map.
That is why Mantis is so dangerous, especially in the hands of the best flexed duelist. Many know, many love. Porter going to come out early here for Ducky, 95%. Time has evaporated. Teams jumping in for desperation at this point where the body block come in. No, they do find success. Looking for more. Vertigo to go in the invisible boundary, up in early. Crazy Kitty gets the pick. Born again rings up through Kakoa as all the team coming back 2-3 and more.
Such a good Kami revival. It means TLC, they are not behind in this fight anymore, even though we saw big KOs. Can Lugia maybe connect with something? It doesn't matter, because elsewhere Smash did the job, and Lugia converts as well, and Rad will keep us going here. They regain the point.
That Galarian got a full belly, jumped right off the rip of the map there. Beautifully done. I mean, with it, obviously you'd like to save that Meteor Im. Either way, able to get it 85%. Paulie on the Strange.
Ollie on the Strange is going to have to now try and re-engage here with the portal. Vesper's going to have Strangling Prison as well. And there's nothing on the side of Rad, so they really have to be careful not to bunch up too much.
Last time these two bet on this map, it was 2-0. Will fate change? 98, 99 is up, and we have hit overtime, folks. Hold on and buckle your seatbelts. Ducky trying to find souls. How is he surviving here? Great play by the backline there of Rad. Now getting close is Smash. 75. Keep your eyes on it. We've had Imprisonment, Paulie, both Vanguards ready to get the job done from Liquid Citadel. Are you the best front line? Show it here as Paulie finds Lugia. It shows just that. Energy can't be stopped. He wants that energy on stage. Forward for TLC.
And TLC will just be able to watch this time tick away. Kitty won't even be there to get its claws involved, as they will take map 1 in a very commanding fashion. And maybe that's why we don't give Mantis to Team Liquid Citadel.
The same result of the 2-0, and you choose your own adventure book once again. We're seeing that Citadel get fixed up in the cracks that came from the upper bracket. I have to say right away, impressive to lock in. I talked to TLC this morning. They said that first game had so much at stake because you have to play for the rest of the day, right? And play perfect at that. And that was damn near close.
I will say, I have a lot of respect for Rad for trying something different, for giving the Mantis and saying, let's see what you can do with it. But at the end of the day, there's a reason why she has been permanently banned for this event, and I'm sure they will go back to that ban to start.
Yeah, look at it there. I mean, if you look at the triple strat, 17, 14K, 20-something K as well, on top of all those openings that Speedery made for the team. You can't give Goliath a bazooka. It doesn't work, right? Or maybe you bring it to a slingshot if you're David. Either way, expected somewhat result in something like domination. Rad did answer well. We'll have to see how they adjust.
They did. Last time they took them to Hall of Jalia, and they won it 4-3 as we went into overtime. So perhaps they'll be going for something a little bit similar. That being said, if you do take it to somewhere you've already played this team, the studying could have been there. The research could have happened. The VOD review has had time to be in effect here. So maybe there'll be a different strategy on the side of Rad.
Yeah, but we always talk about a team needing a map, like the it factor. Where do you go? Now, in best of 3, typically you do that right away after a loss, right? Sometimes in BO5, you save that for later. Either way, even in that map, it was TLC that did look dominant, but kind of let it slip through the fingers. I remember being ready for the mic for the interview. Nope, Dawn, just like that. Rad made it a 1-1 affair, but will we see once again that same result for you? Who was the it factor in this game?
I mean, Energy was quite clearly the damage dealer and the player of the game for me, but you also have to give it for Speedery. That responsibility of being on the Mantis, especially after not being able to play as much of it this tournament, you were always going to have eyes on him, and he did the job.
That's the shout out I want to say, because we talk about Gambit. We used to talk about it all the time, that players weren't ready for it because they have not had access to it. Speedery is always ready. And guess what, folks? He's been in the shoes before at the grand finals, last mid-season finals, in this exact role once the different result to go ahead and punch the ticket there as we look at the stats.
Yeah, 31 assists in the end for Speedery, just making sure everyone has some leaves to work with. Even Polly, when the switch over to the Strange was effective in the end as well. Everyone played their part in TLC, and I think the most important factor here is Cozy They don't look dejected after their loss in that upper bracket against Na'Vi. They look hungry to try and get back into those grand finals, as it looks like we're heading over to Spider Island.
A lot more Spider Island than I thought we were going to see here in LA. But you know what's beautiful about TLC is that they write a perfect sentence, and energy needs to be that exclamation point. If you look at their match up against Na'Vi, I would say that was missing a couple of times because of that matchup with Terra. Energy, though, we know the clutch factor is there. Spider Island, interesting choice for them, but Dennis has something cooked up as you look at the coach.
Yeah, when you give Energy that kind of freedom, no team is really going to have a good, fun time going up against him, especially with the damage boost as well. So I am expecting a very different approach to this lock and ban phase from the side of Rad. They've had their experimentation. You do have time in a best of 5. Again, I do respect them for trying it, but I do think perhaps they should try and go back to something a little bit more normal now and get rid of Mantis straight away.
Yeah, the crowd reacted to that Mantis non-ban. Oh, okay. Hey, you know what? You know what works? It doesn't work the first time. Do it again and try to make it work. Dangerous. But I will say new game mode can be different opportunities, flanks, maps, and angles. But again, now what are we giving Goliath? Another 2 bazookas?
Apparently, it would seem so. We're just giving such an advantage to TLC. I don't like it. I understand that they're scared of the Ultron team-up. Going into this one, we know what TLC can do with Ultron plus Penny, right? Especially on a map like Spider Island. But again, the Mantis is going to do a very similar problem. You're just going to be looking at Energy blasting your backline the entire game.
Now, if you have a hole in the ship, it's not fixing that hole. You're just creating another one and putting some duct tape on it. Either way, though, and that's what you have to see here. You don't want to play scared, right? You want to play aggressive. You went through the gauntlet to get here, through the play-in stage, all the way through that lower bracket. Play like it.
I will say, though, TLC making sure they get rid of that Black Cat again, and I think that is such an integral part of this lock and ban phase. We know what Crazy Kitty can do on the Black Cat, and even though the Daredevil still looks scary, it's not quite the same as the Black Cat he's able to pilot. And again, it's going to be another protect onto the Adam Warlock. It is another win for me on the side of TLC with this lock and ban phase. That being said, Rad did choose this map, so perhaps they've got something cooking here.
Yeah, it's much less of that distraction factor, if you will, for the Black Cat there. But for this last hit here, do they want to go ahead and make it a one-sided Adam affair that's going to go ahead and eliminate the cheese and really allow you to do what this whole comp wants to do best? We see just that.
Yeah, good call. No Born Again, no Karmic Revival on the side of Rad, so they just have to make sure they do not throw any of these fights away easily. I will say, when you have the Adam Warlock on your team, sometimes you're a little bit freer in your movement. You're like, I can just get brought back a little bit later.
Absolutely. Viewers at home, put the emotes in the chat. LA, let's get loud. We got our next matchup coming between these two teams, Rad and TLC.
TLC looking to try and make a statement here in the lower bracket so they can come back all guns blazing into that grand final, but do not count out Rad just yet. Rad have been counted out too many times this tournament, before the tournament, and they still keep going. They still find a way, and they've already found top 3, basically, from MRC to this point. Can they go that one step further? It all has to start here on their map pick. We need to see something a little bit more special, as they will be the ones attacking first. TLC will be defending here, so expect to see TLC on that Penny, prepared to hold.
Listen, there's so many universes in Marvel. We know there's another Wolverine here in Jerky that kind of answered the call on Paulie on Penny, right? If we can see the same from Crazy Kitty, who was really the only other Wolf player that we did see in this tournament to great success, well, they could answer what is a big problem in the Poly and the Nest. Now opening up the gates, going to be Rad. See how TLC chooses the defensive side. Love the aggression right up the right.
Keep keen eye on the positioning of Poly as well. If you want to learn how to play Penny, you've got to make sure you're both aggressive but also safe at the same time. And Mash sadly takes a mine to the face. And already, Rad are going to have to go right back into spawn and rethink this approach.
Yeah, let me tell you, Energy also happens to be one of the best players. I'm just saying, I mean, some of what he can do in the neutral is so lethal, and it gives you that value. Oftentimes, when you get the triple ban, you want to get rid of that bag because it adds so much of that extra babysitter, if you will. You're going to see that from him.
Magneto, one of the best duelists in the game right now. Let's be completely honest. But there you go. There's the grab. You have to make it count here. You've got to take Poly down, and you will. But there is, of course, going to be the revive available.
You can fly. You can fly. Is Peter Pan here? I don't see him at the moment. Either way, Lugia is going to try to find a will in a way as the mag on their team. Big answer to call here, but Nero gets once again that opening pick.
So frustrating as well. You get that opening pick, you take down Poly, then the BRB just puts you right back to square one here if you are Rad. You can see they are changing over and over again to try and find something new here.
Well, let's go ahead and listen in to Rad, again powered by Razor, to see exactly how they choose to answer this problem.
Stable, please. I'm reloading. I can gambit ult and they should have rolled it. We can break it.
Remember, guys, soft turns to hard turns.
Guys.
I mean, this Magnetti is just forcing us in like.
Don't walk into it and hold melee. Like, clear them out. Don't play. I wanna gambit ult. I wanna gambit ult. Do a turn and then I can gambit ult.
Rolling thing. 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding.
Tell me when I can go.
Ding, 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 ding. You go whenever. Link, up the link. Let go, sing. Sing. Left row. Sing now.
Magnum, Adam ult, rocket ult. Do you ammo ult for the rocket ult even?
It's not oftentimes that you hear nice after something there. The opening pick from MASH. But yeah, just like that, they have everything as well. Look at the cues. I mean, great neutral play there. This is going to be a 3-fight point. Going to get the portal out right away. In there, just off the rip, it's going to be Energy looking hungry with that meteor in.
It did take quite some time to get there, though. In Liquid Citadel, they've got plenty to work with themselves. Carbon Revive was going to be the Meteor M, and of course the Seer, which is going to be responded to with an invisible boundary. But Ducky's the first one to find that Seer, take down the rocket, and now Energy has to reply.
Yeah, and they can play aggressive because they have the board again, right? We typically see that from teams when they're able to have the Atom, and there it is, ringing out through. Spider Island finds 2 up and ready to fight again. Crazy Kitty on the Storm, the X-Men looking for more. Fellow on the X-Men, and there is the Goddess. The clouds open up. What category hurricane are we going to get today, folks? As the tornado falls down, we have 1 looking for more. It's a Cat 1, pretty good still value.
Great wall as well that came out just to protect Kitty there after being so vulnerable off the back of the Mega Hurricane, and still finding damage and still finding value. TLC will have to back off. TLC may even give up this point at this rate.
I was going to say, that was a great way to win the fight and timing of it. This might not even be for the 3 fights. Vest will going to try to make his way back to point as quick as possible. That's that quick Venom swap. You're also going to use the passive. So they're committing. Here's another fight.
Here's another fight, and they do manage to just stall this one a little bit. Nero actually finds the opener onto Smash as well. And now we've got the switch over to Black Widow from Energy. And I'll tell you, that is not going to be pretty for anyone. Speedery on the Daredevil as well, as Rad will lose this engagement. Ooh. And there is only 18 seconds left here, Cozy. They have got to be quick with their portal.
Yeah, time has evaporated, and the portal is coming out for more. Now, looking at what they have once again what has been the X factor in the X-Men of MASH. Get the cards out, ready to go. You are the best Gambit, they say. Let's see it here as the bubble comes out. Point protection. Instantly get that team up protection as well in anticipation. Gas.
Rage of Royal Flush does allow a little bit of extra damage, and actually the opening picks should give Rad the lead here and should convert to a point unless we see anything miraculous from Speedery. It looks like it's just going to be a little bit of a consolation at this point, as all 6 will fall and Rad will gain their first point.
That miraculous had a little bit of extra oomph in it, because we've seen it time and time again from Speedery, able to get just crazy play after play. Now, Rad did have to use the mash ult. Vertigo getting close as well, though. So with the Eternal Bond at the ready, they're going to choose to play aggressive once again with the Energy would be the one that I want to watch here if we're able to see, because this part of the point especially is going to lend to that Black Widow.
The amount of damage we're going to see from Energy here, and of course having that ultimate to try and pick off some of that backline, or even just join in on taking the front line, and those Vanguards, they take so much damage as well. But Crazy Kitty trying to go and look for his prey and maybe take someone down, but Veswa is going to deflect him back to his own backline.
And just on the call there, Black Widow looking for one, Vertical going down. The Avenger is trying to find and make up time for not being in the game for years, as Vest, Energy, and more. It's everyone getting it done. We're going to go ahead and stay still. Vertigo 97 and up has given them time now to go ahead and get that ult.
TLC just need to ensure they don't allow Rad to get to this second point for me. I'm confident Liquid will be able to break the first, but getting all the way to 3 can often be very difficult here on Spider Island. But Rad, they are there and prepared for this one. The Psionic Seduction is going to be the opener.
And you can use what your advantage is in the triple strat with you, right? You don't have to do everything at once. As Smash finds Cooper, that was actually one of the biggest picks out of the other 2 strategists at 64%. Looking to have that and more. It opens a door for Ducky as well to get the Grid ult out without the cleanse. So look for it as Adam, Nero, rising the team off the map. Bezel taking a big kick there as Energy fights 2, 3, and more. TLC looks dominant.
And they look so good, TLC, being able to hold some of these initial engagements. They start with Rad with the first ultimate, may I add, but now with TLC having the lead, they're ahead in the ult economy. They can be patient, they can wait, they can use these ults to respond to whatever Rad have to offer. And now Rad, they are running out of time here in this second point.
Cooper evens the odds. Smash was able to get the first pick on him. First comes back there with quick ice, as you will, the light ice. Now, either way, if you're looking at the R's on the ground, fans of Paulie are celebrating. That's exactly how he likes to play, and a token to him. Speedery, I like the space here given. We have Soul Resurgence and more. TLC preloading.
Rad starting to wind this one up now. This is their last big hurrah, as it were, here on Spider Island on their chance. But you instantly get ripped off the map by Energy, and TLC will deny Rad of this push and say, how about you get 18 more seconds off Sport?
The elimination feed is just coded in red, coming from that red rifle himself with Energy. Getting it done, the team to follow. Fate of both worlds, the Koopa already, but doesn't even need it. Wants to go on the offensive. It's the duelist Luna.
Yeti has to hit the Hurricane at this point just to try and touch the blooming payload, and he's able to get on it at this point. Overtime ticks over. TLC have found one, they found two, they found three, and Rad are not going to get this second point. They'll throw everything at it, but sadly it's just not going to be enough. They'll get bullied here.
Even in tornadoes, it is clear skies for this defense, and TLC holds strong, and that fortress repaired nearly to the top.
TLC now do not need to do particularly much here. I think if they can get this first point, if they can get out of this first hold, I am confident they will be able to take this second map, because we know what they're like in that second push. There's so much room for angles, and if you give those kind of angles to Energy, he's going to delete the backline. So Rad are going to have to work very hard here in this initial hold. They cannot allow them to get the first.
Listen, even in the Avengers movies, there's always one, the Thors, when I go to an Infinity War, that stands out to really make the battle one-sided, and it is Energy right now answering the call. 17 finals, just getting every single answer. And we wanted to see more of that Widow, especially from him, and we're seeing it right now. It's working pretty well.
The Widow has been on and off through this tournament, right? We've seen it bounce back and forth. You've got your Bucky, you've got your Elsa as well. But it doesn't matter what hero Energy is playing, just constantly finding those final hits and being the difference maker. I will give credit as well to Veswa and Polly. Look at the amount of damage they're outputting on those Vanguards. They are giving Energy that freedom.
Yeah, and we're, if you look back to 100 Thieves versus Rad, where Rad did struggle a little bit, it was the matchup of Delina versus Smash on the Widow, right? And it was just tough to match that clutch value that you have. Either way, Smash has been doing this a long time. If you want to make it to the biggest stage we have here at the midseason finals, lock in, Rad fans. It's time as the gates open up. Spider Island, this is going to be their chance to hold strong.
Well, at Spider Island, there's not going to be any spiders on the side of Rad in their defense. There's not going to be any Penny that they're going to try and be a little bit cheesy against TLC. Instead, it's more strategic. It's more of what we're used to seeing. But already Speedery is letting loose here on this approach, and Rad have to be careful.
Yeah, last time we saw Speedery on Storm on this point was able to absolutely just rain havoc and make it thunderstorms all over. Now looking for more Smash, bringing back Ducky already through it. But this usually is a much stronger hold out the gate, unable to hold strong.
There was a reason Na'Vi banned the Storm against TLC, because they know how good they can be on these breaks.
Oh.
And Ducky gets caught off guard. Speedery shuts him down, and now with the extra player, Rad are having to force back. Liquid are just walking them down.
It's stormy skies on the new heroes from picked up from Veswa and Speedery, finally going down up high. But Cooper finds two, showing that Luna getting it done. Daddy Koo losing his mind as we find TLC pushing through the ramp.
That's another skin added, up to 7 legendaries coming now in the next season, as Liquid Citadel have been able to do that far quicker than Rad did, almost by 2 minutes faster. And sadly for Rad, they have to hold once more on this corner.
Yeah, once again, going to take that high ground from the portal. Polly, though, just immediately is going to get rid of all the presence that they are looking for. Ducky going up high, looking at what they have. There's just no ults to the name. Mash needs to make that difference, but the whole team's falling. What can you do against 6?
They've been far too staggered here, sadly. Rad are just going to have to look at this one, give it up, and try and regroup to go to next. And as I mentioned previously, once Liquid get to this first point, their point 1 to point 2 progression here on Spider Island is like nothing I had seen in Americas. It's the way they manipulate the map in their favor. Watch the angles that Energy is going to be taking alongside Speedery's control here on Storm.
Now that glass slipper is starting to fade. That clock is getting closer to midnight. If you look at it, though, what has Brad done in this tournament? They always fight back. We need to see it at the most important time of these young folks' career. Energy, Veswa, Speedery ready for the Q. On the opposition, Rad will be throwing it on him. Energy looks to the Kraken impact to make the impact.
Omega Hurricane's going to start us off alongside the Psionic Seduction here. So that is a one-mo combo. And you get the fate of both worlds. Liquid Citadel say, let's just throw it all. Let's win it right here, right now.
Ollie, Energy find 2. Only 4 remain. The Glorchark's ready to pull. Ducky trying to find ult, but he falls as well. Cooper, Energy find more. 2.9. Desperation at play. But it is Team Liquid Citadel that finds another match.
Rad tried to do something a little bit different, tried to take TLC to maybe somewhere they felt they were going to be uncomfortable, but they looked everything but. TLC were more than prepared here at Spider Island.
And listen, I mean, we saw the result of the Mantis Open. It's just a tough thing to go back to, and we were both surprised. Try it once, see how it goes. It's I was not a fan, to say the least.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, and maybe shame on Rad. Are they going to go for the hat trick and try and commit to it, or will they change things up going into map 3? Because now it has to be a reverse sweep from Rad here if they're going to find themselves in that grand final. I know that they have been on one heck of a run. They have taken down giants on their way, but perhaps TLC maybe is just one task too high.
Yeah, we often say they've been here more than the hotel. I mean, they've started and ended most days just to show the grit that they continue to have. And it's been such a fun story from couch to pro, but right now they're going against the pros.
They are, and I think that when you're going up against someone like Energy, by the way, who just seems to be a one-man army at times, it's very deflating. It's difficult to try and bring yourself back up, but they do still have maps.
Yeah, listen, though, you got to point to the sign, say you believe. We've seen 16 seeds against the 1. They've come back for more, but this is going to be a tall task, a gas game. Because at this point, where do you take it? I mean, this is where I guess we're going to go to Wakanda. They've had success there, and it's just tough, right? Because you're losing that momentum as things continue.
I think you have to take it to Hall of Jolly here. You've been able to beat them once. Maybe you can beat them again.
Absolutely. Well, to break it all down, what we just saw in the duo so far is the desk. What do you have over there, Tesh?
Well, I took Tetra's seat, so I'm here for now, but he'll be back a bit later on. Either way, thank you, Cozy. But looking at that matchup, I think the craziest thing we got to talk about a little bit here is the Mantis situation. I mean, leg day, looking at that, this is the first time we've ever seen it actually available to be played in this event, and it felt like Team Liquid Citadel is the perfect team to play this composition.
I mean, they've got Speedly, who's a fantastic Mantis player, but also they've got like such a versatile backline that can run the Mantis in that 2-2-2. And because they're still committing to a Storm, it means that you're dealing with a double damage boosted energy all the time. How do you deal with a double damage boosted energy? I'll give you a clue. You don't.
Too much of a struggle, isn't it? Like, I think just for like Rad in particular, you don't really want to try to, first of all, go in for what Na'Vi did. Like, sure, it's like you could sort of just copy the answer, but you've gone in with a game plan today and an idea on how you want to approach it. But it's also just like, for Rad in particular, you want to just have the gambit. You've been able to get it. You've even been able to get it one-sided in some of these cases, but it just hasn't been enough. Like, Mantis shown exactly why she's been such a first ban for every other series other than this one.
Well, looking ahead for this as well, Ryan, I mean, potentials for maps that we could see from these two teams. We saw Hall of Jalia before work so well for the Rad team against Team Liquid Citadel. That was the one map they were able to take and the one that Team Liquid Citadel dropped before in the Na'Vi series. Do we go there again, or is there a different option?
I mean, it feels like that's what they're going to be leaning towards, and at least that's what we're seeing like hovered over when it comes to the choice, because it has to be convergence, and out of everything else that we've sort of seen, yeah, it's 3 wins in a row for Rad over on Jalia. But they have been able to get wins on Central Park and Tibia the Service. In fact, it's been a really good, like, just map type for them overall, only dropping Jalia against 100 Thieves, which was right at the start of the tournament in play-ins. And honestly, they fixed every issue that they had on that map in particular, so it's a great way to go.
Well, looking at Team Liquid Citadel, they've been calm, cool, and collected, and I feel like that has to be because they are competing today from the Razor Ixer V2 New Gen, the official chair partner for the Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals, equipped with the Razor Hyperflex lumbar support system to keep these pros supported, and Gen 2 EPU leather with cool touch technology to handle the heat of the battle. The Razor Ixer V2 New Gen stands strong on the brightest stages. That's exactly where they're at. If you want to take your seat game up a notch, go check it out at the Razor website. But with that, looking at the stats leg day, what can we analyze?
Energy is that guy. Like, whether it's regular energy or green energy, he's just him. And Energy needed to get their mojo back after the last series, where going up against both Jerky and Terra was a pretty terrifying experience, honestly. For Team Liquid Citadel being 2-0 up at this point is it's a great blessing, because they are hoping for a very quick series here, given the feat of stamina it will have to be if they want to run it back against Na'Vi in our grand final, because that's going to be a best of 7. And this is their second series of today. This is going to be their 7th map.
Well, we go back to Hall of Tajalia again. We saw how effective, I guess, it was for Rad, because they had to give it their all in a one final last-ditch effort hold against this team before. And I think looking at this one, Ryan, I mean, what's the potential answer from Team Liquid Citadel to lock in this time and not drop this map?
I think it's like knowing how those first point defense holds, because no doubt when it comes to like choosing a map like this, you tend to attack first as well. So for Team Liquid Citadel, they lost the first point and even the second checkpoint very quickly against Rad last time. And Rad has been blistering against a lot of teams, including like world champions of VP, with just attacking quick and attacking fast. And I think it's, for Team Liquid Citadel, it's like making that triple strategist work. It seems that you're pretty much in a crux if you're Rad, either going up against the Mantis or the Ultron. It's one or the other. But the fact that Energy's been able to sort of perform consistently now, just as that solo duelist, 23 final hits. The entirety of Rad in that final map at 25. Like, he is able to just find the actual openings and picks, which he was completely iced out of when he was playing in that series against Na'Vi earlier on.
So, Leg Day, looking at Rad, it feels like their double duelist setup's been relatively silent since we saw them yesterday. They were feeling, on top of the world. They've played out of their minds, but how do they step up to the big stage and make sure they can at least take this one home and get it to a longer series?
Well, they've got to shake the nerves off. It would seem that Rad are... while we may not have seen Liquid Citadel scrimming much with Mantis, perhaps Rad have not been scrimming much against Mantis on account of it being often the first ban. So maybe having this time off while we've been analyzing has been enough time to try and figure out how they want to modulate their approaches when going up against that potential triple healer setup of the three strategists.
Well, it's now the fateful hour to see if they ban the Mantis, and that's exactly what they are going to focus on here, Ryan. I feel like this is the best option for Rad here.
Yeah, it feels so, but that's also a very typical Rad thing to do from what we saw in EMEA, is just not really like troll the draft, but just try something. It doesn't work, they sort of revert back to it. It feels that now is a good chance to work, but like looking at like the first protects, it has been a little bit more leaning towards getting the one-sided Magneto. They're going to go for the Gambit, even protecting Black Cat in some of these cases, because Team Liquid Citadel have really not let Crazy Kitty actually go for like the plays that he wants to go on these like melee characters.
Yeah, they haven't really been too worried about the Daredevil or any of the dive that we've seen from Crazy Kitty, relatively silent on that end. And of course, the Ultron first speedily is going to get saved here as well, like that.
Yep, Ultron being there might actually tempt out a Penny ban here from Rad at some point, because Penny has been instrumental in a lot of Hall of Jalia defenses. Admittedly, Rad having been offensively a powerhouse here before on Hall of Jalia, maybe trying to bait that kind of interaction out.
Ooh, but instead it's going back to the same that we kind of saw against Na'Vi, Ryan. This is a very similar ban line, especially with the Rocket one coming out from Team Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, it's going to be opened up. If you're Team Liquid Citadel, you know very much so that Rad do not want to play up against this composition. So your drafts can be fairly straightforward. And certainly for like Speedler, he's able to actually use the verticality of the map on the first and second point. And I think it's for Rad, it's like if we can force them onto this composition and sort of play our own game, able to get the one-sided Gambit for MASH, you might be able to provide some opening, but I imagine like a final ban here for Team Liquid Citadel could be something like the Black Cat.
Well, we'll see more one-sided affairs between these two. One-sided Ultron, one-sided Gambit. Which do you think is better here, Leg Day?
I'd have to say the Gambit, but holistically, the Ultron might bring more value to the table.
Okay, and Ryan, final thoughts from you before we head things forward. Do you think Team Liquid Citadel are going to close out here or no?
I think so, but Rad, if there's a time to dig deep, now would be a good chance to bring us a show.
Well, let's head back to the caster booth and get into the action one more time. A full reverse sweep needs to happen for Rad Esports, and Team Liquid Citadel, the hometown crowd, is there with them. We'll see if they can close it out.
Thank you so much, Vaudable. And yeah, just that. I mean, listen, a lot of these people on TLC, some of these players were on FlyQuest. They were unable to get to the grand finals last year when knocked down. They can change their history. But Rad, Destiny has a name. We've continued to say it feels like it's been Rad, but there is a lot here to come back from.
At least they finally banned the Mantis, right? They've done one thing right in this lock-in ban, but that does give Liquid Citadel the composition they've been wanting to play. They want the Ultron, they want the Penny, and we go to Hall of Jalia. But Rad have beaten Liquid Citadel here this tournament, so perhaps they still have a chance.
I mean, Hydra says it best, right? If you cut off one, and two more shall take its place. And in this case, you cut off one, you get the Penny, the Ultron. There's the two. We find ourselves in Rad's best map. Will the hometown pick be able to make it happen?
It is worth noting it did go to overtime last time between these two teams. Both got the full three, but then Rad were able to just one-up Liquid Citadel during that OT phase. Can we see a better hold this time from Liquid Citadel? Because it does feel like sometimes here on Hall of Jalia, you either hold at this first point or you give up three. It can be very different depending on how this one goes.
Yeah, the one-sided Gambit is going to be what the strength needs to rely on here, as Paulie is having just absolute grit, this movement, the movement, if you will, able to get those nest up. Speeder, again, just picking up where they left off on the Mantis now, finding that opening pick, and it is so far Liquid Citadel able to stand strong.
Yeah, Blinking, you'll miss it. That was a very quick one from Liquid Citadel. Again, just able to get that opening pick. And as soon as Liquid have that extra player, they are relentless with their aggression. They do not allow you to escape. And they have noticed that there's perhaps some players behind here, and they're saying, all right, you're going for a little bit of distraction, but maybe we could just push the 4 on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. Just always keeping their eyes on what's needed. And Vest being on that mag is that it factor I wanted to see when they went up against Na'Vi. Going back to last year, he was Magneto himself. Fear Beswa, Best War, as they like to say. Now going to go ahead and challenge Team early. It's Ducky. It's Best. One-on-one Magneto's here. Going to go and rotate over, but this Crazy Kid in the back. He finds the sword.
Energy was there and waiting for Lugia as well. I'm sure those traps were down on the side of Elsa. And sadly, that's not the only thing going down. Rad's hopes here on this push have also fallen. And now the stagger is going to be insane here. Yes, Smash finds one onto Energy, but it is not going to matter.
Yeah, the monster hunter is hunting. If you look at it, Smash getting a pick at least going to give them a little bit of life. Going to have to find a good position. They're going to choose now as we see the reset from TLC once again on that high ground. Look at that nest placement. Absolute disgusting. I know a lot of people right now going into the ranked game is going to write that one down.
Yeah, make sure you take notes. Actually, don't take notes of it. I don't want to go up against it. I would rather not. Maybe I need more of my teammates to start banning the Penny as well in ranked, as so many do. As now, Polly, look at the aggression. This is what happens when you have the Panther team up. That shield gives you the ability to take these angles.
That is how the teammates have changed the game completely. Going to find a Glortox on vertical, but not going to come up with anything. Able to go on defensive as with the Penny, and then go offense with the Black Panther team up is what equips it so much.
Equips it as a Speedery will equip his ultimate as well. The Rage of Ultron now comes through. Smash does find one onto Polly, but with the trade coming out, it's going to be a straight 5v5. Polly is not going to be back in this fight.
Yeah, you know, this is like Polly's decision. You want to go strange or not? Right now, TLC, they feel pretty confident at how things are going. Nero and more with the invisible boundaries. The strats get it done from the back. It's how they got here. This backline, one to fear.
It's always good communication. You have to know whether you need that portal or not. Meteor M slams onto Mash. Happy birthday, some may say, but sadly, it is not the present he was looking for, as now Rad, again, are going to have to fall back here and reassess their option.
The rim's shaking from one, but the other bounces off and goes to the other team, now forced to go ahead and kite back to spawn. They are chasing them in their hometown.
I do want to say, by the way, happy birthday to Mash. I genuinely mean it. I hope you have a wonderful day. Maybe you can go back into this game here, as Polly now will find ultimate available as well. Those spider mines are going to be deadly depending on where you start to emit them. But for Rad, it is very much eyes on Smash now. What can you do on the Bucky?
Yeah, certainly a present indeed. But now with the Gambit charging up, ready to go, they've just been unable to get these ults ready to go. Smash now with the Kraken impact. Will there be that impact from this player that wants it, dreams it? We've talked to him on stage and more, as Paulie has already only one on TLC's side, and they are just forced back. They cannot find anything to push.
22 seconds left as well. You've got to get an instant portal here. Lugia is going to move over to the Strange. Mash has gone down. It looks like all 6 of them may fall, but are you even going to be able to get the portal? Look at the aggression here from TLC.
The clock is striking midnight, folks, here in LA. Energy Glorchok's ready. Paulie going to push the aggression on. Lugia going to back as a symbiote to get the distraction. It's the strats in the back. Energy as well. Great field drop. Cooper finds them, and just like that, falling. It is going to be TLC holding strong. Crazy Kitty has been that difference maker, but this is too big for this Titan to climb.
One mountain too high to climb. Liquid Citadel, one of the biggest in the game. They are one step away from regaining their spot in that grand final. Another shot at trying to take down the EMEA giants of Na'Vi, unless we now see the best hold you've ever seen in this darn game from Rad.
I mean, listen, I'm no expert over here, but 3 of the TLC players not being eliminated is just tough, right? I mean, there's really not much we even saw that they could do to get through, and it was just constant aggression. That is what we kind of expected TLC to do against what we saw in the matchup in Na'Vi, but we're seeing it all here with Rad.
I will say I've got to give credit for Rad for assessing the situation. They're switching over to Strange, noticing they weren't going to get the chance at a portal, at least trying something else, right? Getting the Venom out, making sure you pop the Raging Royal Flush to give the speed boost to Crazy Kitty as well, to try and attempt an OT. But in the end, TLC, they were all over them.
I mean, listen, expectations could just create disappointment. At the MRC going to this stage, I'm sure they'd be thrilled to come in third. But no, when you're here, right here, able to grasp those grand finals, their expectations is to make it and tell a new story. Ducky and friends taking the high ground once again. as we're going to see what could be the final hole.
Rad had their huge moment yesterday when they took down Swamp Gaming to find themselves here in the lower bracket final, but now they may be tasting exactly the same meal as Swamp did previously, and that is defeat. Unless we are able to see the hold of all holds here, and Liquid Citadel are unable to get to that first notch. You can see that's all they have to achieve here, and it looks like they're going to go for something a little bit different off this stuff.
And they're going right for it. Energy first in, absolutely hungry for the Monster Hunter, trying to find the value, taking the back rooms there to see if they're able to get a high ground approach on them. And this good rotation for Brad. It's going to be Vanguard on Vanguard. Best, though, going to skip that fight, go right to the back line with a pop for the AoE. So far, finding nothing on it. Just going to get that aggression up. Is stuck in the trap. Got to capitalize.
That's what you have to do, though. It's a shield Vanguard. Get in the face as Polly takes down Vertigo. Energy's been brought back by the BRB, so it is numbers advantage now for TLC, and Rad are on the ropes.
Absolute smash. Getting Polly down, though, at this point. It is ticking closer to that meter speedery. Knows with the rotation. Finds Crazy Kitty. It's the flex on flex, showing who's on top. And Smash gonna get that clutch back to ice in the veins. It's the Elsa's getting it done.
Energy again and again as Lugia goes down.
Just like that, it's one after the other. Revenge is going to be sweet. It is best tasting in the grand finals. TLC makes it.
TLC with one more shot at glory here. A chance to try and show that Americas can hang with EMEA. They have taken down what have been the giant killers from the EMEA region. But sadly, it was one step too far here for Rad, but we have to give our credit to them. Third place is quite the achievement.
I mean, listen, TLC didn't even look shaken after what was a pretty nail-biting upper bracket. Most of those games coming to the wire. I mean, and if you're Rad, again, you just said it best. Expectations create disappointment. I always say to the players, low lows, you need them to get high highs. And I think they're okay with one of their lows being third place in their first ever LAN. I've got to tell you, this miracle has gone thus far, and sometimes, you know, Destiny's not even enough.
And I'm sure they'll look back at the lock and ban phase and giving the Mantis away twice. I think one was fine, right? You try something different, but the second one, I feel like the series was probably lost there at that point. You don't give that to TLC, and I'm sure Na'Vi were looking at it saying, yeah, I don't think we fancy giving that to them in the grand final either.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, viewers at home, those that have been watching the esport and those in the stadium in LA, expected the expected here. I mean, this is what we thought we were going to see. The one seed there in the grand finals with TLC versus Na'Vi.
And it's a best of 7 in that grand final as well. Yes, we did see Na'Vi take the lead in that best of 5. The best of 7, that does throw a spanner in the works a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Dr. Strange said the Avengers needed, what, 5 million to get the one win on Thanos. If you played that over and over again, I think it's just going to be a different result. And for me, it was going to be the eyeball test. How did they perform right there against Rad, a team that they felt like they should beat, and beat they did?
It was a bounce back, right? There's been so many times in the history of esports where you see a team drop from the upper bracket final, go into that lower bracket and get demolished by a team that's on fire and waiting, biting at your heels. Sadly, Rad weren't really able to capitalize on any sort of dejection.
Yeah, and again, coming from the EMEA is Paulie to this team, the dream team, and take it all away, Tetcher. You're with Paulie. What does Paulie have to say?
I'd love to find out. I'm going to start off. Give it up for Paulie, everybody! We're going to start off. I asked you about Rad during that pre-game interview, and we did have some heated talk there, but it's their first LAN, your first grand finals. Now that you've had that whole series, what do you think of Rad?
I mean, shout out Rad for the warm-up.
Oh, we love to see it. But now, you talked about warm-up. You were sent down here by Na'Vi. That's a tough matchup. What have you learned from that first series?
There were just like some minor mistakes. I don't think we played bad, but you know, we needed that warm up. So I think we're a bit more in the zone now after that.
You've been gunning for this grand finals position for so long now. You've been to every single LAN we've had so far. Was it worth the America move to make it here today?
I mean, I think so.
Crowd loves it. It's your first grand finals. Are you nervous?
No, I'm not.
Cool, calm, and collective. So I'm just going to open it up to you one more time. The home crowd supporting TLC here, potentially. What do you have to say to any who might be on the fence or the people who are just out here supporting you?
Thank you to the fans. Thank you to the team. Thank you to the staff. thank you for my my family. Shout out the real Polly, my mom.
We love to hear it. We'll let you get set up for those grand finals. Give it up for Polly and TLC, everybody, as we send it back over to the desk to break down that game.
Thank you so much, Tetcher, and thank you, Team Liquid Citadel, for showing us a fight. Finally, a team other than one from EMEA is able to make it to the grand finals since the last time we saw it at the mid-season finals here, Ryan.
I mean, some of the players were on that NV squad as well, so it's a little
Makes
bit
sense.
of revenge at the mid-season finals. So not quite the same matchup for the grand finals this time around, but at the very least some different organizations representing. And I mean, like Paulie said, it's like the warm-up that they needed. Certainly looking at people like Energy, who looked a little bit stunted up against Na'Vi, were allowed to fully blossom and show what this triple strategist has been cooking through scrims and officials all throughout this week.
Well, looking at this one leg day, the biggest question marks we were talking about, right, was that triple strategist going into this matchup for Rad. They tried something different with the Mantis, letting that through for the first time. Didn't quite work. Did you feel like it felt it was kind of unachievable for them after the Mantis strategies didn't work out for them in those first two maps?
It might be too much momentum lost, but at the beginning of this series, I said that to turn this around, Team Liquid Citadel had to play like they cared. And they played like they want this more than nothing else in the world. Absolutely passionate gameplay. Energy was just going absolutely crazy the entire series. And Team Liquid Citadel, they needed this one to be quick. Otherwise, it was going to be so much more of a stamina check when you get into that best of 7 against Na'Vi. And they're going to be coming in warm. I think they've actually got a much better chance in our grand finals of beating Na'Vi.
Yeah, Paulie said it best. Thanks for the warm-up, Brad. I mean, that's what we kind of saw here as well. But, I mean, Ryan, we've been wanting to see this version of Team Liquid Citadel this entire event, right? Them dropping in that one map to Rad earlier on in the upper bracket, now actually showing a dominant performance. Is this the best looking at Team Liquid Citadel we could have going into those finals?
It's certainly like looking a lot more solid. It's just like a bit more hot off the presses, really. And you're sort of used to the what goes up comes down. It feels like what goes down comes straight back up, slingshotted straight through Rad, who looked a little bit sort of cold to get onto the server. They're sort of used to sort of playing early and playing throughout the day with interim breaks in between with these long best of 3, best of 5 days that we've been having. But because they were on for the second game and Team Liquid got a good chance to play up against Na'Vi, it just sort of felt the one team was ready on the server and the other one wasn't.
Well, this is very similar to what we saw happen in the preseason when Team Liquid Citadel did drop against Swamp Gaming. Much closer, best of 5 in that one, but were eventually able to bounce back and get the victory. So history could repeat itself just on land instead of an online environment. And one thing to talk about here, Leg Day, is that this team for Team Liquid Citadel, formed of members who have been taken down by Na'Vi in the last 2 online tournaments. Now they're in the grand finals again for a couple of them, or the first time for those players from the old FlyQuest roster. What does this mean to them?
I mean, revenge is one heck of a motivator, but I think one of the most telling things about this team so far has been that all of these players have been lauded at being the top of their role. They have been lauded as some of the best in the world, but none of them have won anything international yet. They don't have that trophy to prove that they are the best that everyone hypes them up to be, and getting that title might mean everything.
Well, we've had a lot of voice actors here signing some memorabilia for the fans in the crowd, but we do want to give a big thank you to those who could not make it out. Ray Chase, the voice of Cyclops, Alejandro Saab, the voice of Deadpool, Xanthi Hyun, the Dagger voice actor, Courtney Lynn, Jubilee's voice actor, Cassandra Lee Morris, Galacta's voice actor, and Crystal Lee, the Jean Grey / Phoenix voice actor. Shout out to them as they have at OtakuCon hanging out as well and supporting the Rivals family out there. So big thank you to everyone who has been a part of the Marvel Rivals community, showing up big for this LAN itself and showing up huge for the fans out there too, Ryan. I mean, it's been great for our first individual LAN that we've had aside from, China last year, for fans to be involved with the action. We saw the music performances earlier. We saw the voice actors here. It's just a great time to be a fan of Rivals.
Yeah, I mean, this almost feels like it's been a little convention in of itself, right? And I think that's what Danny Koo was talking about right at the start of the show. And the general thing is just feedback. If people want more standalone, whether it's esports related or not, like Marvel Rivals event, put it in the chat, put it on social media, because it would be nice to see this event sort of build more. Esports obviously growing, but just seeing more of the talent, especially Alejandro Saab. He's the GOAT for me.
Yeah.
And what he's done for Deadpool in this game in particular has been amazing.
Apologies if I messed up any of those names. But, one thing to talk about with this upcoming matchup, right? It is the grand finals. These teams have been giving it their all throughout the entire event, but they have been the most dominant forces in their region. Na'Vi versus Team Liquid Citadel. I mean, how are you feeling going into this one, leg day? Who's got the better chance? It's kind of obvious who you might think, but I got to ask you anyway.
I don't know, like, this was the finals we all wanted, right? On one hand, we've got, like, Team Liquid Citadel coming in warm, but on the other hand, they had to, like, adjust how things went wrong in the upper bracket finals very quickly for Rad, and now they might have to try and angle themselves over again for a team that can deal more effectively with the Penny Ultron duo.
Well, looking at the bracket that started things off, we had the play-ins going into this playoff bracket. Na'Vi only dropped the one map against Team Liquid Citadel. Is that enough of like a warm-up to make it all the way to these grand finals, or have they not been tested yet, Ryan?
It's like the Hillary Clinton 3-0 meme when it comes to best of fives, right? It's usually for best of sevens 4-1, right?
Yeah.
There's maybe a map like we saw Na'Vi sort of take the map of Benim to Chala, I think it was in the grand finals. So there's been some closeness, but we haven't seen like a 4-3 best of 7 outside of like Swamp TLC from like preseason, I think it was. But international stage, this is the like perfect grand final. If you were to predict two teams to be the top 2 in this international event, it would be these two. So I do want to see it go the distance because that's what we deserve, I think.
Quick question for you, Leg Day, before we head to a break here as well. Energy versus Terra, who's looking better on the day?
Well, I mean, Terra just has that swagger right now. Terra has all the cojones that you need to be an MVP and the best in the world. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to stay biased and say Terra.
Okay, well, we got to get everything set up for our grand finals. It's going to be Nazvin Sere facing off against Team Liquid Citadel. Only one will rise to the challenge to be crowned our new mid-season finals champions. Tune out next to figure out who it's going to be.
When it's make or break, the Razer Black Shark V3 Pro is a real difference maker. Its wireless connection is so fast, there is zero delay to how I play. With the best mic in the business, my shot calls are always on point. To top it all off, active noise cancellation, so that I can focus on what matters most, winning.
This was inevitable.
Armed and dangerous! No mercy.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider
There is only one path to peace, the Avengers' extinction.
Avengers, assemble!
Widow style.
Friday, lock and load.
This is for Pietro!
Everybody's afraid of something, but true legends rise above the nightmare. Available July 30th at 7 p.m. PT. Remember who you are. The past may haunt you, but the battlefield belongs to you.
The dusk, the night we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are sent up for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up because they're smashing through time walls. For the risk splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We're rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, breaking across time and space. Cause you are my destiny till the end. Remember the day, the night we used to fight, like the silent wave that rose you are. Across the world, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight, like the wind and fire, and we're no more. And now is the only time your heart is mine. Night has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up fingers and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We're rivals again until the end of time. Show me that if I'm still the only one that matters for me, I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart, look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you, ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up because they're flashing through time walls. For the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We're rivals to the end of time.
Ladies and gentlemen, Los Angeles, once again, give it up for Shona on the guitar and Carolyn on the vocals. Man, this is so cool being here live in LA. The moment is here. How are we feeling today? Now listen, we've got the revenge story set, and what I would like to do is go to some of you all in the crowd right now. I want to ask exactly who you think is going to win this whole thing. And let's go. You know what? You're kind of obvious over here with the Go Liquid. Can you hold that high? Can I see the sign? Yeah, Go Liquid Citadel. I think I know who you're going for over here. You as well, mother of the player. Pretty obvious. Definitely not Navi, no. Any words you want to say to Navi?
TLC's got this.
I like it. Yeah, let's give it up. That's Vesta's mom right here. How about yourself? Come over here. Yeah, of course. How's it going today? What's your name?
David.
David, who do you think's going to take this whole thing home?
Navi.
Are you've been a fan of the EMEA?
The what?
Have you been a fan of the EMEA?
No, not really.
He's a Navi fan. Sit down. Yeah, you can tell true passion of a Navi player. What region is that? Thank you so much for coming. Let's go on over here. Oh, yes, please. We need to highlight this. We have Invisible Woman here today. And lovely sign say J3 is bald. J3 is bald. A wonderful sign. J3 and factual. Yes. What's your name?
My name's Hales Gaming.
And what is your thoughts of just LAN and what is going on thus far?
Oh, it's absolutely incredible. This is the first LAN I've been to, and I'm having so much fun.
Where are you from?
Like 30 minutes away, Long Beach.
Very easy to come. Who is going to be taking home the championship?
Oof, that's a tough one. Both teams are really, really good, but I'm going to go with TLC.
Love it. TLC, we had some from Navi. Thank you so much. And once again, folks, we are just getting prepped for our final match. It has been 4 days of pure chaos, as Scarlet Witch would say it best, to break down the hype that's about to happen. Des, take it away. What do we've got?
I'm going to take it, and I'm going to enjoy it, and we will be giving it back in a bit. But for now, we have a grand finals coming up for us here. I am joined on the desk by Vodable and Navi's #1 hater, Gaskin.
Hey, look, Navi, they played their upper bracket final. They looked okay, right? They were able to get into the grand final. No, for real, Navi, they have impressed me. Their first true test, and they dominated. Terra looked unbelievable, and they are the favorites now going into this grand final. Let's be completely honest here.
Domination as well, right? But it was a very favorable map for them on Krakoa. It will depend on how they do on this next one. But I think the big thing is they've been waiting for a while. And we talked to, Fox from Swamp Gaming yesterday after, the loss in the lower bracket to Rad, saying that, if you have time to wait, you have the preparation, you can plan ahead. But I feel like there's not too much you could take from that last series if you're Navi going into this next one.
You mentioned waiting a while, and well, some of these players have been waiting even longer than this mid-season finals, even longer than the beginning of stage 1, even longer than the large chunk of 2025 mid-season finals last year. There are a couple players from Team Liquid Citadel that find the spot familiar, Vod.
Yeah, Nero and Speedery from Envy way back when was able to make it all the way to those finals, but lost to Rad EU, which is now known as Navi. They didn't have Terra at the time, but now they do, looking for their first victory. And on the other hand, we saw a lot of players come in from that old FlyQuest roster. This is their first grand finals ever. Yeah. So a lot of new faces potentially going to be making their names for themselves here.
I have one bit of advice here for Navi, all right? Just don't let Mantis get through. And we learned that lesson in the previous. For the first time Mantis gets through, TLC demonstrate why we don't let Mantis get through, and I'm fairly certain she's not going to get through again.
I think you are probably correct, unless we start getting
analysis.
The most analysis. I think this is the most severe, Mantis meta we have seen, even with triple Mantis, triple Strategist was a thing. She can even go into double healer right now, so taking her away seems to be the go-to, and we saw exactly why. It's scary, it's a problem, but there have been so many other characters for Terra, for Fate, for Crook, for Polly, all these characters that are creeping into being ban-worthy, Vod.
I think we are now in the age of Ultron for a good reason. Ultron for saves is the name of the game here for Team Liquid Citadel, especially for Speedery, the way that they were playing that so far. And the triple strategist, a lot of people seeing the new patch after the hotfix, it was a little relatively dead at the start. Then we saw the buffs back for the Ult-Charge generation through healing. And, well, Ultron has been able to infect the scene again with this virus. And that team up with Penny Parker just able to basically be like a pseudo-Gambit ult, movement boost, damage boost, and all the healing output that you need on a 20-second cooldown is pretty crazy.
And when I heard that it was going to be an Ultron meta, I was like, oh, yeah, but look, you've got the ability of all these incredible duelists. They'll just take them out of the sky easily.
So many good hit scans.
Yeah, it's going to be comfortable. But actually, Energy and the likes of Terra are actually protecting their Ultrons by going 1v1. They're dueling each other. They're taking out everyone else. And suddenly the Ultrons are just having a hell of a day, just up in the sky doing whatever they want. And it has been enjoyable to watch, a slightly different meta. But I will say, I think that it's becoming a problem having that Ultron survive so long. So I think those duelists are going to start to focus a little bit more.
Interesting. A Ultron-related thing where it turned a team against each other in order to make sure the Ultron could complete their machinations. That sounds like a movie I would watch. But speaking of a game I would watch, this Grand Finals is hype. But we've got to address the elephant in the room. Team Liquid Citadel was sent down to the lower bracket by Na'Vi, and it was a close series, but they did win. I asked Polly on stage, what changed? What have you learned? And he said it was just a warm-up, Gaskin.
Well, I mean, it's exactly that. Not only did they get the best of 5, they stay warm with it felt like a show match going into that lower bracket final. It was so quick. I casted it, and in a blink, it was done. Now they get to go in hot here against Na'Vi, and it is a best of 7. Yes, they couldn't get it done in a best of 5, but now you've got those extra matches, potential for more domination as well, which is exciting for me. And even though they have lost, TLC proved there in that lower bracket final, they have not felt dejected, they have not lost their mentals, and they will come back in all guns blazing here.
Tournament stats on the board, and the numbers have been rising, even though we're in averages. And a lot of that is due to the fact that these teams are taking each other to the limit. We're taking longer fights, we're taking longer maps, especially on the overtimes in some cases. We already talked about that incredible Terra map where he ended up with 33 final hits just from being able to just chase down Energy multiple times.
Yeah, Midtown that we saw at the end there seemed to be the biggest difference maker in terms of, motivation and potential that we've seen from Terra the entire day, right? It started off slow. We saw 7 finals, 4 finals, middling performances, Jerky actually stepping up really big to fill some of those shoes there. But once Terra is unleashed, no one can stop him. But we could say the same about Energy. Really an MVP solo duelist performance for quite some time.
I think one of the things we can be excited for as well, we may see maps we haven't seen all tournament long.
That's true.
With the best of 7, there is a lot more room if we go the distance. There is definitely a possibility we could see a 4-0 here. I don't want to jinx it. We know TLC could easily beat Na'Vi, but no, I'm joking. I think Na'Vi are the favorites here, and I'm very excited to see how this one goes down.
Well, you don't have to be excited for much longer because we're just going to get into it very shortly. We're going to head down to the stage where Cozy is waiting to bring in our soon-to-be immortal heroes.
Thank you so much. And LA, make some noise from 10 to 8 to 6 to 1 trophy. $500,000 on the line. Every region thinking they are the best, and we are down to 2. It's America, the home turf, versus the EMEA that has had the road required through it the last 2 lands. Mid-season finals is going to end right here, right now. We will find our crown and our winners. Let's get this thing going and meet our 2 teams. Starting once again, time zone reeling back. It is from Na'Vi, the kings of the EMEA. Give it up once again. Na'Vi coming through. Terra the Terrified in that cowboy hat, looking for more gunslinging. Trust me, in the leadership will not be denied that dream. Once again, Crook on the back line with Fate, Jerky, and Raj, ready to give it their all once again. Short words this time in just a moment, but again, of course, let me just ask this before we have the other team out. Will it be the same result, Terra?
Their OTP is 100%.
OTPs, one trick ponies, how appropriate for the cowboy hat. Now on the other side, in this best of 7, ladies and gentlemen, earning their way right back for the matchup. It's from America, the top team, the super team. Give it up for TLC. Nero clutch on the back line with Cooper, Tastic, Paulie, and more. Vest, Energy, and Speedery. Do they have what it takes to get this sweet revenge? We'll find out in just a moment, and going right to it. We had Paulie. Now, Nero, let me ask you, how will this result change?
I mean, that was just a warm-up.
Just the warm-up. Love to see it. Now, Clutch Factor, I've got to go over here to Energy. Energy, you ready to get the dub?
Of course.
Of course. Done. Getting it done. One more. Jerky. All the way here at the end. Jerky, you've tasted greatness. Fell just short at the grand finals. Different result today?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not happy that they ended their win streak, though.
Not happy they ended the win streak there, folks. Domination in streak ended that in streak. We've got one winner coming up the trophy, ready to go. Let's get this thing going. LA, make some noise. Viewers, get hyped. This is it. This is the grand finals, mid-season finals 2026.
Let's absolutely go. As Cozy said, it's the grand finals of the mid-season finals. We have a potential for a repeat. Draft teaser for you. We had a potential for a repeat performance coming in from Na'Vi, formerly of Rad, ironically, as they had an incredible run of this tournament and they are fighting for their way back to try and get it again. Or can this be the first ever American winner of an international event for Marvel Rivals? Gaskin, you are in the weird position of being from the UK, living in America and covering the Americas. Vulnerable, you're in the weird position of being from Canada, living in the Americas and covering EMEA. So you're both sort of in the fence. So I feel like we could not have a more biased but also neutral analysis desk set up here. But let's talk about the map as we start on out here. Vulnerable, this is going to be hell's heaven to start us off here.
Yeah, if it was going to be any other map for Na'Vi, I would have been like, okay, maybe not 2-0-2-1 that they could take this, but this is their crux. It feels like it's been a struggle for them against some of the other teams, notably Team Heretics and Virtus Pro, one of the only domination maps they have dropped the entire season. So there's definitely some footage on them on what's worked, but that's been multiple patches ago in the preseason. So looking ahead here, it might just be a sore spot for them that they got to make sure that they focus in for.
Yeah, that is worth noting that even though we have all these stats, and we'll try and make sure that Terra returns. Because boy, has Terra been good. No, but genuinely, right, since the start of this tournament, I've been saying I think TLC can win. And you guys at EMEA have been watching Na'Vi all this time, and you've been saying, no, it's going to be easy for Na'Vi, or we think Na'Vi are the better team. You have now seen TLC, Vulnerable, right? Yes. You've seen them play at the very best. Do you think that TLC have a chance here in this grand final? I'm sorry to ask questions and stuff, but I would just like to know from your point of view after seeing so much.
I mean, I'd have to be under some sort of spell or silent seduction to say that like they don't have a chance, but I think they do have a chance here. If any team was going to have that opportunity to take down Na'Vi in this meta, in this tournament, in this moment, it would be Team Liquid Citadel, and I think they can do it.
So we converted one. There we go. We're all TLC fans now. It's as easy as that. We got him, boys. But yeah, this is going to be a very important lock and ban, Stacey.
Insanity that I, as the host, have to take a stand and say that this has got to be Na'Vi. They just have to show it one more time. We're heading into this bad phase, and we're going to be starting off. Mantis taken away, Mag taken away. We have some very important characters. Vod, what are some characters going to play a key role in this draft?
I mean, the big thing here, this is the exact same start as we saw before with the Magneto save every time for Na'Vi, and now also the Ultron save for Team Liquid Citadel. But I got to figure out if we're going to go Storm or if we're going to go Rocket. The Storm wasn't quite working in the domination at the start too well against their opponents, but we'll see if that's going to be the focus here.
The 1 in 26 and 1 were Na'Vi beating Team Liquid Citadel on domination in their previous encounter. This could make it a 1 in, I believe, 27 and 2 is what it would be. So here 2. I can't count. There's going to be a Rocket Protect for Na'Vi. The Storm not coming in here. And now Liquid Citadel with their final ban on the board. But they did manage to get themselves their mags, so it's mags on both sides, Gaskin.
Remember day one when Fox told me there wasn't going to be any rocket bans or locks? Fox, I know you're listening, buddy. And,
all right.
I don't often gloat, but here I will. Anyway, this is a very good ban phase, I think, from TLC. I like the one-sided Ultron. I've had to point something out here.
Let's go for this very quickly. You've talked about that you're being won over a little bit by the teams, but now let's talk about the draft. Gaskin, one word. Who have you got this?
TLC.
Audible, one word.
Navi.
Let's find out what our casters think. Let's head over to our caster desk to start our grand finals. Guys, take it away and bring us home.
Thank you so much, Tetcher. This is it, what we've all been waiting for all year, folks. This is the grand finals. I am Cozy, joined by Shib. Bringing you all summer long. It's so good to be back together, bud.
I'm so excited to be here, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for the grand finals. First match starting up right now.
Navi, Team Liquid Citadel. Will history repeat itself both in the win before and in land similar results? We find ourselves in domination, and they put it so well, Chip. I mean, TLC is pretty much flawless, but the one flaw was Navi.
That's it. They kind of downloaded them. I mean, there wasn't a bunch of changes in the ban phase, and I think that's something that we will see as we get deeper into the series. This top-down look as we start up our first match.
Now, listen, again, if they played 5 times, I think the outcome is different every time. And so they're not going to see a lot of changes outright with what was banned, protected, and more. All the studs, every superstar starts right now.
It's all about who shows up. The question is, who shows up today? On the high side, Jerky looking for an early engage here. Dropping back, gets a tackle onto Speedery. He's going to be the first pick, and yes, goodbye. Down goes one on the side of TLC.
Now, we've only seen one Wolverine so far get a lot of success, and that is Jerky looking for the beef. Now, Terra going to do the same as the Gun and the Monster Hunter in Elsa, trying to find that opening pick.
Numbers evened up right here with the BRB. Another tackle. Somebody stopped him, just running through them as Jerky finds Polly once more.
You cannot stop the slice, the dice. He's hunting. He wants more. Jerky stopped before the grand finals last year, looking to get that exclamation point.
Terra building that ultimate now, 50% already and climbing Crook at 70. Don't know how that's possible. Energy and Vest go down as TLC is driven back to the spawn door. The point is capped by Navi.
So far, same result, right? Just painting blue there for the elimination feed. The point going to him first. If you look at what we have, Crook being close to the invisible boundary, and honestly, TLC is still a mile away from any help.
Yeah, Navi just kind of playing. It's like they're going right back to where they left off. TLC's got to find some confidence here and move forward. You can see the composition on screen, probably trying to take that space. It's been a massive problem in this tournament. Definitely something to keep your eye on.
We're seeing one X-Men get a lot of success here. Now Speeder going to go on to that storm to open up the clouds and get the thunderstorms rolling for them. Close Terra with the Glartrox. That was the X factor last time to get them to win. The invisible boundary is up, the folding is out, and here we go. Nero pressed the Q to get Liquid Citadel trying to build the fortress.
The Glartrox lands on a few, but does get bursted quickly. Well done as the Royal Flush was committed. Nobody has gone down. The Sia combination, trust me, going in with the Psionic. It's going to find a few as Terra is cleaning house after that 33 KO game from before.
Now, right now, just picking up right where they left off, and that is just absolute domination here in domination. Shortly, using most, Raj has the Q. Meteor M has slammed every single hero the last time these teams met up. See you ready and more. TLC have to respond, but can't use too much shit.
We got Raj available from the side of Navi. Plenty of ults here for Team Liquid Citadel. Speedery on that storm, but it doesn't matter with Terra's just finding these picks in the neutral. Goodbye to Vest, who's holding on to that Meteor M.
I mean, just pushing all the way into the spot. It's crazy. I mean, we just saw Liquid Citadel look so dominant, and now, once again, up against the EMEA Giants and Navi. Can't play scared, Shib. Liquid Citadel has the Qs. We got to get this thing rolling.
Now, they can't keep having this happen. They're falling every single time in the neutral prior to any engagement. Now, the ults are going to be even. Speedery goes in with a Hurricane. The Sia is there. But there's the Meteor. Comes down heavy, looking towards backline. Good movement and great eat by Vest to slow the pace. But 94% here already for Navi.
Yeah, solid absorb, and they committed. TLC used what they had, and they're going even more. You've got Vest up in the skies looking for the slams out. Comes down, finds the connection on the mag on mag violence.
Jerky trades it into Speedery as level 1 Crook finds Vest. The rest comes through on a Raj. And again, the numbers for Navi are here. Overtime is ticking down. Crook finding energy, and wow, TLC is just dwindling through as overtime ticks down.
Now loses the front line, but Ben does not break. It's Navi looking clean in our first zone and domination in this best of 7 ship.
Yeah, I mean, that was tough. TLC never had it in those moments. There's multiple times when they were waiting, got pushed in right to the spawn door, and then instead of trying to bounce back with an alt fight, just getting found in the neutral time and time again. You cannot allow that to happen.
I mean, listen, without that Meteor Im, Raj was the only one to take the casualty. Everybody else looking clean zeros across the board. That's not where you want it. You have to reset. Obviously, long marathon here if you're TLC, having to play now through this whole day 4, but it's time now to play your best.
Yeah, you got to shake off those nerves. Right now, Na'Vi are playing like a team that belong on this stage in TLC. Playing like a team that's got a little bit, a little nervous right now, buddy.
Yeah, listen, I mean, if you see what Navi's doing, right, it's just massive neutral picks before the fight even begins. You saw it there on Trust Me, who's just continued to take that leadership role we know when this team came together, and always on the battlefield as well. That's what you talk about all the time, that if you pick one Vanguard to have on your side at a LAN, it's going to be Trust Me.
Absolutely. Just so passionate about the game, and that's where Na'Vi really drives forward. We heard Tara mentioning the passion of this team, and it drives them to take this tournament. They don't care about the money. They want the title. As we begin our next fight, map 2, Na'Vi up 1-0 into TLC.
2 big bads going up against one another. This is the matchup I have my eyes on all day. Monster Hunter v Monster Hunter. Jerky, though, there it is. The Kidnap looking for more. Hits the ceiling. Trying to find the connection. Slices, dices. Looking for it. It's going to come up empty.
Now applying pressure through the invisible boundary of level 1 Crook. So again, just farms that out like no other. We're trying to get a pick here. The story of Energy versus Terra is very much prevalent, but Terra's winning that conversation right now without a doubt. Sonic Seduction able to find one, and that's going to pull Vess. Cooper trades it into Terra, though, but the rest come through onto Terra. And Raj finds Energy trickling down again. Na'Vi is deleting Team Liquid City.
Yeah, that's why that Rocket Protect's so huge, right? I mean, Fate just constantly underrated. Might not be the flashiest hero ship, but just time and time again having that clutch factor available. And listen, they did well surviving the first onslaught, but the rest to come. Terra still has the clutch rocks ready.
Yeah, they're really prioritizing the Rocket. Fate has done a great job on that hero and consistently farming that Sia quickly. But again, they're actually locking Rocket. I don't know why the ban doesn't come through from TLC, but I guess they don't prioritize it. But they're just, I believe it could be a solution.
I mean, how many times have we seen time and time again? Best of 7, a lot of game to go, right? Can't throw it all out at once as Cooper going to find Terra. That's the pick to open it up. It is just the respawn on respawn. Back from elimination is going to be Terra, and they clean up just like that.
The momentum is so in Navi's favor right now. Liquid Citadel's got to drop back and reset. Re-engage here with Pauly trying to force out something. There's no answer yet from Na'Vi, besides Raj, which will be there in a moment. Oh, this could be big by Jerky, trying to engage quickly, but no. So holding on to that passive.
Yeah, they're getting these opening picks, but then the rest is blue after. I mean, slow down, take a deep breath. They've got to come up with a battle plan here early in Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, you can tell this team has definitely been studying this last matchup. They took a little break, locked in on what they needed to do, and I'll tell you what, they are not faltering at all.
Yeah, folks, this is why it's crazy as the Glartrox comes out, trying to find that connection once again. Time and time again, we see that from Energy, but once again, coming up empty. It's going to be the Neopets from above, up Pauly, all connection on, the slice, the dice, the dance, and the butterfly finds 2, and finally some life here for TLC.
Yeah, Dance with the Butterfly, it hasn't had that much success in this tournament. Speedery able to make something work there, but again, Na'Vi, this is a fight they're allowed to lose. Trust Me turns it back, though. Pauly finds Raj and Nero into Trust Me to try to even the numbers. They will finally get this point, but 85% here for Na'Vi. Their entirety of their team just got to lock in, lose a couple fights, come back with ults, and this match is theirs.
Just all that for a drop of blood. We love to say it against Titans, right? And Thanos themselves. That has been Na'Vi against his team. It's crazy. We've watched TLC so many times, look so dominant in domination. Now it's not the story. Terra with that opening pick, as always. Speeder being that pester in the backline, squashes the bug.
Yeah, Na'Vi's just suffocating them right now as TLC's got to try to minimize the amount of usage of these ultimates. Terra with an off-map opportunity. It looks like it gets Pauly. Goodbye. That's going to be the first pick of this fight. Up in the sky with the Psionic now, looking for the Raging Royal Flush. Meteor Rep to try to be an answer. Does this land from Vess? It could be big. Instead, going to trade into that Sia. The dance floor comes out now as they're holding on here for Cooper.
I mean, we know Hell's Heaven is known for the off maps, but up there, up top, in the top rope is something we don't see often. Huge from Terra. Cooper, once again, trying to find that trade on the DPS, fighting on the point already. Portal from Pauly, trying to keep this thing alive. 50% in climbing, but it's Raj, it's Magneto shutting that door.
Now, I mean, there's some trades here from Energy and Vess, but it doesn't matter. Portal's been committed, 90% in climbing. Point captured here by Na'Vi. They are not letting up, foot on the gas, and they are driving right through this Citadel.
Absolutely. Now, getting they're hunting at this moment. Trust me, trusting himself. Hunting more. Terra finds one, and all of Liquid Citadel falling one by one. Shiv, this isn't looking close.
Yeah, there's got to be a major change here. We're going to see Energy finding one at least. The next fight numbers are there. They're stalling the point, but not for long as Vess falls. Now the Vanguard line is dwindling. No ults available. OT ticking down, and this could be it. The touch, but not for long. Goodbye. That's going to be map 1 Na'Vi.
Navi makes clean work there in domination once again, and that is going to send, is it 27-2 here for Team Liquid Citadel? It makes it look like light work. Can't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like fire and water. 26 straight dominations, and then losing 2 back-to-back to the team that's up against them in the grand finals.
Yeah, for you, Shib, what do you feel like just needs to have immediate change, right? Obviously, pick and ban goes a long way. That's the first place to fix it. Is it mental? I mean, we just saw what they were able to do down there to Rad, but it's a different story.
Yeah, it gets tricky. I think they're really prioritizing from the side of Navi, the Magneto, and now the Rocket. So if you can try to find a way through that, but the trouble is they really lock that mag second ban every time. And when you're forced to ban out Mantis, they're going to get that pick.
Yeah, when Raj has the mag, it's dangerous territory. I mean, listen, it's a team sport, right? All the team here really needing to step up as one, as we've continued to see on the stat line. For me, though, the it factor, we know when we've talked about him, energy, I've got to see more of those openings and then creating the rest of the opportunity for what is TLC.
There's always that conversation between Energy and Terra, and we got to see Terra get walked down at Midtown, and you saw the anger on screen, and then right after that, just walks through, gets the 3rd point, takes it to OT, and ends with a 66-9 round. That's the kind of momentum Energy needs to turn around for his team.
Yeah, and the passion of what did he say? He said, you did not bring a trophy to America, so I guess I will, even if it's for EMEA's side of things. And we saw that so many times back in the past of 100 Thieves and more. Terra just clicking the on switch when things look down, but guess what? They're not even close to that, and now he's able to just play and ride with that momentum, which goes such a long way here at Rivals.
Yeah, I also want to shout out Jerky as we see Jerky making some plays here on the Wolverine. Not a ton of value out of Wolverine plays throughout this whole tournament, but Jerky has been consistently making things happen on these off angles, finding the Vanguard early in these picks, forcing them to lose one of the neutral and reset, and that's just time on point.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you look back at this team that was able to win the MSF last year, right? They had 2 big additions, both in Terra, but Jerky as well, and we could both say it was the Psylocke OTP, right? And just able to change it on a dime and really be as flexible as anyone in the game.
Yeah, looking at these stats here, just pretty even across the board from Trust Me all the way down to Fade. Everyone getting some involvement, but Jerky with 7, Terra with 9, Raj and Trust Me up there with 7 and 9 as well. This team, everybody gets committed. Everyone gets picks in the neutral. They just kind of sit up there at their spawn door.
Yeah, listen, I mean, we talk about it all the time when you have a best of 7. Don't want to throw everything out right away, all the tricks up the sleeve. Where they did look dominant was Yggdrasil. Funny enough, we always talk about Yggdrasil being such a dominant map, and they're going to take it right there. I like this play, right? Sometimes they save best map for later. You cannot allow this thing to get away from you. 2-0, and it's a whole other story.
Yeah, you need to try to change the momentum in your favor. Right now, it is very much not. So let's see if they can get a win here and move forward, make this a 1-1 series. Head into map 3.
Asgard, a hell of a location in Marvel, and here in LA, a great location for a beautiful day 4 in this thing to crown our champion. Players locked back in. You can just tell the confidence there on Navi vibing. I mean, we saw earlier when they did look down a bit previously in the series, Terra over there yelling at trust me, calming everything down, right? Yeah. This Navi, though, is very hard to beat at this stage.
Yeah, emotion's not always a bad thing, though. It's passion, right? We talked about how this team really just wants this. It's about the title, not necessarily the money, although the money is nothing to joke about with that 160K.
Yeah, no, absolutely here. For TLC, you know, they are obviously getting here. Coach Gator, what can they cook up to continue the success? And what we saw in Yggdrasil last time was energy being him, right? The triple Vanguard, maybe have him on the mag. We saw that from time and time again. That is a huge ticket to victory. Do you want the rocket band there?
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I mean, Adam now comes into fruition. These triple comps are now going to be a big problem. Pauly, you know, could be playing the penny, which is we've seen a lot of today. I think there's been some success there, maybe a little too much commitment into that composition, but we'll see what they elect to do and if they change it up, because you know for a fact that Navi's done their homework.
Yeah, listen, there's a lot of flexibility here with the top players. Definitely none from Mr. Fantastic here on the top stage. But the big thing, if you do look at someone like Team Liquid Citadel, they had a lot of comfortability in things like Captain America we're not seeing anymore, right? Vest obviously having to pick up some new roles as well. So it's not about being, you know, flexible, but also just adapting so quickly on the fly, building new team ups to the game as well. How can you use it to your advantage?
Yeah, it's team synergy. It gets tricky because Vest is so strong on Magneto, for an example, and when you have to pull that away to pull it towards maybe somebody like Energy or Pauly, Vest now has to run on something maybe not necessarily not as comfortable, but not something they can carry the game with. Whereas Navi, I truly believe they do not have a composition they cannot run.
No, I mean, listen, 3 finals. I mean, they've been to every single one. That is absolutely just unprecedented. Even the early of this esport, it's disgusting. They're always finding a will and a way. And what is even more scary than that? Someone like Trust Me having that dream taken away last year. Yeah, the hunger is all the way there. I bet you he is reminding himself of that moment.
100%. You use that to fuel you. I was there in that moment, seeing the sadness, the devastation of losing against VP. and they vowed to take home the next one. And I'll tell you what, right now they are looking like they're going to.
Yeah, listen, I said earlier against Rad, it takes those low lows to get to the high highs. I remember the tears on the stage, right? Those are those lows, and now trying to find that high is going to be Na'Vi. And again, it's crazy when you look at region v region, right? And the teams within. It's always been the story of the Titans here. But right now, Na'Vi just feels comfortable. It's not even about skill level at the moment. It's just the comfortability here at LAN. They're at the home turf.
Yeah, they're smiling, They're over here smiling in this matchup, feeling comfortable. Well, hey, maybe not Raj.
No, absolutely. Yeah, Raj, I'm always looking for interviews after Na'Vi wins. I'm like, and not Raj. We'll move forward on from here. And, maybe it's just Mag players. I know Duet was the same there. Yeah. He ran away from me at one point. But either way, we have this team, TLC, and what makes them special and the story of how they got here, a lot of it ran through the back line. I want to focus on that. We always talk about the flashy, dashy duelists.
Yes.
Listen, Cooper, it's this trust me mechanic he's got of just that leadership, the knowledge, the want factor from Cooper, right? And on the other side, talk about Nero, because this is a player, right, that continues to just have clutch in the veins.
Yeah, I've always said Nero's one of those strategists that plays aggressive. When White Fox was meta, was always next to Paulie on the dive and committed, ready to teleport out. That's something you don't always see in a strategist player. Nero is very aggro. Also can run the Ultron, but again, their team just has a little bit of overlap. So instead of electing to have Speedery run that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's all about a game of matchups, right? You look at any sport, that's how they break it down in the practice room. Game day is one thing. The results are shown on practice, on scrims. We talk about this all the time. Na'Vi going into the grand finals last year, not the best scrim records, right? Sure. And obviously did show a little bit, but that's the time and place to try things out, especially when there's Marvel Rivals 2 going on with all these team ups.
Yeah. Teams are still trying to figure out the meta. I think teams found meta here when they started going into scrims and said, all right, this comp is a little cheesy. Maybe we should match this, but we will be getting into the ban phase. And what are the chances of that? Mantis being banned first.
Yep, we're only going to get 2. I thought maybe 1, but no, we're going to get 2 Mantis plays and 2 bans to follow. The Ultron Protect coming right out the rip there to get Speedery on that flex position. That's what got them to success last time at Yggdrasil Path. Expect to see more of it.
Yeah, I could have guessed this. We're going to see the Ultron save here from Team Liquid Citadel. Outside of that, it could be the Penny, potentially the Mag. They were able to do that before, but so consistently every time, Storm, Mag, Rocket there for Na'Vi. It's gotta find a way through it.
So there's the difference, right? They're going to ban that rocket. Yeah. Going to go ahead and get down.
That's a big change.
Because how many times did they get the opening pick? And then right back through the respawn was Na'Vi, and then they finished the job.
Actually won this exact map, banning the rocket. I've mapped 2. So this is something that I said, this is not necessarily a win condition, but it's not a win condition.
Yeah, no, without question. I think a good ban here from the Adam Warlock up top. Obviously, you don't want to allow that, especially on Yggdrasil Path. There's definitely maps that kind of lean themselves. Triple Sport, very good, obviously, whether you're at rank or here live on the pros, but this is one to get the ban in.
Yeah, and Fate is obviously a very strong Warlock. We got to see some of those plays in Museum up in the double digits. Finals was sneaking into the back line once his team went down and still got 2 on his own before the team came back in. That's the kind of level of talent that Fate has. You need the confidence to be able to make that happen.
That's a good job bringing up the talent. At home, I'm like, I'm not too shabby at this game. And then I see some of these plays made.
I'm cheeks.
I am bottom of the barrel. But no, either way, looking at what they're trying to bring here on the stage. LA, get loud. Viewers in the chat, let's get the emotes going. We got Liquid Citadel versus Na'Vi. Match number 2 as the teams lock in.
Yggdrasil Path, the strange, unique compositions, the spawn break. Be ready to see if there's any changes, but we know what we've seen in the past, a lot more Punisher nowadays.
We talk about it all the time, why we love this map. First of all, it kind of lends itself to all play styles, right? Sure. If you're new at watching Rivals or like some of these words are like what's going on, front to back is huge here, but you can also play dive depending on the point and the pressure. I think that's why a lot of people like it. Kind of plays similar to something like Clintar.
What's funny is over these last few days, there has been some dive on the teams, usually DD to try to distract backline, but now teams are electing to run double gun, essentially. Not necessarily hit scan, obviously Bucky being up there with projectile, but it's finding success. So we'll see if they like to do that here.
And I think that's a great point because one of the only teams that had been able to pull off that double hit scan has been Na'Vi, right? Because you lose the pressure and all the aggression of the dive, but Chip, that doesn't matter when everybody's just falling from the guns here as we get Na'Vi. TLC, the tree of destiny, ready to roll. 3, 2, and 1. Doors open.
This composition will be locked here for Team Liquid Citadel. Bucky going to be the one that is played. Cooper, as is tradition at this point, running the gambit. Nero on the rocket. Vest on the Mag and Speedery on that Storm. A lot of damage coming out of this composition. Can they walk through this front? Taking the first corner. Spawner being held on the divot on the right side. A very good position.
In their first matchup, I did not see them enable Best War to do what he does best. The Magneto ready, the Chaotic Sword, trying to find the slice, the dice. Trust me, get the freebie on the mines, though, as Paulie falls early. There is the one-sided rocket, though, coming to that advantage.
Exactly. Numbers are evened out, but that's a huge cooldown burned here. The side of Navi, that's all they're looking for. That's a win in their book. I like the jump, the rocket jump from the side of Best, but either way, still not able to get that spawner down.
Yeah, Cooper already at 50% is huge. If you look on the opposition side, Fate obviously able at 22. That's going to give them plenty of that momentum to carry on. Jerky up in the sky, looking down for the age of Navi. Falls to the other flyer in Speeder.
They're taking one down. That's a strat pick, too. Very valuable. Again, they're going to try to take this space back. The spawner's gone. Good positioning here by Faye, but it doesn't matter as Trust Me goes down. Best still pressing that space in as Energy drops Terra. Looking exactly like last time. Another pick here with a double from Energy. Make it a triple, why don't you, Energy? As they push through to point one.
That is the opening you're looking for and getting that snowball rolling. We hear the crowd getting excited as they get these goats headed towards the doors, but the portal opens up, making it one more fight. Through the front line, it's going to jump Trust Me. They got the triple Vanguard here, Ship.
Speaking of cooldowns now, a good utilization there from Cooper. Using that Magneto team up to keep them away from the portal on that side. Energy now diving in towards the back line on Crook, and Crook gets the lead at Nero now with the Blicky onto Terra. Make it 2, 3, 4, and this will be point one, Team Liquid Citadel.
Point to the captain to see on the chest to get it done. What did I say? We got to see that it factor from Speedery. LA likes it. There's that hometown buff that we hear as Energy and Co. push forward. Got to keep this aggression going.
Even through all that chaos, Crook is at 95% to Ultimate Fate. Going to be right behind. Sia is going to be the only answer for now on to Nero. The idea from Speedery is going to be using that Hurricane early, trying to force out a backline and move from there.
That's a great point here. Level 1 Crook online, as you said, backline, right? We're going to see maybe if we can get this rolling as the clouds open up once again here in LA and Asgard. Tornado rains down. Category 1 confined. Nothing so far. It's looking like clear skies. Wow, just like that. Energy's never tired. Speedery to follow.
That is a huge combination off the Sia from Nero, and they will dunk and run right through them off that the back of that Omega Hurricane. Well done, Speedery.
And just like that, Cooper able to be at 50% to lap on over to Fate shortly. Let's listen in and hear this offensive attack from Navi to try to hold down the gates.
Help Fate. Let's do that. It's too late.
Live.
Shoot. Don't let find them ult. They're just hunting. We won't kill them.
I want to get pinned though.
Yeah, that's fine.
What are they gonna have, guys?
They have Gambit.
I can swing into them with my ammo.
They want to do the swing. I think this is the picture. And then do.
2, 1, going.
Breaking shield. Take this.
Help me. Good, I help him. Trap main here. Slow. We can take a turn soon. Just give up on place right now.
Back. 1.
Hey, walking. I anti-Emma. Both tank anti.
We keep walking.
And you heard, take our turn soon. That means we forced out the cooldowns. Let's use ours as they try to press back in. Forced out a few Sonic seductions there. Trust me. And now the side of Team Liquid Citadel is taking their turn. Best drops Jerky. Speedery with a 2-piece now, and the momentum immediately back in their favor.
Speedery is showing why he's Himmery, man, because if you look at those comms, what I love about it is everything that a pro is great at. Counting down, quick comms, help me, and trust this. Ship's still laughing at the Himmery.
And you see their Energy using the slow walk. You may be saying, oh, he's aura farming. No, it's actually silence. There's a little bit of tech to that movement now. Is holding this right side, looking to pull in the back line to get a pick here.
Yeah, not AFK, just trying to keep those footsteps quiet. Terra with the opening pick once again, taking down that biggest threat in the skies, but Nero, the one-sided rocket, brings it back to the action. Will we see the first commitment here shortly? Omega Hurricane looking to open up. Crook, though, on again the invisible boundary.
Yeah, Jerky making that change. That Wolverine could be a problem. A lot of ult available here from Navi. Boundary goes out by Crook, who just farms his ult at this point. Immediately the Hurricane comes down. The Glartrox. Oh, it's like a sleep paralysis demon as it finds a few, and they will retake this space.
Terra, the terrifying, as they call him, the best once more. Does find 2 in the trade, and a bit of a hard stagger here from TLC. But big thing is, the commitment wasn't all the way there. Still have a couple of things to work with, Cooper and more. But Fate has old Raj as well. This is looking dangerous. Yeah, 3 minutes down, a minute and a half. This can evaporate fast.
Yeah, really good defense here by Navi, and they did not overcommit on those ultimates. Just committing Terra and level 1 Crook With Citadel trying to build ults quickly, they will have 4 for this next fight to match back the 3 from Na'Vi.
And we heard, what does everyone have, right? They're talking about the ultimates. Now I want to see how they choose to use it, because if you don't think they have something to match, which at this case very shortly now they do, Raj getting the opening pick once again on Speedery. That respawn doesn't look to be there, Shiv, in time from Nero. So at this point, another quick win for Na'Vi.
It's going to be at most 2 fights here. TLC is going to have to use these ults soon. Try to find success into Na'Vi. Na'Vi doing a great job playing patiently, just trying to stall and force fight slowly. What a pull there, but even better bubble from Raj.
It takes all hands on deck to rise the sails, and right now it's one at a time. But Energy is going to find himself a first pick on Trust Me in the front line. Cooper finds another just like that. Nobody's tired. It's Energy once again. Lands down, Shiv. It's a third.
That's going to be 3. The reset again and again. Looking into the sky on a Terra. Do we see a 4th? We do. Energy is walking through them with a penta. And point 2 is looking to happen.
Kraken Impact LA, let's hear that land. Impact as it looks like TLC rolling through. Portal opens. It's going to be Trust Me jumping in.
Whole team coming through Portal now. Ult advantage in the favor of TLC. Raj lands another meteor. What else is new at this point? Energy with Trust Me. Vest finds one. The rest comes back on a Speedery, and that's going to be the point.
Very hard point to take. I don't want to undermine at all. This used to be the hardest point to take when you look at the maps that were available, because there's such a close spawn push. It's so hard to get everything dialed in perfect. Once again, those traps are everywhere for Pauly, trying to find some souls, but pushing in and keeping the aggression going.
Another very defensible position. Obviously, the spawn being incredibly close here from Na'Vi. Will have potential huge tackle with the last hand from Jerky, Terra, and level 1 Pro.
Hundreds of players Shiv want to be here. 12 right here to show why they are the best. Pauly, all eyes on him to lead the charge. Everybody a mile away from the ult. Energy doesn't need it. Just pops and gets the opposition in Terra to shut down that terrifying duelist. Now with the invisible boundary up, this is a great pop early. Jerky using his, they're fully committing, but they're not finding anything.
Yeah, really well done. Great kiting by Team Liquid Citadel. The Hurricane's available. There is no combination just yet. Terra will none of that Glartrox. That's going to be all they have for an answer. Will it matter? Heading towards the back line on the Fade, who goes down. That's going to be one picker, Speedery, as the point still continues forward. Good drop back there by Na'Vi, who turns it into Speedery. Nero now onto Raj. The numbers are back and forth, red and blue on this KO feed.
Here, the wrath of TLC, 93 and climbing. We have 2 of the goats there, Vest and Energy, ready to pop the Q. On the other side, Terra can match. Can you get that clutch factor once again? That got them and sent TLC to the lower. Energy finds Terra. Back to the spawn you go. A short trip as time is ticking. The distance is going. We're almost at overtime.
We're going to see now the retake is there. 4 seconds left. They need to touch, and they do as overtime starts up. Sia goes out here, the Cosmic Yarn amplifier, and that's going to be one on a Raj. Do we see a second pick in the back right corner? No, not quite yet. Teams are even out, dropping back now. Jerky and Energy find 1 apiece, and the numbers are still 4-4.
No razzle dazzle, just the old neutral. Once again with the red. The 4. It's painted red. TLC get 3.
2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
The full push with no time on, guaranteeing at least an overtime. Looking at the stats on the board now, Energy, heard what we were talking about, 16 finals.
No, absolutely crazy. And listen, Speedery right back on top there with 11. I would say this, one thing they did pretty well, those 3 finals from Raj were all on Speedery to try to keep that in check, but someone always answered the call. What are we seeing right now, Ship? It's the rocket respawn every time now, coming in that clutch factor. You get 1 pick, it doesn't matter, and then just push all the way back, just battling the Rams.
You know, you're going to be saying at home, why don't they just find the BRB? I'll tell you what, when you have this strong of damage on a team that does not miss you, you are not trying to find an off angle. It is very difficult unless you're going something like Black Cat to get back there.
And listen, it's rare we get to see teams go after each other like this quickly, right? So you just went through a gauntlet. It wasn't a one-sided affair at all up there in the uppers. And so they take quick notes, right? Obviously, the advantage is for Na'Vi. They were able to perfect the things that didn't go right. Whereas if you were TLC, you have to worry about Rad, get through here. But right now, they're showing that they're fixing the mistakes.
Yeah, I'd like to call this locking down the Citadel here. For Team Liquid Citadel, who is trying to hold right at the spawn door. Holly back on that storied penny.
Well, man, I just have to say, Rivals at its peak. I mean, it's so cool to be here to see just heroes we love, players as well. The gates open, and Na'Vi is hungry. You won't like them when they're angry. We saw from Terra once again and before. Doesn't matter, though. Shuts and slams the door.
We're talking about energy going on that Magneto while Best kind of fills the role, and that's exactly what's happening here. Speedery on that Ultron, Pauly on the Penny, and this is a great spawn hold so far. Na'Vi have gone out of other doors to try to get away from these mines, excuse me. It's worked out, but it's very difficult on this map.
Yeah, and to our previous point, energy there on the mag, right? Just really helps that triple Vanguard, but Raz showing the one mag. Knows all. Viraj Gito here as Nero is going to rise up. Pauly once again coming in clutch, and there it is. We continue to see the same tale.
Yeah, Cooper and Energy finding 2 more. Cooper doing a great job finding those finals on a Luna. Very much a damaging presence in that back line, and now with that cleanse has been a priority locked target to stay in the ban phase.
No, without question, your ship as we try to slow things down. Look at what's available, right? On the other side, right now, Na'Vi, just like the first point push on the other side, don't have anything available in the Q department. Those ultimates so important. You're going to have that Sia ready to enable the thing. Push it through strong ship. This is about to glide fast.
Speedery looking at the Fate. Again, just kind of stalling. Feeling the team out, trying to build towards those ultimates. That is typically Navi's strategy, but Nero finds the first with the Sia, trying to get one more wipe against this team as they head back to the door, and they do. Raj goes down, numbers up for TLC who win this fight.
Now, solid kiting there, going back to spawn right at that point, but still even getting the Raj is just able to completely stagger and allow even more of that precious clock. Every second matters, as you know, as the clouds open up on Jerky's side. What will he find on Storm? Looking for more. It's swirling, it's whirling. Storm is going to come up empty. It is absolutely sunny days right now in LA.
Speedery doing a great job using the Rage of Ultron to counter right back into that Hurricane, deleting it instantly here. And again, they are forced back to the door. Doing a great job using 1-for-1 in trading and not overcommitting here as Cooper and Energy is going to be Best and Pauly with Ultimate.
This is what makes Rivals great, right? One on the Dom, pushing to the spawn. Now it's going to be the other side. And there it is, the crowd favorite, the Meteor M. Can Energy find his connection? Slams down the rim. Coming off. Not going to get those points.
Trust me, now walking forward with the Psionic. This could be big into Pauly, but no, it doesn't land at the very end there. More commitment with the Meteor M from Raj, who just does not miss these. Have I jinxed it? Looking into the sky, and oh, that would have been dirty, but no, does not get the cleanup there. Raj will fall, I believe, in this position.
Who needs a quick slam dunk when he can get a layup as Energy, right? Who needs a Meteor M when you're able to get the neutral? It's the front line brought in to get this team changed. Best War, making it Best War. Energy finds more.
I don't even know what the solution is here. Na'Vi trying to make compositional changes now just to get out of this door. How is TLC still at the spawn door? This thing hasn't moved.
Jerky said, I didn't like our win record getting tainted. Well, guess what? This is looking like, at worst, we've seen Na'Vi. This is very uncomfortable ground for them. TLC looking strong, building that fortress back after the cannonball. That was domination.
The keys to this Citadel have been thrown away. They still have those doors locked and are not moving. Very low now to the front side of Bez, who launches the clobbering time. It doesn't seem to land here. Glortrox goes out. It's big for Terra, who's able to find Bez, but it's traded back on a Raj. Well, Vanguard's down. Best comes back with the BRB, and there is that value we're talking about.
That continues to find a will and a way. 42 seconds. We're going to have to see some type of Trojan horse here if they want to get through the fortress of the Citadel once again, but they have looked unshaken. The Sia is ready to go. Energy continues to swoosh on those eliminations.
Level 1 Crook and Jerky with Ultimate here against the Sia of Nero. Is that going to be enough? Here goes that Hurricane. Energy able to find Crook once more. Numbers up. The Sia is committed from Nero to try to stop that Hurricane. Can they clean up the pick? Yes, they can. Jerky goes down. Fate falls. And Cooper finds, trust me, that is another team wipe with 6 seconds on.
Fueled through the daughter of Magneto, Scarlet Witch giving that sword and getting more energy. Who needs the duelist roll when you've got Mag? As we've got the Gambit rolling from Fate. This is their last chance inside their Fate on Yggdrasil. Up goes the Meteor ship.
And bang, down it goes. It does not land here. Cooper finding level 1 Crook. Fate trades it back into Energy. Now, it's like Na'Vi has a chance. Still down in numbers. Can they make this work? But Energy's back from that BRB. Playing around the point here. Cooper holding on to the dance floor for an answer if it's needed. Still has ult advantage. They need to make something happen here quick. And Na'Vi, on the other hand, just needs to stall as long as possible to try to build these ults.
And they've moved only an Ant-Man size of distance on meters. Either way, as you look on, the show is on. Deniku smiling as Luna's putting on that sustained effort. Best One got the clobber in time. Glortrox out. Everything rolling in this Infinity War as we look closer to 1-1.
Wow, it's big here as it lands on the front line. Energy able to clean up 1, make it 2 here. Is it going to be enough to shut down the overtime? Trading exactly back into them in a dominant map performance. It looks like here Team Liquid Citadel will be able to shut this down, but they can't take out, trust me.
Overtime ticking to the exact slim as extermination from the skies. It's the age of Speedery and Ultron. Looking for more in the sustained effort, even at spawn. Trust me, Township. We got the Spider-Man here, Peter Parker.
Somebody just saw the new movie here. There's more commitment from the side of Pauly, but this might put him in a dicey spot. I gotta show some love to Navi, who are playing lights out around this, still stalling, and they've regrouped on the point. They do not give up.
Lights out, but it's like 2 points to 100 right now. I mean, you got to get more of these to push it forward. Pauly trying to find something interesting. Just dives right off the map. Peter Parker, oh no!
Shout out to Navi, who are going to be able to get this thing moving. There's going to be a portal play on the ramp here for the retake.
Some would say it's a brand new day for Navi to push on through this point, up the ramp, hardest point of this point to take as the portal opens from Strange to thread this fight.
Right on the ramp here to ensure a third fight should things get dicey. The goal here is to try to force out ultimates. Not much else you need to do. The last stand from Jerky onto Pauly is what they were looking for, but there's big value. Terra drops energy now too, and Navi are still showing up. Oh, committing a strangling prison. I'm not sure if they needed that.
Yeah, when there's a will, there is a way. Navi knows that they can still get this done. All they have to do is get to that gate. Now we're going to have one more fight in the minimum to get there, but great point. Raj using that ult. Pretty tough. Obviously, we've got Fate and more. Time is still a sliver. Can't leave those goats.
Keep your eyes on Trust Me and Fate for this initiation. Energy needs a big rock here to shut down something. Bess is going to be the next closest, and then the dance floor from Cooper. We will see if that's enough on this retake to make it work. Set up already is Raj. Clearly, the change of comp is working. Can it get to this point? Pauly now engages, gets on, drops the spawner, protects up with a shield. Meteor M is up here. Bang, it lands, but no, into a wall. Dance floor from Cooper. Navi are not giving up, chasing the Glor truck to the dance floor. Let's get that thing moving now as Fate goes down. The strategist falls from Navi. Eye of Agamotto from Best doesn't land. We don't see the eyes yet. And it looks like they have retaken positioning. Nero now on a level 1 crook the point. It's getting cleared. Energy onto Terra, Trust Me, at 2 HP in a dream, but that dream is a nightmare as they retake the point.
Folks, buckle your seatbelts, LA and viewers at home. This is going to be a long flight in our best of 7, the grand finals, the best of the best.
What a performance there, but shout out to Navi. What a retake to get that thing moving. Just maybe a little bit of overcommitment on that second fight on the ramp. Outside of that, that could have been theirs.
You say shout out to Navi. I'm saying all shout outs I'm giving right now are to TLC to lock strong, right? Obviously, we did say this is their map of comfort. They wanted to use it right away. You know, you always have the pocket aces. They played it both, obviously, right here and now, but it's so important to not let momentum slip. We've seen these grand finals before just go away in an instant when you are down 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying, it's all about momentum, right? They got destroyed in domination.
Destroyed.
And it looked like the polar opposite here when it came to Yggdrasil. Obviously, the attack was rough, but holding them 0.1 down to overtime without the thing moving an inch is insane.
We've seen a lot of games together that close on Yggdrasil with the talent of these two teams and the caliber. Again, and Pauly on Spider-Man. I mean, was it Mystery Heroes out there, my friend? I mean, we have so many great games to go. I know you're not going anywhere. We're going to take it to the desk to break down the heat.
The heat is exactly how we can describe that. What a series so far between these teams. And Team Liquid Citadel, Gaskin, already starting to bring it back. The doubters may be silenced.
Yeah, doubters. How about that? I'm not going to get too ahead of myself. We've already been here right at 1-1. However, it is quite evident TLC are far better with structure. Right? If they could take the first point on domination, I do think we'll see a different TLC if they get the chance to set up just as they did in that previous.
I mean, looking at that map before as well, Hell's Heaven, I talked about it before, wasn't really the strong suit for Na'Vi, but they have practiced it since then to make it sure it was a strength instead of a weakness. But the big thing I want to talk about is we're seeing parallels to last year's midseason finals. Envy versus Rad EU. Yggdrasil Path was the map to tie things up that Envy took against them. This old Na'Vi roster, plus some changes, of course. It's a bit of a flashback for them.
Time seems to be a flat circle as once again mid-season finals comes down to an EMEA and an American team with several players shared between them. But that all timing a circle means is stuff comes round again, and we just saw Kraken Impact does seem to come again and again. The Winter Soldiers still continuing to dominate these drafts.
And it was Energy who had the chance to dominate as well. 31 finals in that previous game. I think it is going to be the Energy versus Terra matchup over and over again here in this series to try and find out who can be the best duelist in the world, really. And let's be honest, whoever lifts the trophy kind of has the last laugh. We may have seen Terra take him down to start with, but now it's grand finals, it's all reset, and Energy looks like he's not faltering anytime soon.
legitimately, they've held so aggressively on this point. They held them at 6 meters until essentially overtime. VOD, that's no easy feat.
No easy feat, but when you have a hero like Spider-Man on your side, you're able to show up big. And as Hikozi said, it's like it was Navi's brand new day, but unfortunately it wasn't their day at this go-around.
I get so scared, I still haven't seen it yet, and the more people start talking about it, the more
we've been busy.
There's more spoilers could start to creep out. I'm like, please, everyone, just stay quiet. I've heard it's brilliant, though. But yeah, it's amazing to see more heroes just coming into the action, and you kind of need that. You need people to have that depth of their hero pool just in case you have to go for something dramatic.
TLC not having it to mirror that Spider-Man sacrifice there to make sure that they can make it back through the portal to rejoin this final defense. What an incredible hold coming in here. And the teams, there's such an important emphasis onto communications here. And you can see on the stage that the players are wearing some Razer headsets that are tuned specifically for tournaments here. These are not ones that you can buy, but if you want that same competitive edge in your own setup, make sure to check out the Razer Black Shark V3 Pro, available now for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. It features hyper-speed wireless Gen 2, delivering just 10 milliseconds of latency. That's like pro-level reaction times for dodging Magneto ults. That's what we need to be seeing in here, just so they can make sure that what they hear lines up exactly with what's happening on screen. Available now. Audible. What about these stats?
Yeah, I mean, talking about that too, I feel like the communication between Team Liquid Citadel has been that much better than it was last time. Cooper and Nero really synced up on the back line and able to duck, dodge, and dive everything from Team Na'Vi. And looking on the other end, Fate and Crook, 9 casualties, 12 casualties. They were getting hard targeted by Energy and Vest and everyone on the team.
But we actually were talking a little bit in the break while we were watching the games here. It was a completely different story in map number 1. They barely went down at all, VOD.
Yeah, that shows the difference between, a comfort pick map and one that you just have to play on against the best of the best. So this Yggdrasil map seems to be the domain of dread that we see here for Team Liquid Citadel. But my curiosity is, what potential maps could we go to? I mean, maybe Hall of Djalia again?
Yeah, maybe something they've been able to play recently that... It's all going to come down to the coaches and the strategy they want to employ here and how much research they've done to try and find those weaknesses. And when do you want to gamble on them as well?
True.
It's a best of 7. We could, in theory, go all the way here. Do you want to try and burn them early? Do you want to leave them a little bit later when perhaps fatigue comes into play as well?
When you mentioned domains of dread, I start to get worried that vampires might be coming in here, but something appears to be going on down at the stage.
Yeah. I have a bone to pick with all you pro players. Why do you keep banning Adam? Can you not handle perfection? Oh, they got noise canceling headphones on. They don't know what I'm saying. You, sir, why do we keep banning Adam?
It's OP.
That's right. Don't you want to play OP? Don't we want to see perfection? All you have to do is press the F key. That's for fly. Don't we want more Adams? Come on. Who's got to pick Adam? Don't ban Adam. No more nerfing Adam. Second chance is over. Peace.
Well, I mean, a huge fan of
keep banning him,
voice
please.
actors too.
Keep
Yes.
banning him. Sadly,
He's too good. He's too good.
We've seen enough karmic revivals for our liking. Adam Warlock, such a strong hero at the moment. Must be so fun, by the way, these voice actors to come in and get to see their characters banned or played, of course.
You couldn't ask for a more perfect stage spot there. The Adam has been so impactful. I was leading in there when you talk about domains of dread, I start to worry about vampires, and Central Park could be a map choice. Not going to see that here, so we don't have to worry about the vampires this time. Adam could have been very important there, but could be equally important here. We mentioned that first choke point, and there's some really good spots for the revives, Gaskin.
Yeah, some fantastic spots. And I like this pick. I do think that this is going to be an interesting one. And again, we speak about structure, right? For Team Liquid Citadel, it does provide them with said structure. I think that Na'Vi are one of the best teams at adapting and thinking on the fly, which is why they're so good at domination. But here, Convergence Shin Shibuya will get that option for Team Liquid Citadel to set up and just deny an entry point here.
I wonder if we see the penny mirror again on defense, where we saw Pauly trying to play it very aggressively, but Trust Me was shutting them down, got a couple of eliminations, using the mines hidden within the webs. That was a highlight spot for me in the last time.
It certainly has been a highlight so far with the webs, with the ultra combos. with the Adams for the revives. We've also seen a very high attention being paid, as we've talked about in previous games, but let's bring it back here. When you have those big bunker comps, Storm starts to appear more. We've talked about Na'Vi protecting it a few times here, and Storm plus Punisher or Winter Soldier or Elsa, just something to try and use that damage boost to break the line.
We saw the Storm actually banned at last by TLC previously, but I feel like the big focus is on that Rocket Raccoon for Fate. Fate has been very effective on it before. We saw it banned this last time, and it worked very well.
Gasket was heading on into this map. We know just how deadly this choke point can be and how much it can shut down. When we start to get ready to head into this draft, which heroes? We already talked about the Rocket potentially. We talked about maybe Adam. What are you looking at as the potential for the bans as we head right on in?
Yeah, I do think that obviously Ultron and Penny become focus points for both of these teams, but this is where you start to play mind games in a grand final as well. Do you start to leave something open? Do you start to see what they will do with a certain hero? There's still a little bit of time, but yeah, we are going to see the Ultron Protect coming in there from Team Liquid Citadel. And even though this is Na'Vi's map, and even though they have already found success here against Team Liquid Citadel, yes, it's a quick turnaround for TLC, but it will still be fresh in their brains, right? There's going to be things that they know went wrong.
I think the big change will be a mag save over a penny save. I don't think they're worried about it getting banned out here as well, and that's kind of what I've been expecting from them. So we do see the mag save and the rocket ban instead of the Adam Warlock ban. Jordan Reynolds was right.
The revives could be coming in here in a different form as Rocket is taken off the board. Na'Vi preventing Team Liquid Citadel from getting their own Adam with that Ultron team up. Gambit managed to sneak all the way to the end, so we do have the option for Gambit and Magneto on both sides of the board here. Heading into our final ban. It's Adam! The revives are taken away.
Get it back on the stage just to shout at them one more time. But yeah, I think that was inevitable. We've seen so much value from Adam Warlock so far this tournament. Doesn't surprise me.
When you're just that perfect, sometimes you have to be taken away. It's just too much. Team Liquid Citadel, their chances have been born again, evening up the score. Let's find out who can take the lead as we head back over to Iron Shib and Cozy.
Thank you so much, Catcher. I've got to say, after hearing that, I want to have like lines come in, voice lines when someone gets banned. Like, can we hear it in game? Like, can we make some noise for some banned lines happening? If like Adam gets banned, like yelling at it. But awesome stuff here, and just seeing the people that made the game, the talent behind the voices, everybody come together, fans, players, casters, families. We're here on match number 3.
Banned again. That's just how it has to be. But seeing right now, Team Liquid Citadel able to get the Gambit mag through without even protecting the Gambit might be one of the first times we've ever seen that.
Yes, that is an understatement. It's been at least, it came out around December, so we have not seen it really since then. But right away, we do have, once again, what works so well at Yggdrasil, and that's going to be that triple Vanguard hold.
That's it. Start up now. You can see the compositions. This is one of those maps that is selected by Na'Vi that is more unique, a map they feel incredibly comfortable on. Teams maybe don't scrim all the time. Big advantage in being able to do that. It's what we just saw from Yggdrasil, but the setup already from the penny that is Polly makes it a little more dicey.
Yeah, I'll say, I mean, listen, Shin Shibuya used to be a meme map, right? It wasn't even in rotation, and now we're here on the biggest stage as what is going to be a confident pick once again from Na'Vi. A little bit closer last time as Rajiro trying to find an opening and an angle. Terra already getting low. They've continued to hunt down the Hunter when it comes to this great player.
Yeah, well done there. Just pull eyes away for the moment. Cooper now able to find Trust Me throughout this chaos. They're taking the fight around the building. The structure of just destroying this thing to reset the map as Energy finds a pick on a crook. Raj goes down. Energy with 3. Come on now with the sword from his daughter there, Rwanda.
Yeah, it's just such a great hold thus far if you're looking at it. Just building up slowly. I will say one thing a bit better there on the Yggdrasil is the pace keep up on the ult charge, right? Na'Vi really, I felt like that was a one-sided affair, and it just kind of goes and snowballs from there.
You know, it's a good early pick on a crook. He typically leads ult charge. They're already down at 37% now. Speedery and Polly playing on this height. That team up has been dominant here across the board. It's on a 17-second cooldown from Nether reset. But notice he puts the drone on everybody. Simply a little more aggro as they go in with the damage. Extra health.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, time is ticking already. We're at 2 minutes, 35 seconds. Great just awareness here from Cooper, 80%, and looking for more. Just like that, the card's ready to fold. Going to get near advantage. Don't think they'll press. You probably match it when it comes to the Gambit.
Walking in slowly, Na'Vi doing exactly what they've done prior. Will it work better this time as the map gets destroyed? Getting back into the arcade, looking for Terra. That pick come through in a moment we don't see just yet. Pauly trying to distract that back line up on height, which has been a big advantage for them, but they pay for it now as Pauly falls to Trust Me. The nice diamond form commitment comes out here from Speedery. Rage of Ultron towards that back line. And down goes one. Do we see a second on the Terra on the height? The commitment continues, but this time from the side of Cooper, who takes out Terra. What a play there.
Cooper is showing why he is here and how they got here, folks. 95% on Vessel. Look for the clobber time. It's ticking slowly. Trust Me going down as well. TLC looking all the part here on the hometown pick of Shibuya.
What a retake here for Team Liquid Citadel. And you can just see the momentum. But what we've noticed throughout this tournament is teams that hold very close down to like the 20-second mark. For some reason, point 2 just gets walked through. We'll see if that gets broken, if that curse gets broken on this map.
That's happened now time and time again.
Yeah.
It's like momentum is just the full swing that you see the sword coming out trying to find Terra. Terra, good kiting. He's going to go right back into the action. It's not going to be timid very long. Not in his name and nothing in the DNA now as we're going to have Trust Me go up with Ema. Trying to get all eyes and distraction. Jumping in. Going to be Jerky now with the Kraken impact. Trying to make his impact for Navi to push this thing to 2. Energy goes up and is looking for the slam down. And oh, the onions! The onions!
As another pick comes out from Cooper and Pauly, Nero going to clean up the rest. And now it's going to be a reset once more. So some decent commitment there from Liquid Citadel, though, with Pauly and Energy and Nero. Will Navi be able to take advantage of that? But they committed Jerky and level 1 Crook. And Trust Me.
If you go back to the domination and how Navi and what we know of Navi, just one of the best backline in the business, right? We're seeing the two just trade back and forth. Right now, Cooper and Nero has just gotten so much value, right? Healing one thing, but being able to open the door for the rest of the team, huge.
Energy finding Fate now. Walking the team forward, Vest, very aggro, looking right at that front line. Meteor M is forced out. Is this going to land here? Raj has been clean with these, and that's going to be a pick on a Speedery. Is that enough to get the team moving forward? 13 seconds left here for Navi. Got a touch within 7. Can they get there?
Poor Speedery is always looking like he's made out of metal for the Magneto, and there's the clobber time. Best one. What's the best war? It's clobber time for this fantastic 4-2 as Rajiro trades the odds.
Jerky finds Cooper, though. Backlines have fallen. Energy on it. Trust Me. Raj finds another. He's clutching up. Is it enough here? And that's going to be a pick, but this time from Energy onto Raj. The OT ticks down. The portal's coming in from Fate. And it lands.
No days of future past here. Right now, TLC looking strong no matter how many X-Men show up to the fight in the battle. Up in the air, Speedery looking for the age. Energy with the hit. And the puck from Nero combined is going to take down Trust Me. Both portals out. Magic, desperation at play.
What a hold from Team Liquid Citadel on the back of a nice portal play. Really consistent defense on a map that was not chosen by them. That is some solid work.
Absolutely. Listen, how many times did we say before in the upper finals that this is going to go back and forth, folks? The talent level here, it's a game of adjustments. We like to say all the time as these great coaches and players are going to look to break it down further. But yes, I mean, Ship, taking it somewhere like Shin Shibuya and being able to put up a defense like that, are you joking?
Really clean, as you see. Not a lot of finals. Honestly, a lot of those finals on the final fight from Raj, who took out 3 to try to get on that point and make the touch happen. But Vess has not gone down. Energy has not gone down. Nero and Cooper only once alongside Speedery. That is good commitment on that triple backline.
Rad fans, get loud. You know what your duelists can do in the hands of Jerky and Terra, the best in the biz in the clutch department, as they're going to have to find a will and a way to be able to continue this thing on from going to 2 in TLC's favor. Now taking a look, man, comp-wise, looking pretty similar. We don't often ever see Terra there on the Ultron. Maybe back in the day of things a little, but hasn't been any time recently.
Yeah, I honestly don't remember the last time. I'm trying to think through it. Yeah, I don't even know if
Has it happened?
a lot. Yeah, so they're clearly in desperation mode, which is, you know, what Liquid Citadel was trying to do here. You see, I think they're going to go for an early portal play.
And the big thing about that is Terra, as talented as we know he is, it does limit some of that big play potential, right? Whenever you do have to have the flex, go to that. And that's just saying, hey, Jerky, we know what you can do on the mag. Match Energy. Terra going to go ahead and keep this guys healthy and also hit him with the pop of the beam. Going in the portal is going to be TLC looking for an aggressive point take.
Yeah, very smart decision to use portal here, knowing Penny's going to be set up. That way you can just focus mind spotters early and you pretty much have a character down. But Pauly is the first to go down onto the minds of Trust Me. Well done by Navi. It should be potentially a retake through portal if it was fast enough here by Pauly. See if that works out in a moment.
Yeah, 3 minutes on the clock. They have a lot of time to work with. Want to see patience here as well as the precision as Speedery in the sky. be well aware of what angle the whole team wants to take as one. Cooper 30% and climbing, but it's Nero once again. We pointed out time and time, finds that pick to make them be able to get that open.
Citadel still owning this domain on a height. Vest goes low, but it's not for long. Cooper with some good focus there. Speedery taken out of the sky. Spawner is low. Is it deleted? Not quite yet. And now the team just try to force out as many cooldowns as possible. Energy and Nero, though, find 1 and 2 on a Terra, and trust me, that's going to force out a portal. Can this portal get here in time as the cap will begin?
Yeah, you're going to have Trust Me go and get the Strange. There's 2 on, 2 out. They're going to get the magic rolling to try to give Na'Vi a shot ship. It's getting close.
Yeah, but they won't be all back in the fight just yet, and they aren't even able to touch. What a play here by Team Liquid Citadel off the early portal.
Holy shit, Shibuya! Here we are, folks, in the grand finals now with a different change in chapter from what we saw just hours before. It is now TLC up 2-1.
TLC was just waiting for Na'Vi to blink, and they have taken advantage of that moment. 2 back-to-back incredible displays to take home the next 2 maps, up 2-1 into Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's crazy. If you look at the 2 times that they've been here in the past, though, right? If you look at how Na'Vi plays, last time down, right? Having to really come out, this time at least being on even footing, and it kind of matches somewhat of what we saw in the mid-season finals a year ago. Either way, again, these 2 teams are far from out. I can tell you that, as it's going to continue to be a war of attrition. I mean, Shiv, the band, the picks, I mean, what do you feel like? To me, I think Mag's got to go on this side of TLC.
Yeah, I mean, for TLC to be able to get Mag and Gambit without Gambit being locked at all, then they also get their Ultron. It seems like a mishap. Something went wrong, or maybe they felt comfortable in a scrim that went down, but, you know, scrims don't mean everything, man.
No, exactly. I mean, listen, that is why it is any given, in this case, Saturday, who can win and who can find a way. We saw it with Rad as they continue to climb out through that lower, but this time, Destiny has something in store for one of these 2 great teams. And now that dream of Trust Me to come back to the grand finals, slowly slipping to a nightmare, but if anyone can flip the script, it's them.
Yeah, it's a team that we talked about passion. See if they can hold on to that passion in a dicey situation. Saw some panic picks coming in there from the side of Na'Vi on that defense. We talked about the Ultron from Terra, not a very comfortable pick. Making some switches at the end on the portal. They just really never had it in their grasp.
Yeah, listen, it's a team game. We know that hero shooter, but one thing I love is if you just break down each player, they each have a different reason to have that one will and way to win this thing and to dig deep. You look on the side of TLC, many of them just denied time and time again to lift that trophy. On the other side, Na'Vi, once again, being able to put together this team and be flawless, want this time to raise the trophy to remind the world why they are the Titan, the final boss of Marvel Rivals.
Oh, Energy Invest still didn't go down a single time. Energy with 12 finals, and I believe it was 31 in the match prior. That is a ton of work, as you see Terra on the opposition, who looked incredible in previous matchups, without finding a single one.
Yeah, I mean, not going down is absolutely crazy. And what did we highlight? Listen, obviously, we continue to say it takes all 6, but it does take the 1, and that's why Terra on the Ultron wasn't crazy, right? It's like whenever you have your best player have to go Doctor Strange to get back for that overtime push. If it's your duelist, you lose out on that chance, that clutch, the ice, the 3-pointer at the buzzer.
Yeah, we're going to be heading to Araco. Last time a team took Na'Vi here, they tried to spawn door them, just hold them tight, and they went out the left side door and just kept walking, never stopping on that point. Can Team Liquid Citadel change the tune a little bit and hold on?
Now, Araco and more is just, it's an interesting map, right? Because you have so much high ground advantage, and it makes the defensive side of things can feel somewhat awkward. At the off-map potential, though, we've seen plenty of that from both teams, clearly. I'd like this as a reset point, not one that I thought we were going to see, if I'm being honest, this early in. Just color me this. You know, you have a team that when you have meta strong, you think best of the best. These maps that are kind of these interesting choices, right, is what we wouldn't expect to see. But you know what? With the 7 to go, maybe get some of these more interesting picks out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to change the momentum here. You need a win if you're on the side of Na'Vi. It's getting a little dicey here as Liquid Citadel's now up 1. They win another one, they're at game point. So changing and finding a map that they maybe don't scrim on or practice on as much, get in their heads a little bit. Next thing you know, very similar to what we saw on Yggdrasil. They were able to make that momentum go back in their favor. They went 2 in a row. It's right back in, their hands.
Honestly, we could say we've guessed a good majority of the games, and all the American casters would also say we didn't see a rock. I think we saw a Rocco once, maybe in the American region. I mean, it feels like just nothing was ever played there. No battles, no big-time moments were decided. Obviously, none bigger than this. And so to bring that to him, I agree. It's not exactly letting something like Mantis through. You don't want to do, something too crazy, but do mix it up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the strategies. Shout out to the fan. Tag me in. You're up, buddy. Get up there. No, don't do that, please.
Them subbed in now. I've seen a couple of signs. We got the buff rogue. This is the time to tell Double G what you want. What's up? Ji Young as well, taking notes as we continue to see the best do it in this game, folks. 2-1 if you're just now coming in. And if you missed earlier, Na'Vi able to put down Team Liquid Citadel to that lower, making their way back up to get the revenge tail they're looking for.
Yeah, there's always been some back and forth about having to play so many different matches, if it's to your detriment, or if, when you are, you stay warm that way, or on the other side of that coin, it's when I'm off, I get to watch what they're running. I can prepare the ban phase a little better as they're in a dicey spot. But the thing is, they kind of went right through Rad. So that, in my opinion, they didn't really show a lot. They didn't really show anything that Na'Vi didn't already expect.
No, that's a great point, because oftentimes we typically give that advantage to the team that gets to sit and wait. But it's so hard to say because, keep the hot hands strong, right? I mean, if you're out there continuing to play, we see it in other sports, esports being somewhat the same, but them to your point, them beating in 3-0 fashion that quickly, not only allowed them not to, lose all that mentality and endurance and
it's confidence,
everything together, but not take no time.
We're going to be heading into the ban phase in just a moment, folks. Strap in. Is up 2-1, Team Liquid Citadel. Will they be able to keep this thing moving, or will Na'Vi change the tune?
For those spectating above, I got to say the scene in LA here is absolutely wild, and what you want to see from Marvel Rivals at the top tier play. 2-1, the ban phase so important this time around. We'll see how the coaches decided to change the favor and these players locking in for more. Speaking of that locked in band, this is always sponsored by Mantis.
We got to see Terra there, a little anger on the face. Last time I saw that, he went back and found 33 finals. So see if that's going to be the same story. The Magneto, the removal of Loki here for Team Liquid Citadel.
You think this is a max A too? Like that they don't want to give that up right at the rip? No, gonna go
so
over.
Consistent.
I like it. I like the speeder. Keep it on, right? I mean, it's been working so well thus far. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The old saying now with the ban going the other way, we're going to try to get rid of cheese v cheese, in my opinion.
Yeah, the Atom removal for those triple compositions. And there's a removal of Mag. I mean, when they got Mag through, it's been working out for them. We'll see if Team Liquid Citadel, they feel like they don't need it. Maybe it's map specific as they want to try to play tight corners.
Yeah, but you do take away a lot of that. I feel like just firepower and force that they impose their will. Yeah. But with Rocket going out, that's a big play too, right? Yeah, making it not a one-sided though, very smart to not be here.
Yeah, I'm liking what Navi's doing. They're matching back. They're keeping it more traditional. They just don't want the res comp. They don't want to constantly feel like they're up in numbers, wanting to find out that they've overextended, because they're not up in numbers, and that's typically how these teams find value as they set up the final lock-in. I believe it's going to be Atom for the side of Na'Vi. We'll see in just a moment as it is, and that is going to be one side on the defense, at least for Na'Vi.
And that's pretty, it's pretty, I was going to say, I'm going to get the W here to Na'Vi on the ban phase, especially because Arako has so many corridors and opportunities for that Atom, not only to hide and get the board again, win again, but also just hide from what is the onslaught, while still getting that value that you need to have at top tier play to keep things in check and build up that ult ever more.
Now it's all about communication within teams, leadership. Can you get your team's mental back on track? Can you keep them positive to move forward in this tournament? Starting up here on Arako, I am stoked to see this map, my friend, as we don't get a ton of looks at this.
Absolutely, man. It's been a long minute since I've had the pleasure of coming over here to Ultron. Again, right now, 2-in-game. Got the game mode for Age of Ultron. Ultron's on the stage. I mean, if you go back a year ago and you think you'd see Pennies, Widows, and it's crazy to see how this game is just constantly evolving and changing, and these players do the exact same. We find ourselves match number 4, and you know we wanted more of this best of 7 ship. 15 seconds. Here we go.
Last map, Citadel. Actually, the last 2. They were able to lock that Citadel down, hold them 0.1. That is a statement. Does Na'Vi finally have the keys?
Alrighty, now setting up early is going to be their TLC on the defensive side. We've seen Pauly really set up beautifully. I mean, these traps, the positioning, it's all about angles and surprise from Pauly and Penny Parker to try to get those easy hits of the mines. Terra out the gates. This is similar to Midtown, playing mad and angry. Guess what? Deleted, gone.
Coming out here. I'd like to see this on the Emma. Tara focusing the spawner. Great decision. It's essentially the 7th player on the team. Good focus. Now the team can walk forward. Looking at Speeder, who has to go away. But so does he in that moment. Trying to get the first pick onto Energy with the drone, and that will come through off the back of a nice wall. Tara is coming out angry, finding too early.
Yeah, I've seen this movie before, my friend. Terra the Terrifying. The sequel now, and the full trilogy is a scary thing. Locked in, cowboy hat off, looking to get through this first turn. Now, this first point does have a lot of opportunities. It usually can be a 3-point fight. If you're looking at it, Doctor Strange, Energy, ready to go. Max off, Magic is on.
Yeah, there it is, a great retake here. You give Na'Vi a window, and they make that thing a door. Can they keep this moving as they start up the next fight? Fate at 73%. Trust me, close to Strangling Prison. Some big value off that potential here too, but a lot of potential in these teams to make that work out.
Yeah, and if right now, if you're a Na'Vi fan, you want Fate to get ready to go. I mean, once you have that aggro, they're not going to be able to match it back. If you're ult tracking the right way, get the comms, hold the W, and push them through this thing right now. And Tara, the captain, leading the way. The cards seal the fate of Pauly, going down fast as the cards are going to go and fold now as they push forward. Let's get this aggression on.
And able to make that reset come through is actually the pick came through first. They forced out a lot of ults here, and actually, this is actually a positive fight here for Liquid Citadel. They tried to force a few. They got rid of Fate and Tara, but somehow Tara's already at 34%. Now, Team Liquid Citadel will come back with all 6. Can they make sure they don't overcommit? They did a great job of that in the past. Na'Vi owning the space well right now with plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, that's what won them mid-time, I feel like. They were just able to continue that neutral. A lot of it rode through Terra, and now they've got the Omega Hurricane ready to go indoors here as the stormy weather is going to try to find its fate and seal it. With the Despair up and ready, the Invisible Boundary keeping alive and healthy. Cooper to match the same, nothing coming from it. Great job, though, at least getting that Invisible Boundary out.
Yeah, the Storm main out there right now is going to be stoked to see Jerky on Storm, who's actually been so strong on the hero, forcing a ban at one point. Terra trying to clean up Pauly, which will happen. Good focus there. I have Agamotto from Energy, but it doesn't seem to land. Match back. Nero pulls out the boundary. Meteor Ram Rajaro downtown does not make that work, but trust me, cleans up Energy despite it.
Several hero moments on display. This is where the triple strap's going to come in handy if they're trying to find something from it. But right now, no one falling. All Q's being pressed. It's a colors explosion, but right now, the Olympian stays silent.
Back and forth they go. The retake clean here. Clobbering timeout from Bess. Don't think that's going to convert into a KO. Pauly, the same thing with Penny now. Both teams are just stalling. Rajaro going to be the first pick here for the side of Na'Vi.
Here's the pick you want. Why I thought the mag ban was huge on the one-sided affair. Now Terra going to go ahead and slam up, slam down. Not able to snowball off as that threshold not hit. There's the
that's
brutal.
big.
That's going to be bad if they can make Abel of it. Trust me, trusted him and his team to get the wipe.
Huge strangling prison, and it found all of them as they sweep through and get point 1.
Absolutely, Shiv. I mean, this is exactly what you need as a response for Na'Vi. Tough point. Point 2, definitely this is all defensive favored, right? You have the high ground the entire time, and we've seen that slice time and time again. This is where Na'Vi got to lock in.
Great attack here, though, by Na'Vi. They are immediately owning that height. They convert this into their advantage, forcing the team into tight chokes. Right back at him, Liquid Citadel going to take that right side from this POV to try to find those double openings because it's still very difficult. Forcing Na'Vi off that height. Really good patience from both sides.
No, honestly, just a huge call there because you try to make them on the low ground, but honestly, just good aggression, matching that from the TLC side, putting the aggression right back to them, and there it is. Once again, Fate is throwing the fate of Na'Vi in their hands as they try to find more, but Jerky first of all.
Yeah, Energy, Terra matches that back. The Buckies are going to be the ones who find value going in now with the Raging Royal Flush, but Terra says, how about I find another here? There goes out the boundary as an answer. Speedery trying to get a pick with the Rage of Ultron, but despite it, nobody finds any KOs just yet.
2 minutes on the clock as Nero has the cards ready. Now Jerky with the Omega Hurricane going to force that ult. Rajuro's got the Meteor in to follow. It's going to be the Kraken Impact. He gets low. He gets out. Energy matches blow for blow. The Winter Soldier down and out finds
Energy.
2. He's never tired, Chip.
Yeah, that's going to be a 3 pieces. Pauly gets 2 there, switching up the comp a little bit, getting Energy off that hero and on to Bucky, and that seems to be the solution so far. About 2 minutes here for Na'Vi. Did commit a ton into that fight. Trust me, and Raj are going to be their next best bet as they attack once more.
Yeah, once they use Jerky, they decided to go with Terra to try to get through that Gambit ult. It was a great way to get it out, but unable to seal the deal because they quickly put eyes on Terra the Terrifying. But he finds one, equals a trade to get up this ramp. Minute 30 remaining. Spawn closer for them. This is tough to push through. Remember, so much advantage towards the defense.
Both of these comps are trying to find the flyer first, and right there, Navi was able to make that work, and that should give them a huge advantage. Walking forward now with the Psionic from Trust Me, it's gonna net a value as Vest falls. Pauly trades it into Crook, which is a backline, but Terra finds Pauly and Cooper.
Yeah, just the whole backline that remained for TLC. Unfortunately, even though they did train Crook out of there, they're going to have just a small distance to cover. Ooh, Portal coming out now. 1 minute to get them into this thing once again, but really all have to be done in the neutral.
It's all about Raj. The Rock. Will this one land? It'll put them up a number. There's no answer right now for Team Liquid Citadel as they're trying to switch up comp for this fight.
And trust the master of magnetism as he goes up through the air. Shit, the purple ball looking for more. Slams down, lands down, no connection.
That still falls in that fight, so they do close in. Terra going to find a second. This should be Na'Vi on point 2, doing a great job staying patient. Trust me, finds Pauly. Crook now on the energy, and Na'Vi are walking this thing through and have completed point 2.
Now, we called it the Hydra earlier, right? You cut one down, 2 shall take its place, and that's what makes these great teams so solid across the board, because they have something to answer no matter if the top captain falls, the back line, you name it, they saw it. Na'Vi pushing point 3. That's a big point to take.
Next fight begins. Fate starts off with a royal flush. Terra coming in with the Kraken impact. Bang, it lands on a few, and there's going to be some play, and the reset comes in. Raj finds one. Trust me on it, 2. Terra looking for the reset once more, but it does not work out. And that will be another quick fight win here for Na'Vi, and you see the momentum visibly in their favor.
Yeah, painting the path blue, man. I mean, if you look at it now, they have another Omega Hurricane to get out Cooper's ult. They want to go that path. Last time, unable to connect after that, right? But really don't need to. If you look at what clock is remaining, things are favoring right now Na'Vi in the terms of the ult and how they can use it to win that fight.
Omega Hurricane start up. Cooper copying up. Royal Flush going to be committed to Boundary. Instead is out on the field. Energy now drops Crook through that chaos. Jerky heads backwards, but Vest is able to find 2. Pauly on a Raj, and that's a retake here for the side of Liquid Citadel, who will hold around this final corner.
Oh, shit, that was a big fight to win. I mean, yeah, they used Coop, but if you look on the side of Na'Vi, they used both those strategists ults, so now not a lot to deal with. The Glartrox energy is the clutch factor in him. Last year was not. Will he find that answer now?
Really consistent focus there. Find through the invisible boundary. Here comes the Hurricane now from Speedery. He's back on the Storm, trying to match back into Jerky, and does his best. Finds Terra, huge pick in this fight, but trades right back. Energy now on a Jerky. Says, nope, we're going to stay up on these numbers, and they're still holding on tight.
And still hanging on to those 2 ults as well, right? I mean, you are a mile away from Na'Vi, not going to come up in this fight, really. Maybe Fate can survive for more. Glartrox ready. They can T-ball with Vest if they're looking. Pauly going to start the fight at first shift.
Yeah, it's all about if Fate can get this ultimate. Raj tries to make the meteor work, takes a space with it, and still gets a pick onto Vest. Glartrox out here for energy. It's still holding up, but it doesn't find any food. Trust me. Takes out Pauly, and Na'Vi are up numbers now.
Now, Raj only oops his own shot, and with that, trust me, pushing forward, it's the front line doing exactly what they do best, making space and pressure, and putting on the pressure to make diamonds from Emma Frost to get this point to 3.
Looking incredibly clean as overtime is up. There's the Royal Flush from Nero. Speedery drops Terra. Numbers up now for Liquid Citadel. Can they keep this thing? Yes, they do. Energy onto Crook. More numbers fall, and all of them go down. Team Liquid Citadel will be able to hold this point 3.
Getting everybody together for that group photo on the stop and the finish, and that is much bigger than you think to stop them and give yourself that chance to push it all the way.
We'll have to see what the spawn door to hold looks like for the side of Na'Vi. Liquid Citadel, that is a huge push still from Na'Vi. They tried to hold for a minute, but that first point was just taken a little bit too quickly. Too much commitment onto that comp.
I mean, listen, Terra is pointing to that C on that chest, right? Like, he is getting his part done on it, but it feels like that rotation, that back and forth, it's the dance, if you will, of pro rivals play, of being able to have an answer in a way. And it's perfectly like any sport. There's the offense, there's the defense. They've had a lot of answers on the offensive side to open things up, but they're unable to keep up what has been the onslaught. And it's tough shit because it's been a lot through the neutral.
Yeah, I mean, and you can just see it. The story's kind of on the stat board here. The backline of Fate able to take 6 finals. It just shows the momentum that they have when they're using that Rage and Royal Flush. Fate feels comfortable enough to go forward, get picks, whereas laying a little bit on their heels. Nero with 0, Cooper in the same story.
Absolutely, but what makes great teams amazing is being in this position and never having out in the name, having that back support to come out swinging is what you want to see from the team that you believe in. Na'Vi trying to hold strong here to tie this thing up.
I do think it's easier to use Gambit on offense. You kind of set the tone where on defense you want to try to use Royal Flush second so you have more time on. But at that point, if somebody goes down, it's already in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, we had Terra on the Ultron, now Terra on the Atom. Let's listen in and see what the game plan is here for one of these teams.
Wait, hold on. Wait for them to touch.
Yeah.
We go now. Keep walking. Think well. Just chill. Make them touch card. Right. 3, 2, 1. Walk. I'm still looking things. Chill.
Back in we go. Ding.
I was going to say, I think is a problem.
You got to love to hear clean and concise comms like that. A lot of cooks in the kitchen, but when they keep it short, it's just good focus. Decent push off rip, but even better defense by Na'Vi to give up that space, kite backwards, and retake immediately. They're right back on that first corner.
Yeah, listen, when things are so chaotic, how quickly can you address the problem? But Thing will be just ringing through the ears here the rest of the day now. It's quickly going to be the Gambit folding. And wow, what a quick pull on the side of Cooper. Now going to match the cards. Nero still has his up in the bank to go. Cooper finds one. Energy to match two. Right now, it's Liquid Citadel just absolutely slicing and dicing through the Snobby D.
Beautiful. We talked about the Royal Flush on offense. You keep the momentum. Starts off quickly. Fate's not even there yet. And they find three. Cooper immediately gets two of those finals that we were talking about. They could not find on defense.
Yeah, got to find the clutch, the ice in the veins now. Can't afford to go down by two as we see these setups of the wall, right? As your group player just setting up that attack. Not a penny mine, but they're close.
Seemed like Na'Vi had the keys there to the Citadel, but they changed the lock. Speedery going in with the Omega Hurricane. Energy finds the first best now. On a Jerky, he should trade back. How? Are they still healthy? I don't know. Raj falls now. Speedery gets that pick going down to like 20 HP. It doesn't matter. 0.1, Team Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you give an inch, they'll take a mile. I mean, right now, TLC's not giving a Sylvator, man. I mean, they're not giving any space whatsoever for Na'Vi to work with. Jerky now going on over to Felicia, right? Looking to try to get that distraction, maybe get that backline uncomfortable. That's been looking strong.
Yeah, talking about the flex pick that is Jerky. Black Cat. It's been kind of a mainstay of this tournament. I haven't seen a ton of this pick from these two teams. Definitely strong. Nice pull there to the front line of Vess. Vess still somehow stays in the fight, dropping Ironwood.
Absolutely. They have 20 in their tank here for TLC to push forward to the Kraken Impact. On the other side, Terra, Energy. That's what we came here, folks. The best of the duelist department. Vess looking to set up the T-ball for the slam dunk. That can't be it, but it's the Energy ball. Take it down quick. Up in the sky. Going to be Speedery falling. Now with their 3 minutes, 38 seconds. Going to get that high ground.
The next setup fight, keep your eyes on the Strangling Prison. Raj is going to try to match that if possible. Able to use Meteor M to eat the Strangling Prison would be just immense value. That's the idea here. Now Cooper starts off the fight instead. They're going to hold on for that. Oh, Kraken Impact from Energy up in the sky. Match back by Raj, trying to dunk onto Energy. Was not able to make that work from downtown. Instead, trades with a clone. Nobody's fallen just yet.
Now, both those Kraken Impacts having zero impact in that. It's going to be, full suit and safe for the moment of both these Winter Soldiers. Now we have the group full ready. The patience there for Vess is looking. Oh, there's the bubble. The glove jumps to save himself as Nero now going to fire the cards in the aggression. Invisible Woman up with the boundary.
Kraken no impact. Strangling Prison goes down here. Match and cleansed. But now Fate finds Speedery. Energy onto Terra. It's going to be off. Ooh, Jerky trades back into Cooper. Both strategists fall here from Team Liquid Citadel. Na'Vi doing a great job on this defense on point two.
Now put a fast answer back. I mean, that was looking like it was going towards the favor there of the uphill. And this is a great place to take the point. There's so many instances in each map where if you take a point on a certain location so hard, then to fight back on the offensive side. Looking at it, we have Pauly with ult and more on Trust Me to Match. Listen, with 2 minutes, 20 seconds shift, both teams equally just getting it done, taking it slow, build up. Don't want any final fights just yet. Try to get the ults ready for when it matters.
Using the Mantis team up. There goes the engage now. Cyanide Seduction on that front line, getting the few trance crystals, gets popped into the Omega Hurricane, heading towards backline. Speedery has to drop back towards the team. Pauly now trying to match that, but still nobody falls. See See if this Raging Royal Flush works out. It does work out to the side of Na'Vi. Armed and dangerous again, and soon to be again. Terra keeping it going with the triple. Do we see a quadro? We do, and that is some terrifying gameplay.
I'd say he'd be terrifying now with a quick finish and looking at what they have else. I mean, now this is going to give them plenty of time, both on level 1 Crook, to be able to have that answer of what will be an onslaught shortly. Energy, the Glarchok's ready. Cooper to match. There's plenty of time to push up the hill. But right now, the only Citadel standing strong is this defense. That is Na'Vi on their pick of Araco. Crook finding one. That's the strategist opening that we wanted to see.
Cooper with the copy up. There's going to be 2 Raging Royal Flushes. Liquid Citadel's final chance to make something big happen. If they don't get value out of these plays, it will be in favor of Na'Vi without a doubt. So keep your eyes on those. The only match back for the moment will be a boundary if it gets there, which should get there, in Raj the Meteor M.
Again, we talked about this point 2 being so hard to push through, as now up in the air goes the purple meatball. She saved that ship, slam down, land down to be absorbed quickly as the Glarchok's comes up empty as well. All the Q's finding nothing, but Raj does find one.
And there's another Royal Flush. We talked about both commitments. The Meteor M and the Boundary both are gone now. Cooper finding Crook best onto Terra. Is that enough? Raj takes point. Incredible decision-making here to stall for the moment as both are playing behind. They're still healthy, but now they go down as a portal play should be enough, and it should come in to guarantee at least one more fight.
One more fight to be able to rely and trust on the leader of Trust Me now as the portal is going to be gone. He's pushed back into spawn from the Gambit team up. Are you joking me?
That was genius play. You can't teach that. Incredible work here as they head to point 3.
That was just disgusting. It's always like, how did the portal get interrupted? That time, something broke the game just a couple weeks ago, folks, as now we quickly have the Grootle ready as they push through point 3 on the clock and on the ready. Strategy still trying to find a will and a way. Fate getting close to try to push this thing back.
Strangling Prison available, but you got to know the cleanse is going to be there. There is the Psionic Seduction now from Trust Me. Got to take the space, but Energy still gets a pick. Terra now evens those odds into Poly.
It's a 2 quarterbacks trading back and forth, right? Terra, Energy, Captain, Best. Here we go as Best looking for that Grootle. Not going to find. There it is, the connection, and that follow-up, the alley-oop from Energy.
Black out of the background has got a nuisance, but it doesn't matter when you delete her. Energy makes the switch here. It is no longer going to be on that bucket. Instead, Elsa getting some play. Polly finds Trust Me. Look at the ult charge here from Na'Vi. This is going to be an absolute Q-fest. Who comes out on top? Final fight territory here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you said it best, right? Everything available. There's no excuses for both these teams. It's going to come down to one final fight and push, right? With Nero going to go in and open up the aggression. Fate matches Jerky to follow. Shit, this is happening quicker than I thought.
Be ready now as Energy finds the first pick. Peeling that back line on the Black Cat of Jerky. Point getting ever closer. Trust Me on a Polly to trade that. Na'Vi now making switches as Wolverine comes out. Energy with the Glarchok onto the back line. Doesn't get value. It does. Fate goes down now. As we see Speedery and Cooper get picks. Will they take this map back at them? After almost losing point 2, Speedery goes out with the Let the Devil Out, but the point has yet to move.
Every final boss ship has a weakness, and right now it's looking like TLC finds a will and a way, and it's through the energy of TLC, and the duel is to follow. Best, the Best, throwing it out as the Glarchok's come out from Terra. He finds one, gets 2, 1.4 into the glow.
Rajaro also takes Cooper. Crook comes back on Energy. Speedery on a favorite.
No way.
Oh, what a retake by Na'Vi, who are trying to shut this down. Speedery falls, and that's going to be Na'Vi with a map win.
Are you joking me? Are you not entertained? It's used too much, but that was absolute cinema. We are tied 2-2.
What am I looking at? Yeah, I said you can't teach that, but how about the patience in being able to stall for your team on the retake in a situation that looked like it was guaranteed to be a win for Team Liquid Citadel?
Yeah, we said, I mean, it was just going to be one final fight, but the Spawn giving a little bit of favor, obviously, that way, clearly. They started that fight so quickly, that's what shocked me, because at that point, right, you come back, I can't believe the absolute grit, the opportunity to show that you're the best. And trust me, once again, with the team to follow, Na'Vi makes his thing. Dude, I knew this would be a best.
It's a slugfest, yeah. It's an absolute slugfest going almost all the way to our point 3, excuse me. Wow. What an entertaining match.
Listen, I've been around a lot in the Rivals world of cast and host and ship with you along the way, and we have lost our minds a lot. I can't remember the last time there was just nothing but nonsense coming out, because that was nonsense that we just saw.
I'll tell you what, if I was in ranked, I would have thought we had that for sure. I would be devastated, but it's all about momentum. This is what Navi was looking for.
And listen, you said it best, right? Because here's the thing. When you do lose like that, all of a sudden, right, you just let a little bit of doubt creep in, and anything can happen at this moment. You can't have it go down 3-1. You know why? It happens last year. You give someone like VP the crown, Navi trying to turn that tail, take this thing all the way.
2-2 as the map choice now will be in Liquid Citadel's favor. Where do they go? Are they able to get this win? We're going to find out in just a moment.
We're eating good as rival fans. We are eating good. That's take it away. Break it down. What just happened?
Help. We need a doctor. We need an adult. We need a doctor. We need anyone with some rivals knowledge, because luckily we have some. I am safe. Thank everything. What a series. The last chance of the Americas versus the attempt at the repeat for EMEA. And Liquid Citadel looked like they were about to go to match point. But Gaskin, Navi just won't let them do it.
I need a moment, I think. I was sitting here so smug. I was like, I told you guys, look at the TLC boys. But I think equally, that is going to be a very deflating loss for TLC. They were right there. They thought they had it. But Terra does Terra things and manages to turn it around.
It feels like throughout the competition, the counter map picks have not worked out for the majority of teams. But finally, we have two strong squads at the end of the road, proving that they have the strategies to back up the talk that they've had against each other.
Gaskin, we were talking in the game while we were watching it about how momentum can be so important. We were talking during our cast how momentum can be so important, how important it is for the coach in some cases to be reassuring for their team. But in this case, we were talking about it in the context that Navi might lose, and losing that many games in a row could be devastating for your momentum, for your morale. And now it might be completely coin flipped there.
I was worried they were running out of steam, but they have shown they are everything but running out of steam, and they still have so much in the chamber here that TLC are going to be completely scared going into the next. And remember, we've got Domination that is going to be available again. And with the way Navi have been playing on Dom, I start to worry for TLC again.
Yeah, it could be Domination. We could go to Convergence as well. There's a couple of different options. I mean, way down the road, I don't even think we'd want to go back to Midtown based on how things went last time between Liquid Citadel and Navi to send them to the lower bracket. But, it feels like there's a certain gene. It's not the X gene that these teams have. It's the clutch gene.
A clutch gene that seems to be in very wide supply when it comes to both these teams, but Navi's is the one that's playing up at the moment. Let's talk about these drafts, Vodable. We are seeing a lot of changes, a lot of similarities, and a lot of rising and falling heroes.
Maybe Jordan Reynolds was right. Save Adam Warlock and you'll win. Very good hero, and we got to see that there as well, so shout out to them. But, some great performances across the board from both teams in the band draft. I think the main focus for me is the Liquid Citadel has not let Fate have the Rocket because they feel he's a little weaker, I guess, on the Gambit. Plays small heroes like we saw Jeff in the midseason finals last time, but he's really locked in on the backline on the Gambit.
The irony of me saying this, considering several of the MCU movies, but Fate can sometimes be considered squirrely when it comes to being dove and just being able to escape in some of the most miraculous ways. But Gaskin, we were talking about this as if this was like the Navi show. Team Liquid Citadel looked in control of that.
Oh, they did. And I think that does bode well for the rest of the series, right? That this is still, at 2-2, we know it's going to be competitive, but we may well go to the full 7 at this point. And boy, do I hope we do, as I'm sure all the viewers do as well, as we take a quick look at the stats. Wow. One key moment I do want to quickly point out before we address them, the Gambit bubble to deny the portal. I know they didn't win off the back of it, but just those niche things, those small moments are why these guys are the best players in the world.
The Gambit team up is heavily underrated by a lot of people in Marvel Rivals right now. I mean, people are still trying to figure out exactly what the best team ups are after the basically overhaul of the team up system, Team Ups 2.0, and now seeing how effective that has been in shutting down and healing your team and holding choke points and pushing people off a spawn for a couple extra seconds, which, as we saw there, was the difference maker for them to be off the objective just long enough for the OT to tick down. But we're going to Hall of Jalia here, and I'm actually kind of surprised on this one.
Yeah, me too. The fact that they lost Hall of Jalia to Rad earlier on in this tournament, but of course they did go on to play it once more. So perhaps it is just fresh in their mind a little bit. And they could be looking a little bit further and looking at their opponents and saying perhaps there is a weakness here for Na'Vi on Hall of Jalia. And what have I been talking about TLC? It's all about structure. I do think on some of these maps where they have kind of an isolated fight in front of them, they can play the lane, they can play their front to back, they are able to break through against Na'Vi. But we have such an amazing grand final on our hands. We are so lucky with this matchup.
It is so close. We sit at 2-2. Both these teams need to literally double their score in order to win. And at this point, they've already been taken to the limit multiple times. Hall of Jalia, a very infamous map in EMEA. It's where we first saw Virtus Pro way back in 2025 lose their first series, lose their first map against a team called Rad. It is where Na'Vi have taken multiple maps versus teams in the past where we've they've already been taken to the limit multiple times. Hall of Jalia, a very infamous map in EMEA. It's where we first saw Virtus Pro way back in 2025 lose their first series, lose their first map against a team called Rad. It is where Na'Vi have taken multiple maps versus teams in the past where we've had some of the most important matches. And Team Liquid Citadel, more than enough times they have been taken to this and have been able to bring home the bacon as we head into the draft. And wow, big surprise, Mantis going to be taken away, Gaskin.
Yeah, who'd have thought it, but it's going to be an Ultron Protect, I would imagine, that comes out afterwards from Team Liquid Citadel. And I think that VOD is completely right. Adam Warlock seems to be such a key part for both of these teams' strategies, so I would like to see it banned away on both sides if the opportunity arises.
100%. And I think that was an issue a lot of teams ran into throughout the competition here at the midseason finals. Not banning the Adam Warlock, focusing too much on the Invisible Woman instead because the damage boost. Black Widow we saw as a prioritization. She's been relatively silent in these grand finals so far, so it seems they've got a full grasp of the meta. And the grasp for Team Liquid Citadel, never let Fate have that Rocket Raccoon.
It's going to be a one-sided mag, though, which we often knows how that can end up, and the Gambit gets protected as well for Na'Vi. Now, for Liquid Citadel, they have a decision to make. VOD's been saying it, I've been saying it. I think we all want to see the Adam Warlock ban if we want to see TLC progressing.
Ooh.
It's not just the Adam Warlock ban, but also the Rocket Protect. So they said, look, you've got the one-sided mag, we'll take one-sided Rocket. Thank you very much.
That Mana Rebuff Beacon is so important, Vodable.
I think this is kind of leading into potential for us to see a one-sided Gambit. They might try to play the planning composition again on Hall of Jalia this time, whereas before they have not been able to have the full hand. The Rocket Raccoon's very good for that and a lot of damage available, but Emma one-sided here for Na'Vi to end it off.
The Emma has been very impactful. We've seen it especially from Rad earlier on, where it was a game changer, being able to shut down those backline ultimates if they aren't shielded. Gaskin, who is about to take the lead in this series?
TLC, baby, all day.
Audible, who is taking the lead in this series?
I'm not confident, but I'm going Na'Vi.
I am confident in Na'Vi. Let's send it back over to Cozy and Iron Shib to take us into map number 5.
2-2, my friends. Could you ask for anything more in the grand finals here at the mid-season finals? I'm Kozik, joined by Shib, and we are still, I feel like, just getting started in this madness.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where the momentum is anymore at this point. That was an absolute heater of a map, and now I guess we're going to find out in a moment what it looks like.
I mean, here's the thing that's scary, right? Because if you are a fan of TLC, they have been nothing but flawless, right, in some of these maps and modes. But right now, how they do here in what is such an important win for each of these teams, right? In Wakanda, if you're able to lock down, get to 3, then it's just playing with full confidence, man. This has me nervous either way. This map has been one of the ones here in the MSF. Can't wait.
A lot of early takes on this point and a couple in the past. Oh, early portal play. I like what I'm seeing here from Team Liquid Citadel, bringing us back those early seasons, keeping it safe on the backside, allowing Holly to set up, create a base for the team.
Absolutely. We did see TLC play against Rad here. Felt pretty confident. Did really well in this first point. Now looking at it, going to get the high ground and establish it. It's my ground now as Energy looks for more. I'm going to go ahead and take this a little bit slower, but man, I love right now just the attack here coming from TLC.
Ooh, Energy getting domed by Terra. What a flick there out of the sky. The BRB going to make it even in numbers, but the momentum moving forward is in favor of Na'Vi. You're trying to find a second pick. Energy, though, turns that into Jerky, and now the attack up a number. Goodbye to the spawner.
Yeah, listen, we've seen this point 1 used to be really hard to take, and now more and more of these teams just have pure confidence, and it's nothing but confidence from the side of Liquid Citadel. But Terra, the 2-tap king, cannot be stopped. unless it's by a little furry raccoon.
Jerky's going to get there with the portal, too. This actually might be a clean retake. Well done by Terra to find a couple picks, and also Rajaro owning that space. That was necessary, as the fight should be theirs.
Yeah, listen, all you have to do is get a first down, right? Like, continue to get more of the thing going your way as Terra finds another. Last three coming from T now as he's hunting for more. He wants more. He claws in. My goodness. Raj going to finish off the best.
Only one tick out of that fight win. It shows, again, how calm, cool, and collected Navi has been in this series.
Brother, after that last hold, there's no moment too big for Navi, right? I mean, we could both say it was seconds from 3-1. Now just showing all the calm as Raj going to lead that front, hit him with the neutral, and look for that opening pick that he's been known for so much throughout this series.
They're taking the height on the offside angle. Ready to start building those cooldowns back quickly. Walls go out here. Switch from Best over to the group. Ironwood to try to walk in the front line. So they're trying to get Rajaro, but great break there from the back line of Navi. Fate starts with a Raging Royal flush. Is that going to turn back into the favor? No, Pauly finds the first pick. Trust me. Into Speedery, down goes a Shred.
Yeah, I love the old track in here, but there's the res as the Rocket breaking back Ultron, but it's Jerky. Whipping and dipping and finding Ultron and up in the air. Slams down and no connection chip.
Cooper taking out Jerky in that fight too as Trust Me drops Pauly. It is just back and forth right now. Energy getting seduced by Emma. Emma going to drop back towards the team as Energy now launches the Glartrox, finds frontline with the walls out. What a break there by Vess. It doesn't matter. Still able to escape the clutches of those jaws.
It's out L1, the bubble, but Vess is going to go with the alley-oop.
Wow.
Find at least Crook in that. Minute on the clock left. Great defense from Navi either way as Extermination comes from above, finds Ford. Now TLC looking strong to take this and push this for 2.
A clutch pick there from Vess on that strangling prison will give them this first point. No portal to come back will ensure there is not another fight here. Well done by Team Liquid Citadel, but shout out Navi on that first retake.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Being able to come back, and that is why it's so important to, even if the rest of your team goes down, try to do what you can on the way out. And Terra, set up that team down to take out another couple minutes. But Shiv, we keep saying it. We've seen this point 2 get pushed so quickly. Now, if history's going to repeat itself, it's continued to be, again, days of future past.
We'll fight out in just a moment as the next fight starts off. We see the point get installed right outside of the garage. Pauly holding on to ultimate. Going to be too threatening instead. Just going to try to claim this domain. We see the switch to the Widow. Terra on the Widow, definitely a threat. And Jerky finds the first pick.
That's the second time that Jerky was able to find so much value, and Nero at that is the biggest one to grab. Now is Pauly going to even the odds with the quick hit there and getting the front line down is him. Now Terra 62 going to get that Red Room rifle. This is the favorite point for Black Widow. This is where you get so much space, that 40-meter distance you're looking for on that duelist.
Yeah, typically we see Widow come out on these long lane streets phase type situations of the map where you can just find this super high angle and start peppering them right out the spawn door. They're taking an offside angle. Widow can be a huge threat to be able to do that. Even just peppering down the vanguards. That's what we're seeing a lot.
Now Fate and Cooper are going to be matched 1-for-1, but Pauly going to get Terra down 1. Now it's Cooper and Cooper. Will they be aggressive or continue to believe? Fate now going to press Q. Cooper to match, folks. This fight's so important. Speedery, though, puts a quick into it before it even gets started. Jerky going to find himself back. Pauly does it again. Again, point 1 to 2 on cruise mode.
Yeah, it's the exact same situation. It's like unbelievable at this point. These teams got to buy a lottery ticket. It's like as soon as they get help for a while on point 1, they just walk right through point 2. 3 minutes and 19 seconds on 3 here for Liquid Citadel. Will they be able to push it enough? Navi, actually not with ult advantage right now. It's pretty evened out.
A couple missing pages in the story that is this grand finals. We know some of it will work out, but of course the most important moments being filled in and etched in history as these teams try to do the same. Crook's got the invisible boundary. Vespa, though, for the T-ball. Energy wants to snack up with the Glartrox shift.
Gonna be no cleanse. There it is. Cards being utilized. Out goes the Sonic Seduction. Shield gets baited out, but the res now falls through as Jerky gets a pick onto Energy. Best starts with the commitment of the Strangling Prison. Speedery doing the same with the Ultron's Rage, but nobody falls.
Yeah, what did we say? We said they needed to have a defense into what was the onslaught. Perfect answer to Energy, and even more of a finish there as they're sending that back to spawn. Best would try to get that early alley-oop that we saw again to get at least one strat out, this time coming up empty. Oh, here it is. Goodbye.
That's one on. Oh, they were already up numbers here. Actually, another evened out, so not a bad play. Speedery drops Jerky now to keep the numbers simple, but pretty decent start to this push. 2 minutes and 17 seconds on for Team Liquid Citadel.
And Nero getting close to 0, able to come up and find just as quickly as Sia is ready to roll to give this team more of that push. Pedal to the metal is that Panther here in Wakanda. Paulie trying to find the angle as well. Sia up and ready, fueling the fighters of energy and more.
Look at positioning there. The Raccoon presses Q, walking forward as Energy tries to get this pick on a Trust Me, just doing percent-based damage, but not a lot of value there, just space. Terra on the offside angle. Can they get that pick? No. They like to drop back towards the spawner. What a tackle by Jerky. Goodbye to Paulie.
All the big heroes trying to get the big play. Terra finds one, and with the slice and the dice, that's what trying to find Solus. He's going to push up, though. Great. Wow. Being able to get out of that, what it looks like going to be a complete finish there from Navi, at least in the white department. Cooper cannot find Solus. It's a claw machine. Ooh, the claw.
Jaro with ultimate available. The Raging Royal Flush committed early on here by Cooper, trying to walk this back and get momentum. The first pick, though, does not come, and at least not yet. Bang! Now it does, wow. As Rajaro finds Energy.
Now put that monster right back where it came from, under the bed, and right now, Energy unable to find any value from those bolts now 3 times in a row. Up and down is the last stand as Jerky makes their stand here on the defense. Energy out yet again from the respawn.
Wow.
That's trying to get his difference.
Yeah, I don't mind that decision making there, using Strangling Prison for a pick, but now that it's matched back a second time up in numbers, you're going to have to go backwards. Ult advantage staying in Navi's favor. Trust me, going to likely initiate next fight is if they're tracking. They know that only the Sia will be coming up at the end of this next fight.
Listen, man, this is one of the harder points as well to push all the way through. They can be happy with getting through at least the corridor, but right now, to have that comfort and that solidity to get through the point, this is your 30 seconds to do so. Unable to answer the call before last year. Here's the chance. 0-0. Will it happen? Sia up and ready. Paulie the Q as well.
Crazy that every fight is available, but it's getting bursted. Nice answer there by Trust Me, trying to ensure they don't get value out of the Cosmic Yard Amplifier. Rajaro with 2 cannot be stopped on this Magneto. Trust Me finds Speedery, and this is now going to be a forced portal play.
And Rosh just shuts down anything before it begins. 9 seconds up, Shim, and right now this is going to be an uphill to skate. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't know if we can touch. We'll have to see if the touch comes through for the portal. 1 second, overtime. Wow, the touch was there. We'll see if that portal is enough. No ults available just yet. Terra going to be close, and we know how many times we've heard again from this player.
Yeah, and right now, no one really close enough to make the difference outside of one difference, and that is Terra slamming down, landing down. Gonna find the reset, finds another one. Chip, Cooper, Energy, though. Trade. What happened?
Shutting it down quickly. Terra falls. Speedery very close and moving forward to Alt Energy with a Kraken impact. Is this going to be the play they need? The exact opposite of what we saw on Araco, and right now they're just kind of feeling each other out. There's the commitment. Energy looking at front line.
Yeah, Cooper now at 91%. This is everything you want as a TLC fan as they push in. And Destiny writing the name slowly here in Wakanda. 98, 99. Cooper up and ready. Cards fold. It's Rajaro up in the sky. He's hit it before. Will he hit it again?
Oh! The hero they needed in the moment, but Polly says we're not done yet. Taking out Fate. Energy drops Trust Me. Oh my goodness. They are pushing this thing with meters left. Team Liquid Citadel.
No applauding in the sky. They get it done as 3 points to theirs. Land the comfort they need as now they flip the sides and ship. I mean, every time that hero moment arises, everyone is answering the call.
It is just going to point 3 every time here. I am loving these teams duking it out so well matched right now as Terra has 10 finals. Paulie with 11 there.
Paulie with 11? Are you joking? I mean, hey, listen, you know what's crazy? Both these players are the one that came from the other region to join the team to get the victory. That's what you want to see out here. The GOATs being that difference, saying, hey, you signed me for a reason. Let me show you why.
Absolutely. You see the finals from Speedery with 6, Energy with 7. Match back similar to Raj, who has 5, and Jerky with 5 as well. These teams are so well matched. It was anyone's game, and it's all about those clutch moments. And in this map, Team Liquid Citadel made it theirs.
Absolutely. So now if you look at it, there's a lot that I've loved here. The one-sided Emma has been working out pretty well. If you look at a lot of what TLC has tried to do, they've been stopped from Mother herself, right? She knows best. But with that, Best is trying to get that follow-up. Hasn't always been there, but I just love the commitment. You don't need 6. get the one.
Yeah, get one, especially if it's a priority target like Terran, which is what's happened twice now. And actually, in the last fight, elected to throw it right at Jerky and get that pick. I mean, that's totally fine. You don't need a 6-piece. You just need to ensure you get the KO.
I mean, bro, it's not often in the one hero moment to make the difference. Terra, he had that Kraken impact and energy with the neutral hit to stop it. I mean, that is what these moments are made for as the magic comes out from Jerky to take that high ground.
Yeah, the portal is going to be their solution here. Very similar to what we saw before. So the entirety of Team Liquid Citadel is holding up on their high ground, ready for it. Mind Spawner available. Good movement there by Pauly to set up, but that gets person quickly.
You already know this is going the distance now as you look towards the top. See how they choose to approach this. So far, I love the aggression of the Ironwood wall already, right? Just trying to be unstoppable as Groot is best. Best one, looking for that fight.
You don't always need to use it to wall off Vanguards. It is a nice tool to just keep you healthy, give you some overhealth too. Energy, trying to match back and mark the off-angle play from Jerky and Terra. Some good comms there.
Absolutely, Energy just hunting for more. It looks like the sides are swamped at this moment. Quickly going to get rid of that mind. Great awareness of Terra in the chaos. Making organization through all of this terror is disgusting.
That was some clean tracking by Terra. The res comes through from Nero. Numbers still even. I believe the pass, yes, has been popped here on the side of Jerky as Terra finds another. So clean right now.
Listen, the fans can be hard of Na'Vi on Terra for maybe not getting that last point stop, but hey, he's harder on himself, and he's showing it right here. That's what fuels this king the best, putting it on their side. Fate finds another. Pauly to trade. Pauly finds so much value. Speedery, hold on now. Just get two. Get the portal back for more. Now, as it's going to be Na'Vi clearing up that point.
Yeah, just trying to stall the point until the team is ready. Energy now going through with the strains.
Goes right back in.
Yeah, right out the other side. Yeah, you can use that. I mean, it's all about just getting that touch for a moment. You reset with your teams here. And that's exactly what they did. Really good comms there. Nobody had fallen out of a portal. That's pretty much what you're looking for every time. It's Cooper.
Position back for Cooper there. Just so perfection, right? Because he's about to have ult as well. This is going to be the early pick. And if he goes down, if no one else falls, they have the Cooper pick. There's the res, even more. The pressure going back, 100%. There's the cards. Here they fold.
Yeah, really good Emma pick into this thing. Who Terra finding Vess right off the back of that comment. Clean work. Na'Vi out with a vengeance. Speedery with the rage of Ultron. But is that rage enough to get a KO? It is not. Instead, gets taken out of the sky by the demon that is Terra. Make it two. Jerky, Raj finding another. And Raj has been a difference maker in every single one of these maps.
Yeah, listen, it was a quick point take, especially in comparison to what happened on the other side. At least the strat ults are down if you are a fan of TLC on Na'Vi's side. Either way, still have the 2 important offensive ults needed to get the job done. How crazy nowadays, right? The Raj ult, the Magneto, not always defensive, right? The aggression is there for the Mags these days.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't necessarily need to answer, although I think you can essentially double the value if you cancel it all at the same time. A lot of the time you're doing that for something like Bucky. To shut that down fast, but Raj is just landing these things left and right, constantly being a threat. One of the best Magnetos in the game. Up in the sky now. Here's that meteor we're talking about, and thrown to the side. What an idea with a flick, but no, it does not work out.
I mean, throw down, slam down. We've seen a lot of airballs, if you could say, right? I mean, looking at it, though, can they make a difference and change what we've seen in the history of this MSF? And that is point 2 being tapped instantaneously. We have 3 minutes, 23 seconds on the board. Large trucks are ready. Strat ults are in favor of Na'Vi.
Yeah, the tough side of missing those is that makes it words. Good idea with the Large trucks, but it does not work. Jerky finding Pauly. Jerky has been really strong on this Wolverine, and that was the change in tone for the last on the defense. It held him for a while. Terra says, I'll throw my Glartrox and take out Cooper. Energy finding one, but numbers still up here for Na'Vi on the attack.
Yeah, both the superstars just showing out, but one used the monster to the advantage. That's been in Terra's favor right now. The neutral and the pop of the gun. Cheers. There it is. We see if we can find more. Just like that, Fate level Crook ready. If you're press the cube shoot.
Yeah, Fate and Crook actually going to be the first to pop here, but that's a huge tackle. Instead, using it offensively. No, I like that play. Slow down. Allow your Wolverine to just dice up everyone. So well played there by Jerky, and now you can engage in the next fight with Fate.
Yeah, you're going to have the time now, though, to be able to push that 88 with Cooper, 94 and more, but Terra's not even going to allow there to have a door pushing through and hunting. Pauly sees it from afar. Man, this could be a tough touch here. It's going to be the thing. I mean, can they even get there without just getting smoked?
The momentum is palpable here. You talked about giving them an inch and they'll take a mile. How about a map as Terra drops Vest? Pauly trades it into Terra, though. That's a big pick, and there's the commitment from both. And the last hand bang lands, but into a Sia, so nobody takes too much damage. That is not going to be the ult they were expecting.
That throws up, and unfortunately can't throw it down now. It's quickly time at 2 minutes. There it is. Speedery up in the eyes as Vessel clobbering time, ready to go. Energy getting dangerously close to low. Glartrox ready again as Raj unable to connect for what it seems like the
Oh, and a huge clobbering second time, though. But even better tackle there by Trust Me to not allow that to work out. So much matching back and forth.
Yeah, a game of Ultimates? Not really. It's just all neutral right now, time and time again for these stars. More and more being able to dodge, dive, duck, and dodge as the Glar Trucks come out. Terra wants to change the script. Looking for more. The monster comes up empty.
Throwing it over the point like that, that is some ball knowledge as we see Terra commit heavy into the invisible boundary from level 1 Crook. This is the time they need to pick, and they got it. Best falls here. We're going to see the next answer, but the rest comes through.
Yeah, right now what you're trying to do, you can get this point up if you have to. Just try to get that ult back a little bit, right? Because you're going to just drain that clock. Tick, tick, tick. As the clock goes down, and Paulie, what a great way to do it, right?
Yeah,
what we call the the worst ult in the game. It's a great time waster.
Yeah, you just want to set up lines because you know they're coming in soon. If you're tracking with Fate, this Raging Royal Flush, which is any moment now, or how about right now, will this work? Na'Vi on the attack. They need to make this work out at 51 seconds. No picks yet. Zykai live. Best finds, or excuse me, Fate finds Best. Make it 2, Fate, and Jerky drops energy.
Fate looks to make their destiny to push through number 3 here. It's 2.97 up and out, 39 seconds down. We know they only need milliseconds, though, as if any indication from point in match number 4. We've got 2 minutes and 1 second left. Cooper have an ult. They definitely have advantage on that side. The portal, this is good.
I like this a lot, yeah. I mean, this if you don't use portal on retake, you need to use it on early. It's all about stalling. They're just going to try to play right outside this portal on the edge of the point, buy time. What we're seeing a lot of the best teams do. But when you have Terra there, who just deletes you, it's a different story. It doesn't stall for long. How about just milliseconds? Goodbye to everybody, but it does force out an ult.
Yeah, that just felt like they just dragged them to the trash. I mean, just one quick button there of the delete alt 4. I mean, looking at it, though, you don't want to give too much time for Na'Vi, especially on Crook's side, to get up for that defensive measure. You're still really looking in favor on that ult economy.
We're going to come back in heavy here, Cooper, knowing that they don't have an answer to tracking properly. See if that works out. Yes, there is the cage now. Best holding on the Flower Time Speedery. Only waiting until an aggressive play. Polly finding Crook now. Liquid Citadel down another number. Speedery falls with ult in hand. Comes back in quickly. Best drops Raj. Make it 2 on it, Trust Me. And right into that front line with a minute left. Team Liquid Citadel are still holding about halfway.
Best the best says, say the line, and it's him punching through the front line. You have a plan to get punched right in the mouth. Shib, Best doing just that here with a fantastic 6 of Liquid Citadel. Speedery having that ult ready. But now, just like that, the scales have been tipped back over to Na'Vi, put it in their hands.
Master of Magnetism, ready to press that Q button and launch it into a strat. Energy, though, says, nope, not here, and make that 3 falling disgusting work. And there is only 32 seconds if they can keep them at this door. They may not be able to get out here on portal.
Just relentless as the C is still there for the defensive play. Terra, this is your moment. We've seen it time and time again. If you're on the Winter Soldier, this time Elsa. Terra ready for more on the Glartrox. Now Raj as well for the hero play. Time ticking down. Here it is.
Glartrox skips lunch, and that's going to be 1 as Best falls. Meteorem does land. Raj does not miss these things. Best, though, trades that back. Trust Me says goodbye, Cooper. And out goes the boundary to ensure they can hold this point.
Yeah, I was going to say, unfortunately, you had Cooper fall before that, but at least you get the boundary out with it, right? So at this point, everything being blow for blow, equal on equal. Only now just trying to get out onto the safety whenever the numbers are falling. Best still wants every bit of it there falling on the point.
Trust Me, taking out Best is another angle for Na'Vi to keep this moving. They are so clutch in these moments. Will they be able to make this work out, much like we saw in Arachno?
Yeah, and they have, honestly, a ton of the favor here. Fate is going to go ahead and wait for that perfect time. The 3-2-1 on the Q. Energy 95 and up and out. We'll see if able to get it through, as we saw from Terra on the other side. Oh, my goodness. What is happening as Terra finds one with a living, breathing bullet? There to revive. Fate finds the Best. Everything clashing here.
Everybody is falling. There's no ultimate to answer. Trust Me gets eaten, but not for long, as now the Psionic Seduction is also available. Raj with another pick, and Na'Vi are clutching up in OT, almost pushing the entire thing at overtime. This team is so locked in right now.
Cooper's, and he made it to the, he's 93 and up, but there's no time left. 0.195, there's the cards to fold. Both ults coming up and down. The last stand slams down from Jerky. It's it. 3-3 Shib, overtime.
We are taking this to overtime. I mean, come on now with these two teams.
There's just There's no way. Kevin Foggy's like, write this down. Write this down. We need to make a new movie from this thing because that was absolutely crazy. Once again, look at these stats. Hey, come on. 59, just a casual 59 eliminations on the side of Terra. 47. This is about to be a record match here, at least at the pro play.
Yeah, I thought 33 wasn't going to get beat today, but Terra's already with 31 finals. This guy is genuinely just built different.
No, honestly, I mean, 31 answers to the question of can you get 0.3. And Shib, I mean, they were a Wakanda mile away from 0.3. And the fact that they were able to continue to find the clutch vein in them. Na'Vi always seems to find a will and a way.
They just didn't really have an answer to stop the Raging Royal Clutch. They had Clobbering Time, they had Glartrox, and they had Polly on the penny. I mean, there's really not much to counter. Oh, this could be sick.
Oh, this is a
eyes on here, folks. Strap in, as this might be a clippable play. Hashtag chat. Let's make this one happen here as we look at Jerky.
Will the meme become a dream even at the top level, Shiv? We're about to find out if, once again, TLC will let victory just slip through the fingers as the last second remains. Oh, Shiv, I'm absolutely seated.
And this might be again a porta play. Instead, they're electing to not use it. They're going to try to find a kidnap. Jerky does find one. Goodbye, Polly. Come on, Jerky.
And swoosh goes the net. Absolutely disgusting there. Jerky with the style points now as Terra going to go and continue the hunt. Now forced to go ahead and just did the full stoppage.
And that gives heavy ult percentage here for Jerky on the Wolverine. Last stand now climbing quickly. Going to be back in the fight with the team. Big brain play there. Clutch moments, clutch players. Cooper and Speedery though. Oh! Speedery is not done. Rage of Ultron. Who needs it? I am Ultron as he walks through point one.
Relentless, electrifying energy. Speedery, the duelist on TLC. Get it done in the neutral. 10 seconds to the countdown. Pushing the Panther forward.
In the downside of not having Portal in that moment. You can't get back. I mean, but I don't know. It could have.
Hey, style points. You got the farming of the aura, all right? Who needs a ship trophy if you got the clip?
Oh, what a 0.1 take here. Is now the defense side of Na'Vi. He's going to have to regroup. Ult advantage actually going to be in favor of TLC on that win.
Yeah, listen, it's still kind of a mile away to get some of these ults. Cooper just look for his survivability now. His energy is low and out. Terra going to find that trade. Raj do the same, and now going to have to get that portal back on their side of things. But can you stall long enough? Best should be able to do that as Paulie is some of the match.
It's all about just trying to stall to get all, but no, wow. I mean, Na'Vi just so good in the neutral. Another pick onto energy. Doesn't matter if you have the BRB. We're going to delete you all. Terra is just angry. Vest falls here, too. For another pick, and there it is. The double. OT ticking down. I don't think they get here. It's going to be a hope for 4.2.
They're going to be able to jump through the portal to get the sliver on the clock, but Jerky going to go ahead and try to finish up, slice, dice, and the job is done. And he can get up the ramp. But, folks, being able to cap that point with only, I mean, no time at all. And on top of that, having to wait for that, what was the first fight as Paulie fell through the magic. Either way, great job, because if Na'Vi were to lose another fight, the ult would have been in favor of TLC. Yeah. And at that point, we've all been there before in our ranked games. You know,
100%. Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi did exactly what they needed to do. It's what I'm saying about Clutch. They came back, and in the neutral, the only way they win that, because they're down in all advantage, is getting picks. Raj finds one, another one comes through. Next, Terra gets two, and the fight's over. Granted, it's a full 0.1 push, and then out the door. There's plenty of fight opportunities for the defensible side of Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, I mean, I pulled up the dictionary. I knew Clutch here, and it just says Terra over and over. I mean, listen, man, 66. Surely we won't hit the big 70 burger, my friend. But right now, looking close to it. As a minute on the clock, though, just requires perfect play, right? Like what Speedery and Energy did there cannot be undermined because of how crazy that is to do.
But if anyone could do it, it's Na'Vi.
Listen, and I know Terra, we know and we expect him to be able to do it. This is where we need to see Jerky shine, right? They're going to go with the double hit scan. That's the gamble they're willing to make. But with Fate and more on the back, I like it.
Yeah, the double poke here, the priority is to look for Speedery, try to get the flyer out the sky. We made a big difference on that attack.
Big difference, though, too, is they're going to have Portal, right? So they can have Portal to at least continue that contest there of point number one. But it's going to be two fights, right? We're going to mainly have two fights here to decide if we're going to get ourselves that. I mean, honestly, I'm speechless at times of how these have been finishing. Moving forward now, once again, Terra, Jerky.
No, it's been a movie. Yeah, I mean, there's no other way to put it, man. It's been an absolute movie between these two teams right now. Terra, walking forward, farming that all quickly, 11% and climbing, looking to potentially take height, noticing that the team set up there and has to reset down main.
Yeah, just good awareness from Screenery. They know they are hunted. There's the trap. That's what's taking a lot of bullets early, but that also fuels up the strat side right now. Leading Paper slightly over to the side of Na'Vi. Jerky needed to answer the call, and there it is. They're going to bring back Polly once again with it. And there's Faith with the pick. Is TLC.
That was the bait all along. The BRB, they walked forward right out of mines, but Terra is not giving up. Polly falls now, and the numbers are up in favor of Na'Vi.
Yeah, where there's a will, there's a way. Crook 62% up. Goodness. Look out for it as it's relentless as Jerky trying to find more, pushing, making, imposing their will is Na'Vi for the EMEA. The Kings will not be dethroned so easily. Terra finds 2. He's over 70, folks.
This is insane. The entirety of Team Liquid Citadel, I don't believe will portal this. Maybe they will, but yeah, it's all about this next fight. They need to ensure they win this. Na'Vi, however, doing an incredible job. Have ult advantage. Can the neutral side of Liquid Citadel be the same as Na'Vi?
Yeah, and listen, Cooper's at 81, right? Crook on the 92. That's where you want to look, is how they choose to survive and aggress. Going to give a little bit of space here that they can give. This first pick meaning everything. We see the Raccoon Nero going up in the wall there, set up a space for the respawn peak.
Well, they're going to get there to touch in a moment, Bess. Using shield quickly. Boundary goes out. That could be massive. Glortrox is here. Terra drops Polly. The Glortrox goes out. That's 2, 3. Fate finds another. Polly falls. And that's going to be the win, I believe, here from Na'Vi, who are so clutch.
The final boss continues to remain on the throne, folks. Flipping and dipping what was a 3-1 now to the favor in the odds of their direction.
Unbelievable. It's like you never know with these two teams. You cannot predict it. 5-4, and look at this guy's stats on the MVP.
I mean, this is the most disgusting performance we have seen at this level of play with the stakes so high. I mean, 76, 40, brother, 40. We've seen the videos of like one above all versus bronze. It's like those are the stats you see there, but not here with the top 2 team going at it.
52k damage, 40 finals, 76 in 12. Terra, are you kidding?
I mean, folks, if you go back, all right, Morocco, they were able to somehow miraculously stop that and give it to their favor. Everything was against them there. Here, Wakanda, there was a mile to go, and they got the point pushed through. And Ship, how do they keep finding those answers? I mean, obviously, we know he's terrifying, but for me, it's the rest of that plan going in. And Jerky, can we just highlight that other half of the equation stepping up where he needs?
I can't stress it enough. It's like every time Na'Vi needs to clutch, they do. TLC put themselves in an incredibly strong position. They found an early pick. It doesn't matter. The team just knows how to play around it. They drop back, retake it, the pick to even the odds, and go right back at them. Na'Vi so aggressive. Liquid Citadel getting caught on their heels.
Again, it was a dream. It was slowly going to a nightmare. This team was on the big stage before. It slipped through their fingers. How? Because all the games going their way, there was not enough time to fight back. Here, though, now, flipping there's odds. And guess what, Chip? You look at it, domination. And how fitting is it that with domination at play potentially, we got TLC, who were the Kings. We've always considered them of that, but one team has always looked the part, and it's Na'Vi.
Yeah, 2 in a row on them here after 26 straight. I mean, they've got their number, no doubt. They need to try to bounce back right now, but Na'Vi need to clutch this up. If you're a fan of Na'Vi, you need to lock in and hope that they've got this, because I'll tell you what, they have not stopped their momentum. Is now going to be the time. Is Liquid Citadel able to find it, or will they falter right now, being down 3-2?
Yeah, right now, just trying to really, it's like, how do you even go back and battle plan after what just happened, right? It's like, because it's, what are we doing wrong? You look at it, you try to circle, it's like, really not much, right? And that's why they call it a game of inches. There isn't, massive miles, yards of mistakes. It's the smallest, microest decisions. And now just the most important pick and ban phase to try to give your team any slight advantage in what is the most important matchup of these two teams' career.
This is game point here. First of 4, best of 7. We've taken it deep in the tournament so far. Na'Vi trying to shut it down now before it gets to that number. See if they're able to do that. But I'll tell you what, this team, both teams have been playing their hearts out.
No, I agree. Listen, I mean, it feels like we are quite literally watching. I know Doomsday is coming out a little bit later here, but there's some type of Avengers movie going on, and I'm not sure which side is which. It's blow for blow, right? Whenever you have all the heroes going after each other, there's nothing but chaos with it. But man, right now, we are absolutely seated for these superstars in Marvel Rivals, giving it all they got. Again, both of these just shut down so close to greatness. Paulie coming over here from the EMEA to try to earn the crown. Tara leaving here, going and finding a will and a team that wants that same drive, finds it in Na'Vi. And listen, I'm pretty sure they got what they paid for.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt. I mean, you got to shout out the backline who are clearly enabling Tara. Tara is playing hyper aggro, staying up 24/7 in these fights. Raj with the bubble. There is a lot of pocket going on, but if it nets value like that, there is no reason to change your game plan. 52k damage from Tara is disgusting.
No, absolutely here. And where do you take it, right? Because you've tried now to flip the script a couple of times. Obviously, as close as you could plausibly get to it, but you're now running out of the maps that are favorable to your odd ship.
Yeah, you probably want to try to go to a map that favors Flyers or your Ultron comp, so maybe Krakoa. I'm not 100% sure what they're going to select, but that makes sense to me. As a team that loves that composition, they've been guaranteeing that they get to save that Ultron every time, and looks like we're going to be heading into this thing quickly. It is back against the wall time here for Team Liquid Citadel. Na'Vi have them on the ropes. Will they get the KO?
Absolutely. And again, we've said it once, this is going to be the most important time to not only put all the strategy, that mental behind, but the physical will in a way. And Tara, when I interviewed him up there on stage, I'm like, how do you do it? Did you hear the words coming from him? Like, when everything is going up against you, my friend, how do you just put it at the seat of the chest, as he continued to say, and be that guy?
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be aimbot in that cowboy hat. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying at this point. This guy is locked in. Brainbot, he's just hitting everything, huge ultimates every time, and walking down the opposition. It is like, try to drop the boss before you can move forward, but with this much pocket, by this much talent, it's very difficult to do that.
Well, it's eating good. I mean, this is Marvel Rivals at the highest play, just still, again, I say so early in the scene. We saw last year our opening kickoff year, right? Confetti going off. Then we had what many call the roster mania, putting together dream teams. And we saw in America, for a great example, some of the best players spread across the board. We condensed them from 5 to 3, a couple of these powerful teams to answer back. Because again, EMEA continues to put up their own citadel, their own fortress to the trophy to go through it. Now, to break down what we've continued to see on the Heat, Tetra in the desk, what have you seen?
Heat, Cozy. Heat we have seen. This is such an incredible series right now. And what I really want to bring up, Audible, is how quick some of these attacking rounds have gone.
It's so insane to see, back in the day, we used to have, long first point holds and then the second point where a lot of these convoy maps would end out. But because of the gambit composition that we are currently in the meta, the speed boost and damage and rage and fury that we've seen from these teams, it's just on another level in this competition.
Yeah, everyone's just got better at knowing who to isolate, who to focus as well in some of these team fights to make it quicker, right? If you can hit that gambit ult, you can get the Raging Royal Flush on the go, you take down a strategist, you know how much of an advantage you have in that fight, that you just have to press forward and start to walk them down. And we've got two incredible teams who know exactly when to hold them and when to fold.
You've also got to bring up, though, just how crazy it is. It's down to, like you said, that efficiency. It's down to some of these ultimates. But looking at the meta, if someone showed you a screen with Adam, Ultron, Penny being in the meta and then told you that this meta is quick and defenses sometimes just get wiped on first point, I'd call you a lunatic. And yet, it keeps happening. It does get burst down sometimes. Also, it was mentioned on the cast, but we got to shout it out. The risk and the bravery of Jerky to use the portal, the one possible re-engage tool on the defense, to catch Polly on that first engage. And then Na'Vi, despite not having the portal for the re-engage, still managed to bring it back. That is insane, Vodable.
You know why they were able to bring it back here, Tetra? Tara. Tara is the difference maker. 40 finals throughout that game. More than both Poly and Energy combined. And I think the biggest thing here is that Tara's been stepping up, filling in the presence that this team needs on the duelist side and going in those 1v1s and winning time after time against Energy.
It feels like anything you can do, I can do better between Tara and Energy at the moment. And now we pass the baton back to Energy. What can you do here in map number 6? 6 out of 7. Will we go all the way as we go into the lock and ban phase now? It is going to be a Magneto Protect on both sides, and for good reason. I think we've seen not only just how important the bubbles are, but even the Meteor M's have been really good in this grand final as well.
Ultron taken away by Na'Vi. If we're going to see Poly keep with that penny, we're at least going to make sure that they don't have their favorite robot friend following on behind. The Gambit secured by Na'Vi. You've mentioned it so many times, Vodable. You've been the true champion for this team up because it is so impactful. The zoning and positioning advantage it can offer is just unexaggeratable.
What's so interesting here, too, is that Team Liquid Citadel are doing basically the same bans we saw last time. The only difference, they aren't saving the Ultron, they're saving the Magneto. And I feel like that might be the way that they take this victory against Na'Vi.
Gambit protect at the very end. We've already mentioned Adams being taken away. The final ban coming in for Na'Vi. The rocket is taken away on both sides. Revives only available for the side of Liquid Citadel as the Adam is left available for them. We'll start with you this time, Vodable. In what could be match point for Na'Vi, who do you have?
TLC. Oh, good job, Vodable. I think so too. Yeah, TLC.
You took the words from my mouth, and for this map as well. I think Team Liquid Citadel are going to give us our first ever Map 7 game grand final.
Gaskin,
Na'Vi are going to win this one. No, I'm joking. It's TLC. We're going to 7.
It was worth a try. Let's send it back over to our casters, Iron, Shib, and Cozy, for what could be our final map.
Alrighty, buddy. I mean, here we are. We have found ourselves now at the at Kukoa. I mean, how appropriate.
Oh, nice, yeah.
The domination once again happening. And listen, we're casters. We love to analyze the little things. What can we point out? There's really like not a lot to say because the gameplay is doing most of the speaking for us.
Yeah, I mean, the walls of the Citadel cracking a little bit. I'll tell you what, Na'Vi sneaking in. They are looking very strong in moments that they need to, and that's what it's all about when you have this much talent on both sides.
Right? It's not like even bursting through the front door. It's just like slipping and sneaking into the Citadel, if you will, one at a time to get it done. As 22 seconds and our overview of the decisions and the pathing to take. We have Cherokee on the Devil, ready to let out that hell we've continued to see from these duelists. Speedery, the Psylocke, we're starting to see some big, deeper sleeper picks.
Oh, but that just gets deleted instantly, trust me. Into the front line of the thing, it is very strong to have Emma, especially 100 charged up, Diamond Form, pulling Crystal. You just get deleted. Showcase right there as the point immediately gets taken by Na'Vi.
Yeah, no, absolutely here as Terra. Once he finds blood and sniffs it, he hunts for more as they're going to go ahead and tick that time up. Now, this is a point that's not the easiest to take, too. We've seen this one be contested for a good while. Big time fast take here from Na'Vi.
They're dropping backward now, using some of that damage boost through Invis. There's different comps here. Pauly finding the first pick now onto Trust Me. Gives him up a number, 20% already. And climbing, Team Liquid Citadel's trying to claim the space.
Yeah, able to at least get one out of there because you can't give too much of that comfort time to them. And with Cooper already up to 80%, there's once again the favor of the odds of TLC to put that aggression on. Go ahead, press the Q right as it's ready. 98, 99, and more. Here we go, Ship.
And Tricky looking collecting cooldowns right now, like trading cards. Everything has been committed. Out goes another Raging Royal Flush. Energy finding the pick on the Crook. The portal has been committed to from Trust Me, which will be back by the end of the map. But well done on the retake by Liquid Citadel early on at 45%.
And finding those yokais even through the portal is Speedery on the Psylocke. Again, with those big changes, you have to be that much closer, 8 meters in as Psylocke to be able to get those quick hits of the assassin.
Citadel now prepping for the next fight. Energy very close to all. We've seen Energy on Magneto actually be a huge problem stepping into the conversation. The kid's just good on virtually everyone as they are trying to own that high side, but already having to give it up.
Yeah, a lot of their wins and all their moments have come from Energy being on that, being able to play with what is the triple Vanguard. Pauly on the Yima as well. Didn't have that available. Terra with the Gambit cards ready to fuel the king himself of the DPS duelist. There's the Glartrox. Oh! The 7th member of TLC finds it, stops it, which is the pillar of Krakoa.
Could have been the force physics or the right click from Energy to push back. To force that, but Jerky gets 2. Energy trades it into Crook, which is a big pick. Jerky falls now. Somebody stop Energy, who's out here with a vengeance. Trust me, onto Vesh, Speedery. Oh, that's a nice cleanup.
It's Dance, execution with the sword and the blade, but Terra, he won't be denied once again. Single-handedly sitting on the point alone as Cerebro overlooks the map.
This is unbelievable. This guy is an absolute unit on the battlefield. Bess having to drop back. The point is still in Liquid Citadel's control.
Yeah, that's actually a big call out. The fact that they were able to keep that thing alive and healthy now as they find more 65, 66 and up. If you look at what they have, Cooper getting close to that ult to find more, but Jerky has found those value picks. Speeder with the dash and the slash and the finish.
Tell you what, Psylocke looking pretty good right about now, trying to apply some pressure. Raj now into Cooper. Goodbye to Pauly too. Make it fast, and level 1 Crook with a vengeance on the point finds it. Some cleanup.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the fact that was Cooper over Nero was massive because now things slow down as you've got yourself, 61, 62 as...
Oh,
this is a disgusting stagger. An absolute disgusting stagger there to allow Energy to join his team way late. 70%, they've already matched it.
With a world record stagger, they are going to be gaining on that percentage, 80% across the board. Now we are heading to final fight territory with Force Portal.
Yeah, you just begging, just take me down, please, as now Terra is going to continue to try to do this.
That pocket.
It's just disgusting. I mean, they have so much cooldowns available to continue to fuel him. There's the cards rolling, Cooper committing, connecting to short, only a couple there, and now going to go with the aggression. Not finding anything, Ship. This is a must-win battle.
That was a great take of that health pack. Energy walking forward now, no longer on that Magneto. Said nobody is. Burn moment. Terra with the Clark trucks. That one does land onto Nero. Energy falls too, and Na'Vi are looking to take this first map. It looks like they just might. Speedery trading back into Jerky, but I don't think it matters. As the rest of Team Liquid Citadel fall, no portal comes out. It's a matter of time.
And Chip, that's the worst way to fall for so many reasons, but mainly look over there to the back line. Level 1 Crook has ult ready. Gambit the same. So now going into this next point, it's the championship trophy standing right there for Na'Vi to grab and hold up.
It's not only game, set, point match. One more Dom map win, and it is over. Liquid Citadel, the definition of not only being backs against the wall, but pushed 20 inches up the wall. Can they clutch into a terrifying Terra who's 13-0?
This full team of Team Liquid Citadel, the almost, the maybes, the want, the drive, the best of the best that America had to offer right now, even for these Avengers coming up short as now backs are completely against the wall, Ship. We find ourselves gate open. Domination kings of the region our side, but right now Na'Vi looking in control as Fate is looking to paint their destiny.
Fight advantage here for Na'Vi as well. It's very difficult to win the next first fight if you have been defending point, because typically the attacking team uses cooldowns to get there. So since they have committed, they will be able to use that early Raging Royal flush to try to get them the point and then Crook with the boundary. It's going to be tough for Liquid Citadel to get this thing.
Yeah, honestly, Speedery trying to get this execution is going to be massive here. Trying to get the ult, see what you can kind of flush out there. That's the only really hope, as Crook is up and able as well. 85%, Nero going to match, so now there's a little bit of a will in a way.
Speedery dropping backwards, 90% now, very close. There's that Raging Royal flush. Patty kicking back and forth. Nero also forces out the boundary. Fate does the same, or Crook does the same, excuse me, as we see the Venn diagram on point, but nobody's gone down just yet.
Now you have Speedery's ult. This is where you're going to find that value town, the Yokai Slayer, trying to get the dance and the finish. There's the invisibility. Oh, the trap! That's why it's so huge! Terra catches another superstar.
Yeah, that team up is so strong into dive this season, which has made dive far less prevalent. Especially the hero like this can do so much percent-based damage. A huge Vortrox, but immediately gets deleted. Great focus here by Na'Vi, who almost fell instantly.
Just an answer to every single thing that happens out here. As a bubble to finish Cooper, they found nothing. Last ult from the Gambit. There's the fear up the air. Raj is hit up. Dodge dipped away. That's the job there. Vasquez match the same. The slice, the dice, the finish. You go down for 30% on the point, but it's going to go to TLC.
Not a bad percentage retake there from the side of Liquid Citadel, but well done by Na'Vi as they are building those ults quickly. Terra, Jerky, trust me, when I have ult early on in this next fight in comparison to Pauly and Vess.
Yeah, it's going to be how does the frontline answer, right? When you have the entire just lethality of Terra and Jerky that have continued to just put and impose their will on the region, look to do it over here on the side of America. Pauly, Veswa have eyes on the prize. Terra taking that back flank. Look out.
The onslaught on the Citadel, will it hold strong? Will the walls remain? Early on, Psionic Seduction onto Vess. Healing backwards, using some of those cooldowns to stall, but Jerky the pressure onto Speedery, who somehow escapes with a nice clone switch in that moment. Well done with the team up. Chase as Vess finds Terra. Energy is able to take down Trust Me, and a second pick comes through from Speedery on this Psylocke.
That's the best Speedery. They all want a piece of the pie here as they finish Paulie getting included as well. 50% and up. Terra, Cherky, patience on the ult. Nero has the match in the finish now. So look at what they have. Cooper going to have time as well to fuel it up.
If anyone's going to match Raj on the Magneto, it is Vest. So this switch playing into their strengths as Cherky silently walks forward.
They're not just aura farming, but also trying to find his will in a way. Vesper, look at the positioning of Vesper over here on the Magneto as the Devil's let out. Well, hell rain down. Only one gets sent back down to below.
And there is the Raging Royal Flush. The Glartrox is massive from energy. Or Psych, I lied right back at him as Terra is able to make that work as Rajaro and Trust Me get 2 picks. And this retake will be Navi.
That's massive because Nero with the invisible boundary is gone and finished. But with that, you still have Coop to remain. Fate does fall. But Terra able to claim the point right back, right? 35%. Now, no long stagger this time. Everybody going to be together as one. This is your moment, Avengers. Can you get it to get this point back and make it 1-1 in our zones of Krakoa?
86% here. Team Liquid Citadel. 50 in climbing for Navi. The answer is there with the invisible boundary in the Meteor M. The Glartrox and the Raging Royal Flush is what they are looking for. Will this attack work as it begins now?
Pressure makes Diamond Ship in championships as well as Speedery trying to hunt through the invisibility energy, trying to find his dinner time, unable to come up with anything in return. Trap coming out, fighting more. It's going to be the Emma. Up goes Raj, getting slammed down the Meteor. He finds the biggest of his career.
That is a huge throw onto Cooper of the back line. Getting rid of one of those strategists who are no longer able to build ult. It's going to put them in a very tough spot after committing.
Yeah, and right now, Speedery, Veswa, Paulie, this is it. This is what you have. Do you want to be champions to continue this thing, or in Navi, claim it for the EBA? Once again, Chip, it's 80-80. Points on the line. Here we go.
It's all about neutral early on. TLC will have a ton of ults if they're able to stall for just a moment. No answer yet from Navi. Besides the Sonic Seduction, 4%. And a dream for Navi. Can they keep this pressure on? Overtime has begun. There is the dance of the Cutterfly heading towards the front line here. Nobody falls. The kiting has begun. Fate's in a tough spot. Vest trying to get the pick on a Terra, who does, throwing a bus at his feet and gets that KO. Here's going to be the Meteor Ram and tries it out of the sky, misses that, but still gets that switch. The portal will be matched right back.
Yeah, we're in the end game now, Shiv, as the portal comes out. The heroes to follow, Energy, Cooper, and more.
Used everything
across the board. Big thing, though, we said Terra on Strange now. Your best player, the clutch factor, might be missing.
Tries to use the team up to push back into point. 2%. Can they get there? They do not! We are going to map 3!
We've got ourselves a banger, and we keep saying this whole tournament, expect the expected, and of course, this thing gonna get stretched out that much more. How perfect, man, just like it came. You got the portal Cubs, they come out, the heroes to save the day. We've been calling them US Avengers forever now, but it is Thanos' on the other side, not 1, but 6 in this case.
Honestly, I want to shout out Speedery on that switch. I think that Psylocke, surprisingly, even in this meta, is looking very, very strong.
I mean, even coming up empty on what was the ult there, right? Being able to remain calm, still get the pick and the finish, but Vest, right? Yeah. They signed this man for a reason. They picked him up right within the preseason. After you're looking at that, they said, this is our guy. Show up big on the biggest stage, doing just that. Of course, though, shining bright on the stat department, the one, the only.
Oh my goodness. I mean, we've said, are you not entertained? But are you not entertained? This could not be more back and forth. I genuinely, in every moment, have no idea who's going to win the fight.
You can feel through the screen the want and the desire to win. I mean, just everything on the line through both these teams. And sacrifices have been made time after time. Terra moving across the water, across the pond to join, having, that butt of the head with Trust Me, the leadership. They were able to calm things through and make what was their super team. It's all come down to right here, right now. Krakoa ship, I can't.
And as the boats pass each other, Paulie was coming this way. So
yeah, exactly.
As we go to map 3, this is nuts. But you can see the ults on screen right now. The advantage in Navi's favor. Will they be able to come out on top?
Folks, we've been looking for the full best of 7 through grand finals now, time after time, Ship. Will this be that moment? We're as close as you can ever get, but once again, we look at the ult department. Fate definitely well above the rest to be able to use what they do best, and that is maximum momentum and aggression.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough fight to win here for TLC. If they're somehow able to kite this battle or retake quickly, it'll be in their favor. Navi just does not want to overcommit. Fate, one of the best in the backline alongside Crook. Trust me, that comms leader, the positivity, the mentality, the desire to win this isn't enough.
Are you that guy, right? I mean, that is what these the best are telling themselves. Speeder in the invisibility, gonna dash up, look for more, trying to find Jerky. It's gonna be the flex on flex, and there it is, all eyes on the Immas as it's Trust Me, looking and hunting, but with that, Nero's gonna get the boundary up and ready. Fate in that ult, gone just like that, Chip. This point's gonna be a long battle.
That's a trade there, a positive trade for Liquid Citadel. Nobody has gained point just yet. A lot of commitment. Now the boundary goes out from level 1. There is no answer. Well done. Using that offensively, and that's the power of Invisible Boundary.
Yeah, the patience here, right? Cards ready. It has all 4. Activate and go. What do you have? Push forward if you want to will it away. Garchuk's out. No off map. Coming up empty once again. Energy's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way with guns in the tip. There's the low-level Crook out of here as Terra and Raj don't match the same.
Cooper goes down, and Polly. Yeah, point still in their favor here. TLC, are the lights too bright in this moment? No major play out of a lot of commitment. Navi, however, playing very smart.
Yeah, there should be no flashy moves here for quite a while, right? Both these teams, outside of Raj and Polly, can have to slow it down, break it down. Speedery, though close to the Dance of Butterfly, no connection last time, but time is ticking here, Ship. 34%. Can't give them much more space here to give them room to run.
Molly walking forward. Sonic Seduction is available. Likely trying to use some of those cooldowns. But it's that was insane by Jerky to read the ultimate and shut that down, and the rest will fall after the fact. Incredible work by the Wolverine player, the one of the few that are making work at this level.
The last dance, man. The last stand. Are you joking? As Terra now on hunt mode. 58%. They can smell the championship.
We talked about backs against the wall. It is getting tighter and tighter here for Liquid Citadel. What a play by Navi.
Yeah, Speeder going on over to the Black Cat. Leo's got the invisible boundary. Cooper to follow. They're going to have plenty of the offense to answer, but then you've got to be able to stand the test of time through the point, right? Even if you take it, you can't give up too much. 80% shift, 89 and up for best. The big hero moment's to be the first to pull. Here we go. Raj in the airship. Goes up, slams down.
Oh! What a shield there, I believe. Just using that to their advantage. Raj still able to take out Cooper. And that fight will be the detriment here of the side of Team Liquid Citadel. 95% and climbing. Can they get here? I don't believe they can. Are you kidding? The OT ticks down. They're trying to stay on point. They came from Europe with a dream. They leave Los Angeles. There's going to be the portal. It's coming in. No way. Are you joking? They leave with the trophy. Born to win. They have fulfilled the prophecy. Your new world champions, Navi. Am I good?
Please celebrate Navi and lift the trophy you so willingly deserved. The path once again goes through the EMEA. You are champions of Marvel Rivals Ignite Mid-Season Finals 2026. the absolute best match, best game of Rivals, the will, the way. There was only one Citadel standing strong through it, and it came in the hands of Na'Vi, champions that won't be denied. Once again, taking crown. Gotta go right now. First to Tara. Tara, you crossed the pond. You believe this team could get it done. What's going through your mind through all of it?
I mean, after we went down 2 maps, we didn't let it get to us. As I said, they're OTPs. They played the same stuff for the whole series, this whole tournament, and we beat it. That was the best comp, and we didn't need it.
Let's go. You love the passion. Jerky, my goodness, last year denied at the biggest stage. Now here in America, LA, you shut down what we call the American Avengers. Y'all were the Thanos. Tell me, what's through your mind?
I mean, it's just happiness, man. Like, we worked for this so hard, you know. We go through hardships, through wins, through losses. But hey, we're here, and Tara said it the best. We're the fucking champions.
We are the passion, baby! You'll love to see it. I got to come over here. Oftentimes, the back line not getting the love, but oftentimes, fate, you made the destiny for this team. You're here once again, going back to China, Guangzhou. We're now here in LA. How do you feel?
The only thing I can think about is the fact that they got to take some more Europeans if they want a chance.
And I felt that. Hey, level 1 Crook. Baby, we're back. You're right here. You are a champion. What is going on through what was the most chaotic matchup where the backline needed the most in so many of those battles?
I mean, you know, in scrims, these guys, they're Rottweilers, you know, they're super aggressive, they bite hard, but in officials, you just read them and they start crumbling real fast and you just win.
You get the memo, you know, the other guys were mean. A nice little compliment there, but also, trust me, Crook, my friend, listen, I was there. I joined you on stage as you had yourself tears, so close to that dream to win that grand finals. Come back here shortly with a new team, the squad. What's going through your mind as this leader that has been through so much now with this team?
I just feel so happy. That's it. There's not much more. It feels rewarding.
And Raj, a man of few words, but those Magneto ults, they're speaking volumes, baby. What's going on through your head?
I mean, I finally got to play Mag in a tournament, so it feels really good.
Listen, y'all, let's give it up right now. Give everything you got. Email to the chat here in LA. Let's get the applause going. Once again, it is Na'Vi with that crowd. And of course, welcoming to the stage, Danny Koo. Come up here because we've got an MVP through this tournament, through this chaos, to find yourself the winner, the dedication of all 6 that made it possible. Danny Koo, Ji Young, where are you? Danny, there you are. Ji Young, give it up right now. Again, executive producer of Marvel Games. And Ji Young.
Yes.
The man who needs no introduction.
Hi, I'm Seo. Did everyone have a good time? All right, now we're going to present the MVP award.
Yeah, hey, Danny. I think, you know, people, we might know who this MVP is. Is it somebody that traveled far?
Tara, congrats for being the final MVP. Here's your medal.
Tara is your 2026 mid-season final MVP. From the 70 elimination bomb to the 40 final hits, to the dedication to go to this team, to believe Tara, MVP. How do you feel? What is on your mind?
I mean, I feel phenomenal. I'm holding back all the emotions for later tonight because we win, we lose, we booze. But as I've done here today, I've proved to the world that I can beat LAN, I can beat NA, I can beat EU.
You love to see it. I have to ask you, you said there, I want to win, I want to retire. Do we still get more? Tara, what's going on in your mind right now? First response.
I mean, obviously, you got to finish this year off, and we'll see how that goes. Because I'm coming for the Grand Champ, too. Why not make it once when you can make it 2?
Job is not finished, folks. As we give a big thank you to you. Huge congrats to Na'Vi and across the board. Let's give it up all rounds of applause for your winners as we thank everybody involved to make this possible. Your champions of the EMEA, the fight, the finish, the TLC, the teams that got here. Big thank you to Marvel Games, NetEase, Double G. Can we hear it for Guang Guang, who's not here, everybody? But you know he's clapping. Thank you so much to the staff, the incredible production behind the scenes to make this possible, and all of you for coming out to make this dream of Marvel Rivals esports alive into the reality of how awesome the future is at stake. And we're just getting started. It's the mid-season finals. Danny.
We still have the grand finals. We are halfway there.
Absolute amazing moments and even more.
Yeah.
I think we could do one more, Danny. I think we could do one more applause let's get one more lift of that trophy and finish this thing strong. Everybody, come on in. Your 2026 mid-season final champions, Na'Vi! From all of us to you, we want to thank you once again for coming to LA, watching online, and supporting this beautiful thing. Have a great night. We'll be back for more. Season 9.5 starting soon. It's Danny Koo, Ji Young, your